Tear gas was not used.
Gas released around 10:30 this morning, police calling it a chemical irritant to stop assault.
And so, from my perspective, the operation in Ottawa to dismantle the blockade from a policing perspective was in fact a success. Let's not forget, there was no loss of life. Nobody got hurt. Tear gas was not used. We did not have those ugly scenes of people with bloodied heads. And so from that perspective, the police operation to dismantle was a success.
Try to sort through my thoughts from what I saw today. And I just wanted to put this out to you because I don't know how else to express to you what I'm thinking. What I observed today was the breaking of a country. Canada truly has fallen. We have a fascist dictator, leader that has given powers out to squash people who do not agree with him and his government. The people doing his bidding are the very people that I call brothers and sisters. I did your job for 24 years, up until last December, on the street. The police officers that took part today in Ottawa, from all services, need to check your moral compass. I know your conscience inside of you was saying, this is wrong. I should not be doing this. You need to step off the line, all of you. You need to continue to be that person that stands up and protects the Canadian citizens. Those protesters in Ottawa were peaceful. They were loving. They were those folks that are your neighbors. You want to know why I know that? I was there. I was a peaceful protester. I spoke on that stage. I walked around for hours, both during the day and at night. What Trudeau has said in the lying mainstream media is all untrue. You are acting on lies. Your leadership is acting on lies. They are not upholding their oath to the people of Canada. I'm appealing to you as a police officer to not partake in what you know is wrong and unlawful. You are hurting other Canadians.
When governments do not protect their citizens' rights, everyone ends up paying. That's the lesson that I certainly hope that this settlement will lead to future governments understanding. You cannot systematically, repeatedly, deliberately ignore charter rights of any citizen.
Time, dreaming dreams of a life of crime, in and out of trouble, he cheated and lied, but who'd have thought he joined the other side? He's in the riots
Nobody got hurt. Tear gas was not used.
There's a level of admiration I actually have for China, because their basic dictatorship.
This is outrageous. Where are the armed men who come in to take the protesters away? Where are they? This kind of behavior is never tolerated in Boracua. You shout like that, they put you in jail right away. No trial, no nothing.
Time to do some sketchy shit. Doo-dah, doo-dah, hope I get away with it. Oh, doo-dah day.
I mean, I was just aghast this weekend that, there's a bouncy castle and there's a hot tub. David, I wanted to go up there and poke that hot tub myself. And
talking with people who think differently from us is how we challenge ourselves.
Can you explain the reason why you won't participate or meet with them? I mean, you've attended rallies on the Hill in the past, including during the Black Lives Matter protest and others. Is there a reason that you can give as for why you will not discuss or have any negotiations with this particular group?
I have attended protests and rallies in the past when I agreed with the goals, when I supported the people expressing their concerns and their issues.
We are here out of love for our families, our communities, and our nation.
So is this what Canadians voted for?
But
Tear gas was not used.
Gas released around 10:30 this morning, police calling it a chemical irritant to stop assault.
And so, from my perspective, the operation in Ottawa to dismantle the blockade from a policing perspective was in fact a success. Let's not forget, there was no loss of life. Nobody got hurt. Tear gas was not used. We did not have those ugly scenes of people with bloodied heads. And so from that perspective, the police operation to dismantle was a success.
Try to sort through my thoughts from what I saw today. And I just wanted to put this out to you because I don't know how else to express to you what I'm thinking. What I observed today was the breaking of a country. Canada truly has fallen. We have a fascist dictator, leader that has given powers out to squash people who do not agree with him and his government. The people doing his bidding are the very people that I call brothers and sisters. I did your job for 24 years, up until last December, on the street. The police officers that took part today in Ottawa, from all services, need to check your moral compass. I know your conscience inside of you was saying, this is wrong. I should not be doing this. You need to step off the line, all of you. You need to continue to be that person that stands up and protects the Canadian citizens. Those protesters in Ottawa were peaceful. They were loving. They were those folks that are your neighbors. You want to know why I know that? I was there. I was a peaceful protester. I spoke on that stage. I walked around for hours, both during the day and at night. what Trudeau has said in the lying mainstream media is all untrue. You are acting on lies. Your leadership is acting on lies. They are not upholding their oath to the people of Canada. I'm appealing to you as a police officer to not partake in what you know is wrong and unlawful. You are hurting other Canadians.
When governments do not protect their citizens' rights, everyone ends up paying. That's the lesson that I certainly hope that this settlement will lead to future governments understanding. You cannot systematically, repeatedly, deliberately ignore charter rights of any citizen.
When we were at school, a bully had its us, fighting the law with the rest of us, smoking and drinking, acting cool. They started treating him like a fool, then he stayed on his own for most of the time, dreaming dreams of a life of crime. In and out of trouble, he cheated and lied, but who'd have thought he joined the other side? He's in the riot squad. The Wanna Fight Squad. The Shoot On Sight Squad. For law and right. Down to Ender with the boys in blue. It's amazing what a few weeks can do. Out in the car, out on the street. South of the river on the front line beat. He's in the riot squad. The Wanna Fight Squad. The Shoot On Sight Squad. For law and right. Cracking heads, it was all a game. A finger was pointing, he got the blame. Back where he started, he ain't got a pound. Cue him with a salty and start kick around. Riot squad. The Wanna Fight squad. The Shoot On Sight squad. For law and right. The riot squad. Yeah, the Wanna Fight squad. The riot squad. The Shoot On Sight squad. The riot squad.
Nobody got hurt. Tear gas was not used.
There's a level of admiration I actually have for China, because their basic dictatorship.
This is outrageous. Where are the armed men who come in to take the protesters away? Where are they? This kind of behavior is never tolerated in Boracua. You shout like that, they put you in jail right away.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commotion sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning, bonjour. J'espère que tout le monde a eu une bonne fin de semaine. I hope everyone enjoyed the weekend. So I understand this morning we have a presentation of an overview report. Is that okay?
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. Nasser Khan, Commission Counsel. I'll just wait for the PowerPoint to be pulled up on the screen there. Okay, perfect. So I'll be presenting the overview report titled Federal Government Entities Involved in the Decision to Invoke the Emergencies Act. This overview report is now available to the parties on the party database and will be posted on the Commission's website for the public very shortly. The document ID for this report is com.or 708. Next slide, please. So by way of introduction, this presentation focuses on the mandates of three key federal entities. That is the federal executive, the Prime Minister, Cabinet, and the Governor and Council, the Privy Council Office, and the Prime Minister's Office. Of course, there were many other departments and agencies implicated in the decision to declare a public order emergency, and the Commission will hear evidence from these witnesses in the coming 2 weeks. The purpose of this overview report is to contextualize and frame the anticipated evidence for the benefit of the parties, the public, and of course, the Commissioner. Next slide, please. So we'll begin with the definition. Section 17(1) of the Emergencies Act assigns the formal authority to declare the existence of a public order emergency to the Governor and Council. The term Governor and Council refers to the Governor General of Canada, acting on the advice of the King's Privy Council for Canada. The King's Privy Council, in turn, is a technical term that describes the full group of people who have the authority to advise the sovereign or the Governor General acting as the representative of the sovereign. In practical terms, however, references to the King's Privy Council are references to the federal cabinet. The federal cabinet is a committee of the Privy Council and is effectively its only operative branch. And by constitutional convention, the Governor General is required to follow the advice given by cabinet. This is, of course, a fundamental part of our system of responsible government. Next slide, please. So here we have an organizational chart depicting the structure of the federal executive branch. You'll see that while the formal authority to govern is vested in the Governor General, that authority is exercised on the advice of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. In turn, Prime Minister and Cabinet are supported by two central offices, the Privy Council Office and the Prime Minister's Office. So to put it into context, the 4 orders in council that were issued by the Governor and Council in the context of the public order emergency were issued on the advice of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. Next slide, thanks. The federal cabinet is a political decision-making body that consists of all federal ministers as well as the Prime Minister. The cabinet is sometimes referred to as the federal ministry. Cabinet is the forum wherein the government of the day sets its priorities and decides how to advance these priorities. The Prime Minister sets the agenda and will lead ministers to agreement in making cabinet decisions, but the final and ultimate decision-making authority rests with the Prime Minister. Cabinet members are governed by 2 related conventions, cabinet solidarity and cabinet confidentiality. Cabinet solidarity requires that ministers, as a group, be held accountable to Parliament for their government's actions. Cabinet confidentiality requires that ministers not disclose the substance of their cabinet discussions to the public. The 2 principles are, of course, intertwined because cabinet confidentiality allows ministers to frankly and vigorously discuss their views with their colleagues in private while remaining united in their decisions to the public. Ministers are also individually responsible for the federal departments they oversee. The powers and duties in respect of their departments are set out in their departmental statutes. In practice, however, the day-to-day operations of a federal department or agency are carried out by the deputy minister and civil servants. A deputy minister is the senior-most member of the professional, nonpartisan public service. Finally, every minister is supported by a ministerial office consisting of a political staff in carrying out their duties as members of parliament. Political staff are sometimes referred to as exempt staff because they are not bound by the strict impartiality rules that apply to the public service and are instead temporary political appointees. So there's a clear separation between political staff and the public servants who work within federal departments, in that political staff do not have the authority to give direction or instruction to public servants. Next slide, please. So here we have another organizational chart that depicts the work of cabinet and cabinet committees. The work of the government is also carried out by several cabinet committees. The protests and the government's response to the protests were discussed by two cabinet committees in particular. The first was the Cabinet Committee on Safety, Security and Emergencies, or SSE, which was chaired by the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. The SSE met on February 3rd, 6th, and 8th. The second Cabinet Committee was the Incident Response Group, or IRG. The IRG took over the management of the issue after February 8th and was chaired by the Prime Minister and therefore had decision-making authority. The IRG met on February 10th, 12th, and 13th, and then daily thereafter between February 16th and February 23rd. I will also add that there were two full cabinet meetings at which the protests and the invocation of the Emergencies Act was discussed. These meetings took place on February 3rd and February 15th. Turning now to the Prime Minister's office, the PMO is a central political agency supporting the Prime Minister in his three roles as the head of government, the leader of a political party, and a member of Parliament. PMO staff advise the Prime Minister on policy issues, communications, and parliamentary affairs, and PMO is led by a Chief of Staff who reports directly to the Prime Minister and is also appointed by the Prime Minister. Like the staff at ministerial offices, all staff at the PMO are exempt staff in that they are temporary political appointees. The PMO operates as the critical link between the partisan interests and agenda of the Prime Minister and the general workings of government. For instance, PMO maintains close relationships with political staff at ministers' offices, as well as with officials at the Privy Council office, and PMO officials often attend cabinet meetings. The Privy Council Office, or PCO, is the central coordinating agency within the federal government. And in contrast to PMO, the PCO provides nonpartisan advice to the Prime Minister and Cabinet and ensures that the government's agenda is implemented across all federal departments and agencies. And for this reason, PCO is sometimes referred to as the Prime Minister's Department. PCO is led by the Clerk of the Privy Council. The Clerk holds the additional titles of the Deputy Minister to the Prime Minister, the Secretary to Cabinet, and the Head of the Public Service. And as the Secretary to Cabinet, the Clerk is responsible for the smooth operation of Cabinet business, including the preparation of Cabinet memoranda and the keeping of Cabinet confidences. In addition to its primary role as a central coordinating agency, PCO also serves as the department for some ministers. This includes the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, who is supported by the Intergovernmental Affairs Secretariat, as well as the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, who is supported by the Emergency Preparedness and COVID-19 Recovery Secretariat. Another important PCO actor is the National Security and Intelligence Advisor, or the NSIA. The NSIA holds the title of Deputy Secretary to Cabinet and provides national security advice and intelligence briefings to the Prime Minister as well as to Cabinet. The Office of the NSIA plays a coordinating and convening function amongst national security agencies, and the Office of the NSIA itself consists of 4 secretariats, and it is responsible for convening 2 standing committees of senior civil servants. The NSIA also acts as the secretary to the Incident Response Group. So this chart depicts the relationship between the Privy Council Office, federal departments and agencies, and the various secretariats within PCO. It should be noted that there is no legislation governing the role of the NSIA or PCO, as these entities are meant to play only an advisory, secretarial, and coordination function to Cabinet. The NSIA chairs the Deputy Minister's Operations and Coordination Committee, or DMOC, and the Assistant Secretary to Cabinet, Security and Intelligence, co-chairs the Assistant Deputy Minister's Committee on National Security and Operations, or ADM-NS Ops. Both the ADM-NS Ops and DMOC met frequently, in fact, almost daily, in late January and throughout February 2022 to discuss the government's response to the protests. Finally, the departments and agencies listed on this slide were also involved in the federal government's response to the protests and blockades and the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. And as I mentioned earlier, witnesses from each of these departments are expected to testify in the coming weeks. And I would invite the parties to consult the institutional reports prepared by each department for a fuller explanation of the department's mandate and involvement. So that concludes the presentation on this overview report. But before I go, I would also like to enter 3 additional overview reports prepared by Commission Counsel and that I understand the parties have had the chance to review. First, Commission Counsel are entering a report.
Can you slow down for the interpreters, please?
Yes. Commission Counsel are entering a report summarizing the proceedings commenced in response to the protests in January and February 2022, including judicial review proceedings commenced to challenge the invocation of the Emergencies Act. The document ID for this report is COM.OR701. The second report that Commission Counsel are entering is a report summarizing the protests that occurred at 6 international ports of entry in January and February 2022. The document ID for this report is COM.OR706. And the final overview report that Commission Counsel are entering is a report summarizing the oversight responsibilities of Parliament and the Parliamentary Review Committee under the Emergencies Act. The document ID for this report is COM.OR707. And with that, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And the parties will find that document, the overview report, useful for determining who they should be questioning as we go through the various departments, because for obvious reasons, the amount of time for cross-examination is limited for each of the parties. So you should be, as much as possible, targeting the departments and witnesses who are likely to have the answers to the questions you may pose. So with that brief introduction, I'll call on the next witness. I think it's a panel, as I understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. My name is Shantona Chaudhary, co-lead Commission Counsel. I'd like to call Mr. Rob Stewart and Mr. Dominique Rochon to the stand.
Mr. Stewart, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Robert Neilafleck Stewart. Spell it?
Yes, please.
R-O-B-E-R-T Neilafleck
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Rochon, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I will affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Dominic James Rochon, D-O-M-I-N-I-C-R-O-C-H-O-N.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Stewart. Good morning, Mr. Rochon. Nice to see you again. On I'll just start by introducing your witness summary. So you'll recall sitting for an interview with Commission Counsel on September 1st, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll ask you to pull up WTS.0000, I think it's 5066. Okay, so Mr. Stewart and Mr. Rochon, you'll recall that some of your colleagues who are not with us today, were not called to testify, also sat for that interview, namely Mr. Talal Dakalbab, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right.
Dakalbab.
Pardon me?
Dakalbab.
Dakalbab, thank you. And Mr. Derek Treherne also participated in that interview. I'll just ask you to confirm that you've reviewed the summary of the interview, and if you have no changes to make, confirm that insofar as it contains your information, you adopt it, and insofar and it's accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief insofar as it contains the information of your colleagues, and you believe them to have accepted it as accurate.
I accept it. I believe it's accurate.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart, at the time of the Freedom Convoy events in January and February, you were the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and you've since moved on to become the Deputy Minister of International Trade?
That is correct.
And when was that?
Just recently, 17th of October.
17th of October, okay. Mr. Rochon, at the time of the events, you were the Senior Assistant Deputy Minister of Public Safety's National and Cybersecurity Branch, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've also since left public safety to take another position. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, Associate Deputy Minister of Transport?
Correct.
And when was that?
October 31st was my first day.
Okay, so also very recent. The next thing, I'll just ask you to introduce the Public Safety's institutional report, despite the fact that neither of you are currently with Public Safety. Mr. Clerk, that's DOJ IR 608. Okay, so Mr. Stewart, you'll recall that Public Safety Canada prepared and filed with the Commission this institutional report. Have you reviewed it?
I have.
Okay, and is it accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Okay, and can you confirm that it's been filed with the Commission as part of Public Safety's evidence?
I believe it has.
Thank you. Okay, with those introductions out of the way, I'll just ask you to start by giving an overview of the structure of public safety. It's a slightly complicated department. It's, as we know, the Department of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. So, Mr. Stewart, can you walk us through public safety writ large?
By all means. Public safety is a relatively small department that covers all matters associated with the security of Canada. It has three main branches, which deal with national and cybersecurity, that's one branch, crime prevention, that's another, and emergency management, that's the third. It has other branches which do more coordinating or corporate work.
Okay, but the three that you mentioned are the ones who were most implicated in the events of the convoy, is that right?
Those are the policy branches.
Okay. And Mr. Rochon, I understand that the National and Cybersecurity Branch manages 5 directorates. Can you tell us about that? And if you'd like to have the reference for your notes, it's DOJ IR at page 8, paragraphs 25 and 26, so we can just pull that up.
If you could just move up the page just slightly, but I can speak to them, yes. So the National Cybersecurity Branch has 5 divisions. Primarily, it is responsible for national security policy matters, national security operations matters, critical infrastructure, cybersecurity, and over the last 3 years, there was a special task force regarding economic security.
Okay, and if we can just scroll down a little bit, Mr. Clerk. Under critical infrastructure and strategic coordination, it says this directorate supports the ministers in leading the national effort to enhance the resilience of critical infrastructure against a variety of hazards. Do those hazards include protest?
They could. Essentially, that particular directorate oversees the critical infrastructure strategy that has been in place since 2010. We have been, over the last couple of years, in the midst of refreshing that strategy. That particular directorate engages with the 10 critical infrastructure sectors. There are private sector leads and public sector leads for each of those sectors, and they deal with matters of, we provide risk assessments when there are threats. They could be cyber-related threats, but any threats to any critical infrastructure across those 10 critical infrastructure sectors.
Okay. And then the next, not bullet there, but the next line in the chart, the Task Force on Economic Security. Tell us a little bit about the work of that task force and whether or not it played into the convoy at all.
It did not. That task force was stood up over the last 3 years, as I pointed out, in order to look at the broader framework that is economic security. Economic security is a term that can mean a lot of things. From a national security perspective, that task force was looking into, through various lenses, potential threats to Canada's economy stemming from threat actors, potentially hostile state actors. Those threats can emanate from, and indeed we have an elaborate control system across Canada. We have export controls, we have the Investment Canada Act, we have a series of tools, but the Economic Security Task Force was looking at whether or not those tools were fit to purpose and indeed whether that tool set was adequate in order to protect ourselves against the threats of today. And so most of that work looked at and is moving towards an economic security strategy that would introduce research security to protect intellectual property, for example, things of that nature. So specifically, that task force did not have a role to play with regard to this particular situation.
Okay. Now, getting to your own individual roles and responsibilities, Mr. Stewart, can you tell us, first of all, a little bit about your general role as a Deputy Minister of Public Safety, and then describe at a very high level your role with respect to the events of the convoy?
By all means, as a deputy, I'm responsible for the administration of the department and providing policy advice to the minister on matters associated with public safety and overseeing program delivery. The department runs a number of contribution programs that provide funding for various activities. And I also work with the deputy heads of organizations that are in the portfolio. And by the portfolio, I mean these are organizations who are responsible to the minister. In the public safety portfolio, there are 5 main organizations: RCMP, CBSA, Canadian Border Service Agency, Canadian Security Intelligence Service, the Correctional Service of Canada, and the Parole Board, thank you. They all are independently accountable to the minister, but we work together as a group and provide advice, and if necessary, the department will do legislation or regulation on their behalf.
Okay. I'm sorry, go on.
In the context of the protests, I was working with a subset of that group who were involved in daily calls and briefings. That would be the RCMP and CBSA primarily, and to a degree, CSIS.
I think we're going to hear a lot more about that shortly. And thank you for speaking without acronyms. It's appreciated. On the first day of federal government evidence, we're still getting used to all the acronyms. I think CSIS we can handle and probably CBSA, but when it gets deeper than that, it's going to be a struggle. Okay, Mr. Rochon, can you tell us at a high level, first of all, your role at the time and your role in the convoy?
I would describe my role specifically, having gone through the 5 directorates in my branch. The one directorate in particular, the National Security Operations Directorate. Through that directorate, I have a responsibility, and I'll refer to the presentation that was given to us this morning, where we highlighted the Privy Council Office and its role. With the Privy Council Office, they have a Security and Intelligence Secretariat. The Assistant Secretary responsible for that Secretariat and I have a responsibility of convening the security and intelligence community, which is some 16 departments and agencies on a regular basis to discuss ongoing operational national security matters for situational awareness, and indeed to be able to make sure that we're coordinating the community to be able to respond to potential threats to national security. So that particular committee is called the Assistant Deputy Minister National Security Operations Committee, ADMNS Ops. If you don't mind me that acronym, I'll probably refer to that a lot. So ADMNS Ops meets every week, once a week. During the convoy situation, I would say that the regular meeting on Tuesday, January 25th, we discussed the convoy, but after that date, we decided to have ad hoc meetings, so everyday daily meetings of that committee, pretty much throughout the rest of the operational situation, if I could put it that way. So I guess my role primarily was to convene, along with my PCO colleague, the Privy Council Office colleague, all the various representatives of these departments and agencies in the security and intelligence community, and I'm happy to walk you through who they might be. But we would get together and discuss whether or not this issue was an issue of national security and whether or not it could lead to threats to national security.
Okay, I certainly do want you to elaborate on that. But first of all, who was your PCO colleague? Who
Mike McDonald is the Assistant Secretary to the Secretariat for Security and Intelligence.
Okay, well, you've anticipated essentially my next question, because the first sort of broad topic that I think we're going to cover here is public safety's preparation for the convoy. And that feeds into, Mr. Rochon, what you were telling us about public safety's intelligence role. So at this point, I'll ask you to, yes, please explain that and explain how it fed into public safety's preparation.
So I'll start by explaining that intelligence, with regard to the federal family, you have collectors of intelligence, you have assessors of intelligence, and you have consumers of intelligence. Public Safety Department is a consumer. We don't per se collect intelligence and we don't assess intelligence, we consume it. Why does one consume intelligence? In order to be able to be better informed so that decisions can be made. And those decisions are made across all departments and agencies. The key collectors of intelligence, CSIS, the Communications Security Establishment, CBSA to a certain extent, what they collect and what they see at the border, RCMP, but indeed, beyond the federal family, there's also collection of intelligence that occurs within police of jurisdiction, which I'm sure you would have heard about at the municipal level, at the provincial level, et cetera. Intelligence can be very broad. It's not an exact science and really only provides a piece of information at a moment in time. The federal family also has assessors of that intelligence, which means they pull different threads of intelligence together in order to be able to fuse it and provide a more holistic picture to, again, better inform potential decisions related to national security matters. Assessors are the Integrated Terrorism Assessment Center, ITAC. You have the Privy Council Office also has a secretariat, the Intelligence Assessment Secretariat. But to a certain extent, CSIS, the Communications Security Establishment, perform their own assessments and are able to provide reports, as does the RCMP. When we convene the ADM-NS Ops group, typically we will use different pieces of intelligence in order to be able to inform us on various issues that are happening all over the world that could lead to or are posing a threat to national security. So throughout the particular situation with the convoy, I would say that there was some intelligence that was likely being pulled together at a police of jurisdiction level. That isn't something that would make its way to our federal family table as a matter of course. The RCMP sits at that table and would bring any information that they would learn as they're stitched up with different polices of jurisdiction across the country. They would bring that information to the table if there was something relevant that needed to be flagged. But there is a distinction between something rising to a national security level and something that is a police matter that they might be dealing with throughout the country.
Okay, and in your interview, we're going to go back to some of that as we go along, but you explained that prior to the convoy's arrival, this is taking you up on your last point, NCSB, so the National Cybersecurity Branch, wasn't gathering or disseminating intelligence about the convoy because at that point there was no indication that the offense would be a national security threat. So can you explain and elaborate on that a little bit, what that threshold is and when, if at all, NCSB did start doing that and why?
So again, our branch does not collect intelligence. We're consumers of it. So we would be receiving that intelligence from different parties, be it CSIS or be it the RCMP in the federal family context. The Government Operations Center is another element of public safety. They fall under the Emergency Management Branch. They don't fall under my branch. Nevertheless, the Government Operations Center, otherwise known as the GOC, does have a role to play with regard to any potential emergency in terms of pulling together information and disseminating that information about a potential emergency. They're a 24/7 ops center at public safety. So the reason I mentioned them is obviously if there is a potential protest or, for example, on Canada Day, when there are provisions that need to be made in terms of securing a particular area or if there's a potential threat that may be arising, the Government Operations Center does start collecting open source information and sharing that information across the federal security and intelligence community in order for there to be situational awareness about a potential for social disruption or something that may be of concern. So I would say the GOC was aware and within public safety would have been the first entity that would have started collecting information, I think, that the weekend before the convoy decided to make its way to Ottawa. They would have started collecting some information and disseminating it. Following that, Transport Canada, obviously, given their mandate, would have started having concerns about slow rolls and disruptions to traffic. And the member of Transport Canada that is a member of the ADM&S Ops, Kevin Brosseau, would have called both Mike McDonald and I to say that he wanted to make sure that the issue was brought to the attention of the ADM&S Ops committee because it did have the potential of rising to a national security level, given the fact that this was happening across Canada.
Okay, and when you say he would have called, you mean he did call?
He did call,
that actually
yes.
happened. Okay.
Yes.
And so I understand that GOC started monitoring this, as you said, around January 19th, and it started producing two types of reports. One is called Key Points on Potential Impacts to Critical Infrastructure, and the other is Daily Operations Briefs. So these were being produced as of around January 25th, January 28th. Is there a difference, a marked or noticeable difference between those types of reports?
No.
No? Okay. And who receives those reports? Who are they disseminated to?
I can't say for sure what the broad distribution list is, but it's pretty much federal provincial. And then the key points would have been going to a selected group of deputies and senior public servants.
Okay. I appreciate that it's your colleague, Mr. Traherne, who is in charge of the GOC, so he was the person with the best knowledge on this, but...
If you'd like, I could just clarify a point here.
Of course.
Because my colleague has talked about the intelligence side of the operation. The GOC does not consume intelligence or report it. All it does is bring together open source information and operational information that it obtains from various parties. And in the event of a protest or an event in Ottawa that requires coordination with police forces, it will sit in on that and it'll report that information. But none of that is considered to be intelligence and therefore classified.
So maybe you can help us here a little bit understand the distinction between information and intelligence. Who wants to tackle that one?
Well, I'll go first and Dominic can follow. Information is anything that you can obtain via open source and is not by its nature classified to any degree. I suppose you could quibble about that, but as a general matter, and to the point that I was making, it really isn't needed to be protected in any way. Whereas intelligence, which is classified at various levels, needs to be guarded and protected, and it represents a threat to the security of Canada if it's disclosed.
I would just elaborate that there are different forms of intelligence. You have human source, so human intelligence that you get from human sources. You have signals intelligence. So there are a whole series of different types of intelligence that can be collected, and different departments and agencies can collect that intelligence under their respective mandates. So they can only collect that information provided that it follows the various legislation that underpins their existence.
Okay, and appreciating that public safety is a consumer, neither a collector nor a gatherer of intelligence, and the fact that we're going to be hearing from both CSIS and ITAC next week, I won't spend too much more time on this, but there's one thing I did want to raise with you. Mr. Clerk, could you please pull up TRN 5011? So this is an excerpt from a transcript of Commissioner Carrique's evidence from a couple of weeks ago. I'll set the context for you, and then I'll ask you to maybe elaborate a bit on what he was discussing. So the reference is page 90. If we can just pull that up. So the context here is Commissioner Carrique was being questioned by my colleague, Monsieur Brousseau, about a reference in an OPP Hendon report, and I'll just stop there. In the interview, the Commission's heard quite a bit of evidence about Project Hendon and OPP's Hendon reports. And in the interview that we had in September, you told us that neither of you had heard of Project Hendon at the time specifically, and that the Project Hendon reports hadn't been fed up to you. And I take it that goes to your point of provincial law enforcement intelligence would likely not be directly fed up to you. But I'm wondering if you can, or if it did, it would be through the RCMP. But I'm wondering if you could just elaborate on that a little bit.
I certainly can. I would say, and you'll have the opportunity, I assume, to speak with the RCMP and with CSIS, as you have with police of jurisdiction, whether it be provincial or municipal. At every level, I would assume, and I believe is the case, there are intelligence bodies that pull together intelligence on a wide variety of issues. And if there's a particular incident that is occurring, they will pull together a particular operation and start collecting information, intelligence about that particular issue. So I'm assuming here, in this case, that the Ontario Provincial Police would have started Operation Hendon. Now, police of jurisdiction will get together and liaise with the RCMP. So I'm quite certain that the RCMP would have been privy to anything coming out of Project Hendon, as they would have been privy to anything coming out of the Ottawa Police Service and other police of jurisdiction across Ontario or indeed across Canada. And for the purposes of our National Security Committee that looks at operational situations, the RCMP would be feeding us any relevant information, but they would not be referring to an Operation Hendon or an operation, whatever the various operations. They wouldn't tell us where the information would be coming from specifically. They would simply be flagging anything that would be of interest for the table.
Okay, so if I can just summarize that, if the RCMP was privy to anything from Project Hendon that was relevant, you would expect to have knowledge of that through them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So just getting back to this little transcript excerpt here. So Commissioner Creek is being asked about a reference in an OPP Hendon report to a potential threat to Canada's sovereignty and national security. That's around line 19, I believe. And if we can just scroll down now to the next page, page 91.
97?
91.
Oh, sorry, yes.
No problem. Okay, so I'm just going to read through the first few paragraphs here. Commissioner Carrick says, what is required is further analysis of that threat. Hendon did have those conversations with the appropriate security partners to see if that potential threat rose to the point that would warrant them enacting their mandates for the items they're responsible for. And as we know, slow down, in the CSIS Act, it says threat to the security, or it says the security of Canada. It doesn't actually say national security. Public Safety Canada goes to a much broader context when describing national security. And one of the items in national security, if you look at the national security strategy and how it's described by Public Safety Canada, actually includes impact to economy, activities at critical infrastructures, international border crossings. So, Mr. Rochon or Mr. Stewart, whoever's best placed to answer this, can you explain and elaborate a little bit on what Commissioner Creek is referring to here, Public Safety Canada's national security strategy and definition?
I'll give it a go. To be honest, the national security strategy dates back to 2004. And there are several academic institutions as of late that have recommended that the Government of Canada come out with a newer version, or at least refresh that strategy. I'll start by explaining what was meant in terms of CSIS and whether or not the threshold was met with regard to their act. What I think Commissioner Creek was referring to was the fact that, as I was mentioning earlier, CSIS has the ability to collect intelligence, but they can only collect intelligence if certain thresholds have been met. CSIS are only but one of a number of inputs into the national security landscape. And so they do have targets, whether it be, and I'll use a term here that I'm sure is going to come up, or probably already has come up, but will come up fairly frequently, that of ideologically motivated violent extremism. Public safety also has a counterterrorism strategy. We have a cybersecurity strategy. We're developing an economic security strategy, as I mentioned earlier. We're looking to create a hostile activities of state actors framework to deal with foreign interference. So the reason why we don't have perhaps an up-to-date national security strategy is because national security now permeates a whole host of things, all walks of life in terms of Canadian society. And I won't even get into threats posed by climate change, indeed the pandemic itself, the public health situation. Unfortunately, there is no, as far as I know, no definition in legislation of national security. CSIS does have a definition of threats to the security of Canada. I believe the Security of Canada's Information Disclosure Act, SCIDA, also speaks to a definition of threats to the security of Canada. We have review bodies for the security and intelligence community. The National Security and Intelligence Review Agency, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, and CIRA and NSICOP. They have gone to great pains to sort of define what their purview is in terms of national security. And indeed, it covers, as I mentioned earlier, some 16 departments and agencies. So when it comes to national security, we're not necessarily looking at one specific threat, a terrorism threat, but rather the impact on Canada's ability to maintain the security of its institutions, its democracy, its people, its economy, the resilience of all of these things.
Okay, so from public safety's perspective then, or in its modus operandi, there's a distinction between national security and threat to the security of Canada as defined in the CSIS Act. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, moving on from there, I just want to situate us in time here. With the information that public safety was receiving prior to the arrival of the convoy, so the information it was receiving from its various sources, and Mr. Clerk, I'll just ask you to pull up at this point PB Can 50703. This is the GOC key points from January 27th. But as that's being pulled up, feel free to already start in describing what your state of knowledge was at that point and what you anticipated happening when the convoy arrived.
Maybe I'll back up just one step for that, is just to say that we were monitoring, as you noted earlier, the rising level of protest around the vaccine mandate, which came into force on the 15th of January. So we were, through various groups, monitoring just that there were protests that were likely to arise. And we started getting word of the convoy's formation on and around January 20th, and were through the GOC and its connection to planning and coordination groups, and one in particular called Intersect, which is a group that brings together all the police of the region and various other entities that have an interest in the security of the national capital. That would have been meeting and talking about that, and we were hearing reports, and then they would be reflected in these key points, those discussions. So this would have been January 27th is on the eve of the arrival of the early in Ottawa of the trucks, and I believe just prior to the blockade at Coots. But so we were growing, paying a lot of attention to it, getting somewhat concerned about how it would manifest, how many trucks and from where, and there were many convoys coming from east and west, and I believe south, and so we were trying to get a handle on that, and the RCMP were informing us about the numbers of trucks and when they were likely to arrive, and we were asking questions about what is the plan for managing this protest when it manifests.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, if we can just scroll up, I guess, or down, sorry. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling. So as you've mentioned, convoys coming from several directions. Keep scrolling. Mr. Stewart, I think you covered most of this in your introduction. Keep scrolling. Okay, stop around there. So we see Ottawa police are planning for around 1,000 to 2,000 vehicles. The convoy is going to be directed to Sir John A. If we the second to last or third to last bullet there, near Vanier Old Jet Forum Park will be used to park trucks and passenger vehicles with cabs and LRT available for demonstrators to get downtown. So we've heard a lot of evidence on at the commission already about what the plans may or may not have been, but I understand this reflects the notion that protesters would park at, I think what's now referred to as in common parlance as Coventry Road, and then be bussed in from there or from various locations. And then if we just scroll down here to assessment, Ottawa Police Assessment determines there's no need for people to stay home or businesses to close. OPP is advising motorists to avoid travel because of the delays. Ottawa Police, OPP, RCMP, as well as the City of Ottawa are coordinating a response. Disruption to government activities expected to be minor because most employees are at home. Intersect is indicating this will be a significant and extremely fluid event that could go on for a prolonged period. It's anticipated to be peaceful. Does that reflect essentially the information that you had at the time and your expectations?
Yes.
Okay, so is it fair to say you anticipated that it would be, well, actually, I'll just ask it open-ended. how long did you think it would last? What were you expecting to happen when the convoy arrived?
The expectation that I had was that the convoy would park and stay for the weekend and leave on the Sunday.
Okay. Mr. Rochon, is that your expectation?
As far as the Ottawa situation was, yes. And we were also watching to see whether other protests that were bubbling across the country would also, but the expectation was they would all be peaceful and they would last for that weekend.
Okay. Is there anything in particular you'd like to highlight about what was going on across the country at that time?
No, other than to say, transport obviously had some concerns with regard to various protests happening and how it might affect the flow of traffic, how it might affect supply chain issues from a transport perspective. Canada Border Services Agency, I think, started to ask questions about particular ports of entry. And so from a critical infrastructure perspective, and this is really why GOC was involved, is to make sure that we were mindful that there could be impacts to critical infrastructure. And as a result, we were being watchful. But the expectation, although it does say in this document, I note that Intersect, which was the broader group that Mr. Stewart referred to a moment ago, they indicated that the situation was very fluid and that it could go on for a more prolonged period, particularly in Ottawa. So.
I would like to add to that, if I may.
Please do.
So the convoys were a very organic kind of protest, and it was very difficult. And I've used the word intelligence in a very technical sense before, but to have good intel of what the plans were for any of the convoys as they manifested. And we were starting to see slow roll convoys in other places in the country. And as Dominic has said, we were concerned that this movement would grow and it wouldn't be just a one-time only event, but this would in the end manifest across the country in various places. And I believe right by the end of January, we were starting to see the blockade in the Coutts port of entry. So therefore, we had evidence that it could in fact impair critical infrastructure and the economy and the lives of Canadians.
Okay, so one eye open that this could develop into something, but essentially, with respect to Ottawa at least, the expectation was that it would end after the weekend. And as we know now, that didn't happen. And it didn't end after the weekend. Some trucks stayed, many protesters stayed. So the next sort of topic I want to address is very broadly, how did the federal government respond? And let's start by talking, we know that there were a variety of committees struck and calls and meetings taking place. So Mr. Stewart, I'll ask you to walk us through that, starting with the internal federal government response. So.
All right, so we've established that prior to the convoy's arrival in Ottawa, there were discussions taking place in the regular fora, which included the Deputy Minister's Operational and Coordination Committee, and bilateral discussions across departments, including transport, to just take stock, basically, and make sure we had situational awareness. And I believe PCO officials would have been informing political officials at their end. We were certainly keeping the minister apprised in his office. As the weekend progressed and it became clear that the convoy was intending to stay, and the original thinking was that they would only stay another couple of days, and then it gradually morphed into an extended period of time, we ramped up the internal discussions and started to have a regular briefing on a daily basis of a small group of ministers, including the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, quite often the Minister of Transport and the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs as well, and occasionally the Minister of Justice. So these were key ministers in the context of the protests. And they were there. We started daily briefings of that group at the beginning of the first week after the weekend. And they were supported by regular daily meetings of the DMOC, Deputy Minister's Operational Committee and Coordination Committee meetings, as well as other discussions that we were having, and that goes outside of government, but with other officials around the country. So those two groups, the DMOC group of senior officials and the ministerial briefing group, were the principal fora in which the ongoing protests around the country and the situation in Ottawa was discussed.
Okay, so DMOC is another acronym that we're going to have to get used to pretty quickly. So no, this one is going to come up a lot over the next couple of weeks, so we'll learn it now. Deputy Minister Operations Committee, the DMOC. Who attended the DMOC? Who participated in it?
The standing membership would be Chair of National Security Intelligence Advisor, the intelligence agencies, the Canadian Security Establishments and CSIS, RCMP, Department of Transport, Deputy Minister of Transport, Deputy Minister of Public Safety, Deputy Minister of Global Affairs, Deputy Minister of Immigration and Citizenship. I'm going to miss one here. The Chief of Defense Staff. Sorry, I'm.
CBSA?
CBSA, yes, of course. Defense.
Okay, and sorry, you referred just now to the Communication Security Establishment. Can you just explain what that is?
It's one of the two primary intelligence agencies that does signals intelligence.
Signals intelligence. Can you explain what signals intelligence is?
Foreign signals intelligence, I should point out the Communication Security Establishment is responsible for two things. One, collecting foreign signals intelligence on non-Canadians outside of Canada. It's a very strict mandate. But they also have the responsibility for the Canadian Cyber Centre. So they produce threat assessments, for example, for cyber incidents and things of that nature.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Stewart, sorry about that little interlude. So there was the DMOC, and then you said there was these daily ministerial briefings. And at a high level, can you explain what those daily ministerial briefings were about?
They had multiple purposes. The first was, of course, situational awareness. So there was a briefing at the beginning of it, typically by the Commissioner of the RCMP, and as well by the President of the Canada Border Service Agency on the situation on the ground across the country. That would be supplemented by any information obtained from other sources. If I had had conversations with other officials elsewhere, I would report on that. And then we would discuss, the federal government's ability to deal with the protests, what we were able to mobilize or what we were doing, such as the provision of RCMP officers to support the Ottawa Police Service. And we would also discuss, what ministers' messages would be for Canadians because they were making frequent public appearances.
Okay. And you mentioned that the principal briefer was often Commissioner Lucky from the RCMP.
Yes.
Why was that?
Well, the police of jurisdiction in Ottawa were connected to the RCMP and are on a regular basis. The RCMP coordinates because they have jurisdiction over some areas of the city, small areas that are federal. And so they work very closely together. And of course, the police were, including the OPP, they had an integrated command. Well, they had a national capital region crisis center that they were that they'd staffed, and that was where the RCMP was getting the information. But the OPP was not in these calls, nor was the Ottawa Police. So they were in a sense, the commissioner of the RCMP was in a sense the person who collected that information and brought it to the table.
Okay, so these two things that we're talking about, the DMOC and the ministerial briefings, these are entirely internal to the federal government.
That's what you asked for.
It's exactly right. Okay, and before we move on to external, Mr. Rochon, I'll just ask you to explain, you touched on this before, but what the ADMNS Ops was doing at the time.
So commensurate with those two meetings that Mr. Stewart just described, ADMNS Ops was also meeting daily and essentially feeding into those meetings. So it's just one layer below in terms of assistant deputy ministers from all of those same departments and agencies coming together and discussing situational awareness around the various incidents that were occurring across the country.
So would it be fair to say that the information chain would sort of be ADM and SOPs up to DMOC, and then from DMOC up to cabinet where warranted?
Yeah.
To the ministerial level. Okay. Okay, Mr. Stewart, now I'll ask you about the meetings that were happening that included actors external to the federal government.
So a couple of different points of note there. As a standing matter, there is a committee of federal provincial assistant deputy ministers, which was our colleague Talal Dakalbab, who is a co-chair of that committee. And it was a committee to discuss crime prevention and policing matters. And it exists on a permanent basis and involves ADMs from across the country, all provinces and territories. So that fora was used for outreach and discussion, information sharing.
And that's what's referred to as the FPT CPCC, I think?
That is correct. Crime Prevention and Policing Committee.
CPPC.
CPPC. So that was one forum. On an ad hoc basis, we convened deputy ministers of federal, provincial, and territorial governments to discuss the situation with the protests around the country. And that happened more than once because I co-chaired a call, and then my colleague, the Deputy Minister of Transport, had calls with deputy ministers of transport departments around the country as the protest went on. I'm sure we'll come back to that. But there was, generally speaking, deputy ministers' calls and meetings. And as well, I reached out to the City of Ottawa early in the week that the protest became entrenched, and we stood up calls and discussions amongst officials and also at the ministerial level involving the city and the province.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, can I ask you to pull up ONT 0000159? 50159. These are notes that we received from Ontario from a meeting on February 6th, which I understand was one of the situation in Ottawa meetings that you described, Mr. Stewart. And as you said, I believe you convened these meetings in order to have some input on what was going on in Ottawa and assist with that situation. Okay, so just want to take you to the various things that you're reported to have said in this meeting. So the first thing is you convened the meeting and you were looking to get a sense of what was going on the ground in Ottawa and steps to resolving the situation. First thing is you noted that some of your federal ministers were concerned and wanted a quick resolution to the matter. In addition, there continues to be concern from the federal ministers about coordination of activities federally and with other partners. Can you just elaborate on what you were reporting there?
So I was reflecting the fact that the federal government was taking, and the ministers of the federal government were taking the protests very seriously and were very concerned about how it was evolving. I've referred earlier to its kind of organic nature, the uncertainty that prevailed, the sense of, quite frankly, menace that was starting to manifest itself. And given that it was happening on a national basis, ministers were actively, to the best of my knowledge, talking to counterparts across the country and trying to bring things, bring powers and plans to the table. It's important to note, I think, at least for the record, that at no time did anybody start to think about instructing police to do anything, but they were very interested in what the plans of the police were in various parts of the country. And as well, how we would mobilize, for border crossings with the Canadian Border Service Agency and local police. So the sense here that there was a growing set of protests occurring, that it was taxing the abilities of local authorities to manage or to address them, and the lack of, at that point in time, a particular sort of coordinated federal provincial approach. That was what I was referring to.
Okay. And just moving down, if we can scroll down to the next time you see Rob Stewart, there we go. Just keep scrolling down a little bit, Mr. Clerk, so we can see this quote. Sorry, scroll down a little more. Keep going. There we go. Rob Stewart posed the following question to Chief Peter Slowly. What is the nature of the support that Ottawa is likely going to ask for? And it says here, note, Rob Stewart was trying to understand in unsaid terms whether the OPS will directly request non-law enforcement assistance. Can you tell us a little bit about what was going on there?
Well, I didn't take these minutes, and I don't think that's accurate. The Chief Slowly was saying very openly, almost right from the beginning, after the weekend, that he needed more resources. And fairly early on, the RCMP did add resources to help the Ottawa Police. And the number was quite a bit lower than Chief Slowly was asking for. So we weren't entirely clear as to what exactly he needed in terms of the type of resources. And here we're talking about policing resources. I had already spoken to the city, and here I mean City Manager Steve Kanalakos, and clarified that the federal government had no intention of mobilizing the Canadian Armed Forces to deal with the protests. And so it was not really, I think, a subject of discussion at that time. And the issue was more just the scope and nature of the policing resources that the city was calling for.
Okay, and the next bullet point is, what are the obvious and visible successes that ministers can be told and can also see? What were you referring to there? What were you asking Chief Slowly about?
Well, Chief Slowly, and I think the document does give some clarity to this, was reporting on what the Ottawa Police Service was trying to do to limit and contain the protests. And there had been, for instance, a kind of a shack erected in one of the parks, federal parks, which was causing quite a lot of heartburn, and that the police were successful in negotiating being taken down. It was storing gas and was actually, I think, a barbecue stand. But that was, as an example, one of the things that, Chief Slowly was reporting on the police having achieved. And he was projecting a sense of intention that they were going to continue, the Ottawa Police, to the best of their ability with the resources that they had, stretched as they were, to take steps to interdict and to disrupt the protest. And so this is what that question gets at: is what are your plans in the short run to do that kind of thing? It wasn't. This is not predicated on, at that point in time, the expectation that the Ottawa Police would be able to actually bring the protests to an end.
Okay. And that, I suppose, reflects the fact that these meetings are sort of information sharing and aimed at sort of information sharing and attempting to sort of brainstorm solutions. Would that be
right.
fair? Okay. Now, if we can just keep scrolling down. Sorry, just stop right there. Nope, keep going. Until you see Jody Thomas, National Security Advisor. And scroll down a little bit more, please. Sorry, keep going. Will be the next one. It's a long minute. Okay, there we go. So, Mr. Stewart, I just want to ask you a little bit here about these meetings were meetings at the officials level largely. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there was participation from Ontario. Mr. Di Tommaso
Yes.
would participate in these meetings, and we heard from Mr. Di Tommaso last week. And you'll see that quote that's attributed to Jody Thomas, who is the National Security Advisor, and you've already told us that the National Security Advisor is an official at PCO.
Yes.
Who is involved in, I think, both chairing the DMOC and coordinating federal government response here. So Ms. Thomas is said to have said, noted that it was a positive meeting and regrets to end on this point, but would the province be looking to the federal government if this protest was happening outside the city of Ottawa, e.g. happening in other places like Kingston? Mr. Di Tommaso, when he was here last week, the transcript reference for this is TRN 5021, page 262, testified that he understood this comment to mean that Ms. Thomas was trying to have the federal government wanting, or this comment indicated that the federal government was wanting to wash its hands of the entire thing. And I was wondering if you could comment on that. Was that your understanding of Ms. Thomas's comment here?
Not at all. And I believe Mr. Di Tommaso misinterpreted what she was driving at. I think that it was never the view of federal officials or ministers that the federal government didn't have some degree of ownership of the protest and some degree of responsibility for dealing with it, as it was a national event. So it wasn't predicated, the question I don't believe was predicated on the federal government looking to not take action. In fact, it was the opposite. I believe that the concern here was that the province was not taking as much action as they might be taking. And I want to caveat that by saying that at no time did I think the OPP was not rising to deal with the event. Their response was, as far as I was aware, and through the commissioner of the RCMP, what it should be in terms of coming to the city and participating in planning and response. So, and Mr. Di Tommaso, in my conversations with him, of which there were many, was always assuring me that the OPP was on the job. And this pertained to Ottawa, it pertained to Windsor, it pertained to other places in the province where slow roll protests occurred. So I think, I would interpret this exchange as being largely about whether or not provincial politicians would be coming to the table as federal ministers were coming to the table to discuss what tools and tactics they could contribute.
Okay, and that leads into something I want to ask you about more specifically. I think you've already introduced it here, but which is Ontario's general position and attitude towards the Ottawa protests and what was going on in late January, early February. Mr. Clerk, can I just ask you to pull up WTS 5066? This is your witness summary. I'd like to refer directly to some of the things you said in our interview. Okay, if we can go to page 17. There we go. So in the interview, you said, it was never clear whether the government of Ontario was willing to assist Ottawa. You noted that the mayor of Ottawa, in your recollection, was frustrated. And then you added there's a question about how quickly the provincial government would endorse the OPP, whether it would put its weight behind the OPP. And then I think you've just answered that the OPP was fully behind this. But then you noted there's a misconception that in the normal course, protests in Ottawa are not a provincial issue, but rather they're dealt with by a combination of federal and local police. As he explained it, he being you, they were treating Ottawa as Washington, D.C. Can you explain what you meant by that? They were treating Ottawa as Washington, D.C., and sort of walk us through what your viewpoint was in the early days in February of attempting to deal with this situation on behalf of the federal government and the response you were getting from Ontario.
So in the normal course, the OPP does not come to Ottawa to deal with small-scale protests or Canada Day or any other major event. That tends to be coordinated. That's within the scope and capacity of the Ottawa Police Service, and it tends to be coordinated with the RCMP, who have responsibilities in the jurisdiction, as I've said before, for protecting ministers and certain federal sites, and also the Parliamentary Protective Service, who have the responsibility of protecting the precinct, the parliamentary precinct. So those would be the people who would normally, coordinate around the kinds of events that have occurred in the past, where the scale of the protest is not major. Here, we were talking about a situation where it had clearly gotten out of control and had become illegal, and notwithstanding that the Ottawa police were being backstopped by the OPP and the RCMP, there was clearly more that needed to be done, and ultimately was, to add, tools and powers to address the situation. And this was lurking in the background on all the calls that we had with ministers, is where's Ontario? The technical point that I think should be made here, though, is, and I believe Mr. Di Tommaso touched on this, municipalities are creatures of provinces, and under the law, if the Ottawa Police Service is in need of assistance, technically they should be asking the OPP first and not the RCMP. That's according to the law. This isn't normal course, and indeed it wouldn't be the RCMP's, I believe it would not be the RCMP's position that they wouldn't do anything if Ottawa needed help. Police come to the help of each other all the time. But this issue here of Ottawa turning to the federal government and asking for RCMP and not really articulating, how many more OPP they needed, I think was also kind of a question that was floating around in the background.
When you say according to the law, they should go first to the OPP, what law are you talking about there?
I can't tell you the specific law. It's the one that Mr. Di Tommaso cited.
I believe that was the Police Services Act.
I believe so.
Okay. So in addition to the meetings that we've already talked about then, the DMOC meetings and the ministerial briefings, there were also a series of tripartites convened. Can you tell us a bit about those? So bootstrapping in the same way we did with DMOC and ministers, from the calls that we had with Ontario and the city manager, city police, OPP, Mr. Di Tommaso, we convened ministers and the mayor and invited provincial ministers to attend. In the end, only Mr. Di Tommaso attended those calls, but they were called tripartite because they were the city, the province, and the federal government. And they were of a very similar nature to the kinds of calls we were having with ministers internal to the federal government, a discussion of the situation, a discussion of what people's position and concerns were, a discussion of what we knew the plans to be at that stage, largely a sharing of information and concerns. Okay, and you noted that those calls were not attended by any politicians from Ontario.
It did not have political representation from Ontario.
Who convened the tripartites?
I think the federal government did, although it was very much collective with the city. The city manager and I would agree that this needed to be done.
And did you attend all of the tripartites?
I did.
Okay, I believe the dates of those would be February 7th, February 8th, and February 10th?
Yes.
Before we leave this document, your witness summary here, the other statement I wanted to ask you about was the one where you say the provincial government was more engaged in Windsor because the Ambassador Bridge blockade impacted the Ontario economy. And I realize we haven't talked about Ambassador Bridge and Windsor here yet this morning, but we heard several days of evidence about it last week. So we're aware of what happened in Windsor. Can you speak to a little bit that viewpoint that you held or hold, that the Ontario was more engaged in Windsor than it was in Ottawa?
Well, to a certain extent, I believe it speaks for itself. In my conversations with Mr. DiTommaso, we were also discussing, of course, what was happening in Windsor and what the plans were for ending the protest there. And it was clear that there was a lot of attention being paid to it at the provincial government level. And there was, in part because it was a smaller scale protest, a much more active set of plans going on to bring it to an end. So in other words, as I understand it, I'm not a police official, you know, there are different skill sets the police have. And one of the skill sets, or one of the types of policing units that was necessary in both Ottawa and Windsor was public order units, who wear the helmets and carry the batons. These were needed and had to be mobilized from across the province. And so I was aware that that was the plan that was underway, that they were mobilizing to take out the protest in Windsor. And therefore, this would support the comment that I made.
Okay. The next series of meetings that I'd like you to tell us a bit about, you've already referred to. The acronym is FPT-CPPC, so Federal Provincial Territorial Crime Prevention and Policing Committee. Mr. Clerk, can I ask you to pull up PBNSC CAN 605? Seven zeros, five. I see you nodding, so you know better than I do. Okay, can we just scroll down? So these are, this is a readout of the FPT. Actually, this is a FPT DM's ad hoc meeting on February 7th. Do you recall this meeting, Mr. Stewart?
Yes, I mentioned it earlier.
Okay, perfect. So here's the readout. And the first comment I want to take you to is just at the sort of the end of that first paragraph where it says, Intel, there has not been significant element of violent extremism. We've discussed this before, can set up another meeting with CSIS and how monitoring threats to democracy. For now, there's no planning going on, no degree of violent extremism going on, not saying that this will happen. Can you just tell us a bit about what you were saying there?
So CSIS officials, and the CSIS director was on many calls, minister calls. In fact, I think attended a tripartite meeting call.
And actually, can I just ask you to tell us who attended this particular meeting? What was this meeting?
This particular meeting? This would have been all the deputy ministers, those at least that were available across the country from provinces and territories. Okay. Plus myself, and I believe Michael Keenan, the Deputy Minister of Transport.
So would these be all public safety deputy ministers, or?
Yes. Okay. Yes. I mean, they're not all called public safety
in
those jurisdictions, but that's what their responsibility is. And the purpose of this call was to share, as I've mentioned, information, help people come to terms with what was going on, make plans in their own jurisdictions. And as we know, police jurisdiction across the country learned very quickly, but there was still the broader issue of why are these protests happening and what can we do to de-escalate them. So the director of CSIS had been reporting fairly consistently that in terms of the threshold for monitoring under the CSIS Act, he was not observing any increase in activity or any evidence of plans. And this is, to be clear here, a very high threshold. CSIS, and my colleague Mr. Rochon can explain this in more detail if you wish, can only monitor people that they believe to be threats to the security of Canada. And that's a high bar for them. And so it's not a very large number of people that they're monitoring. It's quite small. It does not, as a general matter, include the population or large elements of the population. They are very targeted in their activities. So in that context, given their targets, they were reporting they were not seeing any activity on the part of those targets. And that's what I was reporting there. And then the simple observation that on the ground in Ottawa, things were kind of chaotic. We didn't have any evidence of planning, weren't hearing about planning, and no sense of extremism in the violent sense, although there was plenty of criminality by that point.
Okay, and we will be hearing from CSIS directly next week, but I think it might be useful, if Monsieur Rochon, you can just elaborate briefly on what CSIS can and cannot do and what it was and was not monitoring here, following what Mr. Stewart said.
Well, in this particular case, it again refers to extremist elements. So from a terrorism perspective, I had mentioned earlier the ideologically motivated violent extremism, which is something that CSIS is coming to grips with, and indeed have provided language in and around defining that. Because historically, I would say individuals are influenced by a singular definable belief system. And that's how we used to treat terrorism. There's been an evolution with regard to terrorism as of late. Now there is a confluence of a whole series of grievances that can come to bear, and it becomes a lot more difficult to track exactly how a particular threat can manifest itself in this IMVE environment. So there are xenophobic violence, anti-authority violence, gender-driven violence, other grievances that CSIS now have to wrap their minds around. How do we go after and collect information to protect Canadians against these emerging threats? When it can, as opposed to as I mentioned earlier, a belief system where there is a clear head and a org structure behind a particular organization. In today's world now, we're seeing more and more that a lone wolf, a lone actor, can actually perpetrate a particular extremist violent event. Nevertheless, the tools at our disposal and at CSIS's disposal is very much the CSIS Act that was written in 1984. And there is Part 2C of the CSIS Act, indeed Part 2 of the CSIS Act gives 4 different distinctions as to what they can collect intelligence on, and it describes threats to the security of Canada. So in this particular instance, what we were referring to, as you could appreciate, provinces and territories representatives would be under the impression that federal government is sitting on a treasure trove of classified intelligence. And based on that intelligence, they would want to know, are we seeing something from an intelligence perspective that would show that these protests are organized and that ultimately they constitute an extremist threat to overthrow the government or something to that effect. So specifically with regard to that extremist element, what we were saying here, or what the deputy was referring to here, is that as of yet, CSIS has not met a threshold to cause them to collect additional intelligence on a broader set of Canadians because they had not seen evidence of that. That being said, I should just also qualify that doesn't mean that they weren't monitoring certain extremist targets of theirs that have met that threshold and seeing whether or not they were interested. And I also want to qualify a comment that I might have made earlier. Intelligence, again, is not an exact science, and it's not foolproof. So just because you have a piece of evidence, or a piece of intelligence rather, doesn't mean that you have the full picture. And it becomes a very difficult mosaic to try and pull together in terms of pulling together intelligence emanating from CSIS, emanating from police forces, emanating from Canada Border Services Agency. Pulling that picture together to determine whether there's a national security threat is a different proposition than indicating whether or not CSIS specifically had evidence of a violent extremism meeting their threshold.
Thank you. That was helpful in understanding that. So the second bullet point then, to go back to Mr. Stewart, on people protesting in accordance with the law. In Ottawa, the law has been disregarded, norms of behavior and laws. You talk about what's going going on in downtown Ottawa. Police have not been able to control, have heard comments made to federal ministers, do something. CBSA, Transport, and PS, that's public safety officials, have heard from our ministers. Roles of police and government have not tried to get involved in enforcement, but staying in touch with police. Police, including RCMP and outside Ottawa, have supported, I think that's probably stayed in close touch. Political layer is engaged. And then the last line is strong desire not to engage protesters and to let enforcement take its course. Do you recall what that referred to, in particular that last line?
That last line refers to essentially the decision by ministers not to speak to the protesters.
Okay. So this was, to situate us in time, this was on February 7th. And at that point, that was the position being taken.
That was the position.
Mr. Clerk, we can take that document down. And the next one to pull up is ssm.nsc.can 50246. So these are the NSIA's talking points on February 8th, and it looks like they're for a cabinet briefing. We're going to get into the specific cabinet meetings in a bit. But for now, we can go to page 4 of that document, Mr. Clerk. There's just a couple of specific points I'd like to ask you about. Sorry. Up a bit. Yesterday, an FPT table of DM of Public Safety and Transport met to discuss a national and coordinated strategy that's built upon quote unquote maximum and strategic enforcement using any and all tools available at all 3 levels of government, and need to align all communications to protesters about maximum enforcement and the consequences. General support for approach, more to come. So the first question is that FPT table that happened the day before, is that the call that we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think we're going to hear a lot more about this in detail when your colleague, Deputy Minister Keenan from Transport Canada testifies, which is on Wednesday. But can you briefly explain to us what this idea of a maximum and strategic enforcement strategy was?
The idea here was to use tools that would not normally be used in addition to the powers that the police have. So that would, in a sense, it would include enforcement of bylaws and traffic laws, but it would also involve, as a means of deterring people from joining protests or being party to protests, the use of regulations and other provincial authorities, which are related to trucking. So here, as an example, and as you say, Mr. Keenan, Deputy Minister Keenan can speak to this, we're talking about deregistering a commercial vehicle, making it unable to be used for, commerce, not renewing licenses, or various other ideas that were being floated around that we could use at the transport authority level, that would have some effect. So that's the general idea.
Okay, and if we just scroll down a little bit more to page 5. Departments have developed a Rolodex of quote unquote creative alternatives to be explored in addressing this matter. So that refers to, that's what you were just talking about, this idea of trying to come up with alternatives or ideas. And can you give us some examples of what that Rolodex would have contained?
Well, certainly what I just spoke of. I would really need to refer to the lists that we developed to be accurate, and there are lists in evidence.
There are.
Which come up or manifest a little bit later. So off the top of my head, I don't recall any other specific things other than in the transport realm.
Okay, well, again, I think Deputy Minister Keenan will be taking us through this in great detail, but sort of skipping to the conclusion. what happened with the idea of the maximum enforcement strategy? Did that ever materialize? Were steps taken by the provinces to or municipal authorities to actually implement some of these?
Well, the most obvious manifestation of action would have been the Ontario emergency order on the 11th of February.
Okay. Before we get there, there's another topic I'd like to ask you about, which is requests for federal assistance. So this again falls within the rubric of what was going on between the provinces, the municipalities, and the federal government at the time. So request for federal assistance, I understand that that's a responsibility that falls to the GOC. So can I ask you to an extent at least, to be processed through the GOC, if I can put it that way. Can you explain, Deputy Minister Stewart, how that process works?
So it's under the Emergency Management Act and a responsibility of the department, and then that's delegated to the Government Operations Center to coordinate. And the Government Operations Center, for the record, is a coordination unit, a surveillance and coordination unit. It doesn't have powers, it doesn't it doesn't have authorities, it just works to bring partners to the table. So an RFA is in essence a situation in which the provincial capacity to deal with an issue, or yes, a provincial and territorial capacity to deal with an issue has been surpassed, and they need federal assistance. And the role of the GOC is to discuss the request and to coordinate the response. They occur most frequently in the world of natural events, fires, floods, but there were many in the context of the pandemic as well. In fact, there were, I think, well over 190 in the last 2.5 years or so, which is way, way beyond the normal level. In the context of the protests, there were only 3, and some of them can be very routine. So one of the first one was for to use a federal space, the Cartier drill hall, to park police vehicles, and that's a federal land. It needed a permission granted. There was also an RFA from the Parliamentary Protective Service at one point in time to make sure that they could be supplied with food and support in the event that they were barricaded in due to police enforcement. So those are 2 RFAs that occurred. The main RFA that I think is of note is the one that came in from Alberta, and that one did not follow the normal course. The normal course for an RFA is it to be flagged by a provincial emergency authority to the GOC, allows for some back and forth about, is this possible? Can we meet this need? How are we going to respond to this? And that just smooths and expedites the process. In this case, it came in by letter from a Alberta minister directly to a federal minister, and we had no forewarning of its appearance. So do you want me to further explain the ask?
Sure, and maybe actually at this point it would be helpful to bring up the document. It's PB Can 50718. So this is the RFA, request for federal assistance from Minister McIver to Minister Blair. And the request here is for tow trucks and personnel, described largely. So I believe, Mr. Stewart, you were in the process of telling us how that RFA was dealt with in public safety.
Yes, so background, this is with respect to the situation in Coots. The RCMP is police of jurisdiction, and we're faced with a problem of getting the trucks off the border crossing and the highway, and the absence of tow trucks. And in a general sense, it was a feature of these protests across the country, and particularly where they manifested as encampments, that the local tow truck industry would refuse to provide service. Ostensibly due to threats to their livelihood. So this letter came in. As I say, it came a bit out of the blue. It wasn't hard to understand why the request was being made. And the question became, is this a RFA that we can address? And, two issues surfaced. One was whether we had the resources, and that would be, in effect, the towing equipment of the armed forces. They have a base in Edmonton, quite a long way from the border, and it has equipment to tow heavy vehicles. However, there's a very limited number of those units, I understand, and moreover, they were not of the same type as heavy lift tow trucks, and would have, had they been used, likely damaged the trucks they towed. So the general conclusion was that the resources of the Canadian Armed Forces were not appropriate to the task. And of course, we didn't have any other tow trucks elsewhere. The other issue that surfaced was whether the province had exhausted its authorities. And here I note that the province had a Critical Infrastructure Defence Act, which gave them the power to command tow truck industry as we did with the Emergencies Act, and that had not been used. So for both of those reasons, we signaled that we would not be meeting this RFA. Although we bore it very, very much in mind is when we formulated the orders under the Emergencies Act.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand that, on the one hand, it was determined that the Canadian Armed Forces did not have the appropriate equipment, that was not suited to task, and on the other hand, Alberta did have in its own powers the ability to compel tow trucks under its Critical Infrastructure Act. Okay. The next topic I'd like to address briefly is the engagement between public safety and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. I understand there were a couple of calls around February 10th, February 11th. Are you able to speak to those at all and tell us a bit about what you were hearing from Homeland Security?
Well, I'll expand a bit. I was party to a call involving an official from the White House and the National Security Intelligence Advisor. And the call was essentially to express the concerns that the U.S. had with the situation at the Windsor, at the Ambassador Bridge, and also what was going on generally in terms of public order. And that conversation was a situational update. We explained, and the National Security Intelligence Advisor provided some insight into the thinking in Canada around what we were doing and how we intended to address the protests. The White House official offered support, whatever they could think of, and in particular, say, tow trucks from Detroit. So that was that call. There were subsequent calls. That person was the White House person responsible for the Department of Homeland Security.
What was her name?
I think it's Elizabeth Sherwood Randall. That was the only call I was on. There was calls with the Department of Homeland Security officials, and I believe you did one.
I did two.
There you go.
So the Assistant Secretary responsible for counterterrorism and threat prevention, Samantha Vinograd, did reach out to my National Security Policy Directorate to ask about, for situational awareness about what was going on with regard to the protests and whether or not threats were manifesting themselves. And so I was brought in, I don't have the date off the top of my head, but I was brought in, I think the week of February 10th. During that week, I provided a brief to her and some of her officials in terms of the situation happening in Canada and whether or not we had any, how we were coping with the potential threat to national security. And similarly, obviously, on her side of the border, following the year prior with the January 6th Capitol event, they still had potential extremist elements, and there was also the possibility of convoys happening in and around various activities happening in Washington. So we were just comparing, and we agreed to keep each other in touch with regard to the threat situation from a counterterrorism perspective.
Were they expressing concern about various convoys happening through the U.S. as well?
From my recollection, not specifically, but they certainly had it on their radar as they were expressing concern about what they were hearing about and seeing in Canada and wanted to make sure that they understood how we were coping with it and whether or not it could manifest itself on their side of the border.
The next topic I want to get into is the inputs that you were providing to Cabinet over the course of the convoy. So, Mr. Commissioner, I don't know if you'd like me to start now or if this would be a good time for the break.
If it's a good time for you, it's a good time for me.
Always
So
a good time for me.
We'll take a 15-minute break and come back in 15 minutes to continue.
The Commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La Commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
But back to today's Access to Information story, our exclusive. Remember, the police went full Vladimir Putin, seizing bank accounts of political enemies, riot police arresting peaceful protesters. I mean, seriously, the kind of things we condemn Putin for doing, Trudeau did with the full support of the Canadian media party. But this moment here was just shocking. Remember this?
Oh, come on through. Come on through. What is happening here? Wow, what is this lady doing? Trampling horses. Trampling. Stop it. Stop it. What? Oh my God. They just trampled this lady. They just trampled that lady. They just fully trampled that lady. They just fully trampled that lady. There's the lady. There's the lady that was trampled.
That's incredible to see, to stomp on, to ride your horse right into civilians like that, including someone in a wheelchair. I think the person was a wheelchair or a walker, had to be rushed to the hospital. Just shocking. There was violence at the protests from the police. There were guns at the protests from the police. There were blockades by the police. There was a violation of human rights by the police. And that's when the big story leaked that we're talking about today. Remember this one? Story of police living the high life at the Chateau Laurier, the most luxurious hotel in all of Ottawa. And so these cops were there, and they'd set up this WhatsApp chat group showing them living the high life of the Chateau Laurier. But amongst their bragging about how high off the hog they were living because of taxpayers, they were laughing at that lady who was stomped on by the horse, knocked over, bragging about how much pain they wanted to inflict on peaceful protesters, laughing at the protesters and talking about what they do to them. So abusive, so gross. And that's where our Access to Information document comes in. This was a national scandal, an international scandal, actually. I did a thread of tweets on the subject that was seen almost 5 million times. A couple months ago. It was so atrocious, people were shocked. No one could defend it. No one tried. The most I heard was people simply trying to cope by saying those are fake photos. No, they weren't. They were real, as the RCMP grudgingly admitted. So what's so gross is that the Mounties who were the most vicious were the horsey ride Mounties. Sure, I mean, they do some real police work, but they're the PR side of the Mounties. They're the ones who are tasked with building strong relationships with people in the community. I guess those were the ones who really daydreamed about cracking some skulls instead of just making horses trot in a pretty way. This was huge. And as we often do, we make an access information request, and we just got it today, 165 pages to be precise. You can see the whole document for yourself under this video. We'll have a link to it. We asked for the RCMP's internal communications about this matter. There were dozens of police involved in discussing it, in the damage control. Take a look here. There is discussion happening at senior levels on this, at all ranks, all the way up to the commissioner. They were all involved. Boy, they had a lot to say, 165 pages, but none of it was about how the police who engaged in abusive conduct and then condoned abusive conduct, none of it was about how stomping or shooting peaceful protesters was un-Canadian or contrary to the Mounties' traditions or even their laws and rules. None of it was even just about how evil it was for the police to rejoice in the pain and suffering of peaceful citizens who were brutalized. There's not a word about that. See for yourself. If you read the 165 pages, you'll see that they cared about only one thing: covering it up. Getting reporters to not cover the story, downplaying the story, going through their social media pages and deleting past posts where those brutal Mounties were celebrated in some way as some sort of heroes. The whole thing was not about fixing the actual problems. It was about fixing the media perception of the problems. The RCMP were not sorry for what their police did. They were only sorry they got caught. You can see here, for example, that they were riveted, obviously, obsessed with tracking what we at Rebel News were reporting on this subject. It's a bit creepy how much police resources are spent tracking Rebel News and me in particular. No wonder they shot Alexa. They hate us. They saw her close. They pulled the trigger. They're obsessed with us, just like Trudeau is. They know they're supposed to track us. They're supposed to do what their boss says. But look at the damage control. The first move was to pull down photos of those particular dirty cops from any RCMP websites to people couldn't learn more about the bad apples in the force. They were literally purging names of the cruel cops. I'm talking about the ones who were laughing about hurting people. They were just pulling down any time they championed these people. Even this, take a look at this.
What do people impacted by mental illness look like? Like all of us. Mental health affects us all. Join the conversation.
They even ordered their social media team to delete a Bell Let's Talk mental health video, because you can see there was one Mountie in the video there who engaged in this cruelty. If he had mental health issues, I feel bad for him and I wish him well. But if he's delighting in cruelty and cheering on police brutality and torture, maybe he's still got a few psychological issues left. Maybe deleting a video for bad PR isn't enough. Maybe he should be assessed on whether his personality and temperament are indeed a fit for the RCMP. You giving that guy a gun? Yeah, not so sure about the wisdom of that, mate. That was an excerpt from my daily TV-style show called The Ezra Levant Show. Each weekday, I do a monologue on the news of the day. Then I interview a fascinating guest. I read some fan mail or hate mail, depends on which I like more. And we end with a video of the day. You can get it all at rebelnewsplus.com.
Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Go ahead.
So, as I mentioned before the break, the next topic I'd like to address with you is the various inputs that you were providing to Cabinet over the course of the convoy. So, Mr. Clerk, I'll ask you to pull up SSM NSC CAN 50292. These are minutes from a Cabinet Committee on Safety, Security, and Emergencies on February 3rd. So, Mr. Stewart, the first thing I'll ask you to do is, can you tell us what the Committee on Safety, Security, and Emergencies, or SSE, is?
It's a standing committee of Cabinet under the current government, created to provide a forum for discussion on issues associated with its title. And is chaired by Minister Blair, meets periodically, and generally is a forum for bringing forward policy and expenditure items in this domain. But it also is a forum for discussion of extraordinary events.
Okay, and I understand that the SSE committee met 3 times in relation to the convoy, and this was the first meeting that addressed the events of the convoy. Is that right?
I think that's right. I could quibble a bit and say, I think one of those meetings was a regular meeting and they talked about the convoy, but I believe there were 2 ad hocs.
Okay. If we can just scroll down to page 5, Mr. Clerk. We'll see about halfway down that page, the there we go, Deputy Minister of Public Safety. So, Mr. Stewart, I'll read this slowly for the benefit of the interpreters. The Deputy Minister of Public Safety provided an overview of engagements to date with the City of Ottawa and the Province of Ontario. The Deputy Ministers stated that the view of the Ottawa Police is that they will not be able to bring the protest to a conclusion without the assistance of the federal government due to concerns for public safety. There is a risk that increased enforcement will provoke some protesters. There is work being done by the city on an injunction, however, there is no timing on if and when it could be issued. Finally, Ottawa may seek compensation for policing costs and consideration for compensating the businesses and people impacted. So if I understand correctly, what you were putting forth to Cabinet at that point was the result of all of the various conversations you were having both within the federal government and with counterparts from Ottawa, Ontario, et cetera. So this was the state of the situation that you were reporting on February 3rd. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So a couple of specifics in here. The view that the view of the Ottawa Police is that they will not be able to bring the protest to an end without the assistance of the federal government. Can you tell us where that view that you're expressing comes from?
Chief Slowly.
Okay. And more generally, what was he expressing? And also, you say specifically here, without the assistance of the federal government. Was it federal specifically, or was it both provincial and federal? So essentially just convey to us what Chief Slowly he conveyed to you and what you were bringing up to Cabinet here.
I would say that as a general matter, Chief Slowly was not trying to pick who would come to his assistance and the assistance of the Ottawa Police Service. So I would say I was just focusing on the federal government for the purposes of this meeting. It's implicit that the provincial police would also be required to assist. To meet, I believe the number he was using on or about that time was 1,800 police officers, which is a very large number. I wasn't in meaning to suggest that the provincial government was not involved at this stage.
But what you're conveying essentially is that at this point he'd formed the conclusion that the OPS couldn't do this alone, they needed help.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's enough of that document. Can we go, Mr. Clerk, to SSM NSC CAN 50293? So this is the next SSE meeting, which was on February 6th. These are the minutes from that. And again, at page 5, please. There we go. Paragraph 3 there, the Deputy Minister of Public Safety provided an overview of engagements to date with the City of Ottawa and the Province of Ontario. The Deputy Minister stated that there is a clear indication that the City of Ottawa will declare a state of emergency. An emergency council meeting is planned for Monday to identify options, which will likely result in a request to the Government of Canada for police support. The Deputy Minister indicated that the Ottawa Police Services view the dismantling of structures at Confederation Park as a success and will continue to enforce further. The Deputy Minister reiterated the views of provincial colleagues that negotiation is the ongoing preferred option for resolution at this time. So can you tell us what essentially, in not these words, but your own words now, where that information was coming from and what you were attempting to convey here?
It was an extension of the activities that we've discussed. My conversations, bilateral conversations with the city manager, multilateral conversations involving the chief of police and the OPP and the RCMP, bilateral conversations with the commissioner of the RCMP and with Deputy Minister Di Tommaso. Those are the principal points of contact that I had.
Okay. Now I want to take you to something specifically that actually arose in the last extract and was sort of alluded to here as well, but the law enforcement response in Ottawa generally. So what happened in Ottawa, the OPS's reaction and response to the protests as they happened. And I'll take us away from the minutes for a second to pull your interview summary up again. So, Mr. Clerk, that's WTS 5066. If you can go to page 12, please, Mr. Clerk. Okay, so this is a topic, Mr. Stewart, that we canvassed fairly in depth at your interview. And you're starting here, I think, from the very initial reaction of the OPS to the protests. And you say from the beginning, well, you're actually conveying Commissioner Lucky's words here, or her views. She reported that from the beginning, the OPS were on their heels. The volume of people exceeded their ability to do policing, and they made a mistake in allowing trucks to come into the downtown core and park on the street. Commissioner Lucky also reported that the NCRCC was not working particularly well because there were personality issues involved. Deputy Minister Stewart explained that he got the sense that as time went on, the OPS pulled it together and the OPP got involved. So I'll just stop there and ask you to describe in general terms what you were hearing about the OPS response and what views you formed about it.
My understanding, both firsthand in conversations with Chief Slowly and second or third hand through the Commissioner of the RCMP, was that the situation having come to where it was, in other words, an embedded protest that had formed a perimeter, in essence, that was hard to enter and to do any enforcement within, that there was some considerable debate behind the scenes as to what the strategy would be for enforcement, and kind of a chicken and egg situation where the various police forces involved, and here I'm not just referring to the OPP and the RCMP, but also other Ontario police who ultimately came to Ottawa to assist, were waiting for a clear a plan of action before they mobilized the vast amount of police officers that ultimately came to the city to take action. And that plan, in the early going was very fragmentary in the sense that it involved some enforcement actions, but it wasn't a take down the protest plan. And the formulation of the take down the protest plan took time. In general, I think there were differences, as far as I could tell, of a view about what the right strategy would be. And it took a couple of weeks before the right chemistry in behind the scenes in the integrated command center was attained. That was my impression.
Okay. And if we can just scroll down a little bit here to page 13. Paragraph 3, so just scroll down a little bit. So here you're adding, it was difficult to get people to come to an agreement about a plan because there were personality issues in the mix. And then you go on to talk about that. So that probably refers to what you were just saying about chemistry at the RCC. Can you elaborate a little bit on the personality issues that you were hearing about?
Not really. I mean, this, in a sense, what I said before is probably the main substance of this and what I knew and understood. And I would not want to lay this at the door of Chief Slowly, to be honest with you. I was hearing that he was very involved and that it was difficult, partly because everybody was stretched so thin to get to a landing zone on a plan, and that there were disagreements about what the right strategy was. My own firsthand experience with Chief Slowly was quite limited, and to the calls that we had with the city. I had seen him before in another context but not met him. And I knew he had a strong personality.
Okay. And then just scroll up again, sorry, the previous page. There we go. The RCMP's position was that the OPS should have asked the OPP for more resources, and it was the OPP's responsibility to come and serve. He explained, this is you explaining, that the RCMP felt pressed by the OPS, but that the OPP was the force that the OPS should look to pursuant to legislation. So that's what you were telling us about. It's according to that. So that information is information that you were being given by the RCMP. We're not the right people. The OPP are the first sort of call to action here. Is that right?
I just want to correct the last part.
Okay.
The RCMP was always willing to come and assist and always wanted to, sort of play a role, and were willing to do so. But to get RCMP officers into Ontario is actually quite a significant logistical issue because they only have federal police in the province. They don't have contract police. Now, RCMP is contract police in a number of provinces and territories, which is your regular police and who are trained and equipped to do public order and enforce the law. And relatively speaking, they had very few federal police in Ontario. So to get RCMP officers into Ottawa required them to be mobilized outside the province, and that requires, some paperwork, an agreement and a request of the minister of the jurisdiction and an approval by the Minister of Public Safety. So they were concerned that they were being pressed to do this without a plan, and they wanted the OPP to be first in line to come and help, but they were always willing to help.
That's fair. I was sort of talking about the order as opposed to willingness, so that's a fair response. Thank you. The next issue I want to raise here is the issue of swearing in. So if we can just scroll down a little bit, there we go. So there's also the obstacle, you say, of swearing in RCMP officers. So they would have the jurisdiction to enforce municipal and provincial laws. We've heard, again, evidence about this already in the commission. Mr. Clerk, if you can just scroll to page 13. Now, I appreciate here that it was your colleague, not you, speaking. But can you speak to the swearing-in process at all and how that may have played into difficulties on the ground?
My understanding is essentially reflected in these comments, which was that when the RCMP had come to a decision about people to bring into the province, they had to go through this administrative process of getting sworn in, which was a decision of the Solicitor General of Ontario. And as for that purpose, then they had to send a detailed list of names. And then when that list was sent, it wasn't coming back. That's what I was hearing. As quickly as it might otherwise. I can't really put a time on that, to be honest with you. But it was a material enough issue that, of course, when we did the orders under the Emergency Act, we decided to exempt the RCMP from that requirement so that they could move a lot of people into the province very quickly.
So that was a concern that had been raised.
It was an impediment to mobilizing police resources.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can we take up the February 6th minutes again? So SSM NSC CAN 50293. Page 5. So, Mr. Stewart, the last line in that little blurb of what you were saying says, the Deputy Minister reiterated the views of provincial colleagues that negotiation is the ongoing preferred option for resolution at this time. What were you referring to there?
Well, two things in essence. One, it was my experience 2 years before when we had the Wet'suwet'en protests. And we had the situation in Tyendinaga where the trains were blocked. And my conversations with, again, Deputy Minister Di Tommaso at that time, where he was very clearly and strongly expressing the view, and this was based on history for the OPP, that de-escalation is very important to managing a protest, and enforcement can only lead to further trouble. And that was certainly seemed very likely in the context of the Wet'suwet'en protests. But I'd say as a more general matter, in the context of the conversations that I was having with him, he just always held that view, that from a policing point of view, and I want to say this, actually I want to say this very clearly, the police, as I understand them, and I've come to know them fairly well in the 3 years I've been in the job, at least the RCMP, are very concerned about public safety and protecting public safety and keeping the peace. And they will always prefer, given the latitude to do so, to de-escalate and to find ways to stop protests and prevent violence from occurring without taking enforcement action, because it's safer for their members and it's safer for the public. And so this is, in a sense, a first principle of policing: protect the members and the public from things escalating. And in that context, and it's been mentioned, I think, in testimony before, the activities of the police liaison teams is very important.
Okay, so this in time, we're on February 6th here, and this was a view that you say you held from your own experience and was being expressed by Mr. Di Tommaso from his policing experience. Okay. Mr. Clerk, can we now bring up February 8th minutes, which is SSM NSC CAN 50295. Page 10, please. There we go. Paragraph 8. So here, the Deputy Minister provided an update on engagement with Ottawa, confirming that since the injunction has been in place, there have been no horns used in Ottawa by the protesters. The OPS is reporting that their staff are tired and need enforcements. It is evident that the protest is well organized and that the blockade at Ambassador Bridge is designed to divide the attention of the Ontario Provincial Police. The Deputy Minister confirmed that Ottawa has developed a plan that is being reviewed by the OPP and the RCMP, which includes 4 key elements: reliance on negotiation, ongoing enforcement, containing the demonstrations once an area is cleared, and gathering intelligence of various trucking companies. Okay. So a couple of things I want to ask you about here. First of all, just to situate us in time, this is now February 8th, and the blockade at Ambassador Bridge has happened and sort of coalesced on February 7th. So one thing you note here is that the Ambassador Bridge blockade is designed to divide the attention of the OPP, and that this is evidence that the protest is well organized. Can you comment on that and where that observation came from and
It may have been an overstatement. It is evident that the protests were being organized in a way that attracted a significant numbers of individuals. And it wasn't, in fact, just the Ambassador Bridge. It was elsewhere in Ontario, ultimately, other ports of entry where convoys manifested. Well is perhaps too strong a word, but there was definitely organization happening. And I want to be a little bit clear here that, we were not well cited when it came to how people were communicating with each other. They were using different social media platforms and maybe others as other tools. But we, in part going back to comments made by my colleague, weren't monitoring other than through open source what was going on. So we would not have felt, we did not feel well equipped to understand what plans were, and yet things were happening. So that's the genesis of that comment, and also just to flag that we were sensing that this was nationwide because convoys were happening across the country.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to tell us a little bit about that, keeping in mind that we're going to be hearing directly from CBSA, Canada Border Services Agency, and from Transport Canada, who will have a lot to say about the specifics of what was going on at various ports of entry and places across the country. Would you be able to give us a sort of a high-level overview of what you were seeing and what you were being informed about around this time across the country?
Well, there was quite a list, actually. I'd have a hard time itemizing it, but there were the principal places in which disruption was occurring were Windsor, of course, and that happened well after Coots started being blockaded, shortly after Coots started, we had Emerson in the province of Manitoba, and slow roll and traffic highway blocking protests near the Blue Water Bridge in Ontario, near the Peace Bridge in Niagara, and some sense that something could happen in Cornwall. Later on in British Columbia, we had the Pacific Highway convoy. So those would be the principal ones. Every day in our calls with ministers, CBSA would be reporting across a whole set of ports of entry what they were observing, and they had taken steps to better equip themselves to see what was going on and to talk to local police authorities to see if it could be managed that if a trucking or a convoy manifested itself, it could be directed away from the port of entry and couldn't install itself in the port or on the bridge or whatever the case may be.
Okay. So essentially, as you've said, you in your position as DM Public Safety were looking at not just what was happening in Ottawa, but what was happening across the country. And
yes, the federal government was as a group. We were all conscious that this was not something which limited to Ottawa. Ottawa is the most extreme example. But the general impression we had was that what had begun as a protest about vaccine mandates had become something more than that and was attracting various people from with various issues and causes, and had become a kind of a popular thing. And we were seeing it in other countries, by the way, too.
Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, there were convoys in New Zealand with Canada flags, which were just essentially emulating the protests.
That was happening in Canada?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let's go to now the February 10th minutes. So this is SSM NSC CAN 50209. So these are now minutes from a different cabinet committee called the Incident Response Group. And we will be hearing from PCO later in the week and the details of what that is and how that transpired. But again, can you just give us a very brief definition of what the Incident Response Group is?
Well, to begin with, I wouldn't call it a cabinet committee as such.
Fair enough.
Cabinet committees in the normal course are standing committees to deal with various policy and policy matters. The Incident Response Group is an ad hoc committee that the Prime Minister convenes as and when required. And so it doesn't have regular meetings, and indeed it only meets when something extraordinary is happening.
Okay, so, and an IRG, that's the acronym that we'll come to know and love over the next couple of weeks. The IRG was convened on February 10th. So this is the first meeting of the IRG, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we go to page 6, please? Scroll down a little bit until you see Public Safety Canada. There we go. Okay, Public Safety Canada reported on a conversation with the lead negotiator, OPP, who noted that in Ottawa, approximately 80% of protesters had a weak connection to the cause, 5% had a strong devotion to it, and 15% were a swing factor. The negotiator suggested that the leaders of the protest could potentially be encouraged to leave and denounce the blockade in exchange for a commitment to register their message with the government. Okay, Mr. Stewart, first question is the lead negotiator, OPP, you were speaking about there, who's that?
Marcel Baudin.
Okay, Marcel Baudin. So we've heard Mr. Baudin come and testify here. Can you start off by just telling us a little bit what you were reporting here to Cabinet at this time?
So I've mentioned earlier that the federal government, to the best of my knowledge, had made a decision not to engage formally the leaders or the protesters in just allowing them to represent their views. And that was as far as I was aware, an issue of principle, and rooted in a sense that it was hard to know who to engage and also what that engagement would lead to. And there was definitely no desire to get into discussions around the federal public health policy, which was one of the original reasons the protests occurred. As time passed, the notion of engagement kind of morphed into more of what I've already mentioned as being kind of a police tactic and a potentially useful one. So shortly, the day before, in fact, this meeting occurred, we deputy ministers were meeting and agreed that we would pursue any ideas we could come up with from our list, which you have, I think, attached to this document, and see what it turned up by way of possible decisions, possible actions for the federal government. So I had reached out, in fact, on the morning of this day, to Marcel Baudin, who had been identified to me by the RCM, no, by Mario Di Tommaso, and echoed by the Commissioner Lucky, that he would be the right person to talk to. And we'd had a general conversation around, the role of PLTs and de-escalation, which was very educational for me. What I took from that conversation was that there was some possibility that if they could identify appropriate interlocutors, and he said that they knew of 6 people that they could talk to who were leaders of a sort within the protest, and offer an opportunity for them to be heard, that this would have the effect of allowing people to achieve something and some success and feel that their objectives had been achieved and therefore leave. And this is where the statistics come up, is that 80% of the protesters, particularly 2 and 2.5 weeks into the protest, where they'd been sitting on the streets of Ottawa in freezing weather, were probably likely to go if they had the right offer. And so we were talking about that possibility, and it was really at that point in time not about engagement in the way that it had been about engagement before. It was more in the context of engagement as a stepping stone to enforcement, because it was very clear by the 10th of February that the RCMP, the OPP, and the Ottawa Police Service were beginning to come together on a plan, and enforcement was only a matter of time. And so in the background, of course, was this question, which I think was very material in the overall decision to invoke the act, of what would that enforcement engender by way of reaction. And we had strong concerns, as Mr. Rochon has mentioned, about lone wolves and people who've been attracted to the protest and could act out in a violent way. So there was a virtue to de-escalation in this context.
Okay. Engagement as a stepping stone to enforcement. I just want to unpack that a little bit. So you said at this point, the engagement that was being contemplated was not something that would lead to an end to the protest in and of itself.
Correct.
So the intention would have been
to shrink
the footprint, as they say in the lingo that we've learned. Okay. And we know that what ultimately comes of this, or at least part of what comes of this, is something that's come to be known as the engagement proposal. Can you tell us how that proposal came to be?
Well, it flowed directly from what I've just spoken about in the context of coming up with options for federal government action at a point in time when the protests were, in Ottawa in particular, but just nationwide, given the slow roll convoys manifesting all over the place. What could we do that would help? And so, with the aid of Inspector Baudin, I drafted a very short document. It's attached to the minutes of one of these IRG meetings, and brought it forward for consideration. Essentially, it was the notion that the federal government would acknowledge the desire to meet and offer to do so at a later time, away from the protest, on the basis that a protester would denounce the protest and leave. So it was essentially a bargain, and it was positioned to be just a hearing of protesters' views and not any discussion of what the federal government would do or could do. It happened very quickly, did it over a day or so, and didn't have time to do anything other than consult with sort of key authorities, which would have been the RCMP and the OPP, and colleagues at PCO, who obviously were leading the overall effort. It could have been consulted more, it could have been, talked about, but it was raced forward to the cabinet table 2 days after this conversation occurred.
Okay, you noted that there were some colleagues from PCO involved. Do you recall who was involved?
When I talked to Inspector Baudin, I was accompanied by a PCO official, Jeff Hutchinson. Okay. And I included him in the call because I wanted PCO to be fully plugged into what I was doing.
Okay. So Mr. Hutchinson's role there was essentially?
Observer.
Okay. And I understand there was some back and forth that you had with the RCMP and with Inspector Baudin about the proposal itself. So, Mr. Clerk, if we can just pull up OPP 50150. Excuse me. So this is an email that is not sent to you, so you may not have seen it before, but this is Commissioner Lucky speaking to Commissioner Carrique and Inspector Bowden, I believe. So she attaches a draft of the engagement proposal and then says, I'm not the SME. SME, we know, stands for subject matter in this area, but my folks are a bit worried on a few items and need to get your thoughts. Do you know what Commissioner Lucky's concerns were at that time? And I'll just say two things. One, we're going to hear from her directly so we can ask her that question. And two, in the course of our interview, you mentioned that one of Commissioner Lucky's concerns may have been around the issue of police independence. So just to situate you a little bit.
I believe that Commissioner Lucky's concerns were essentially A, in the issue of, if this came forward to a cabinet table and was decided upon, would it constitute some kind of direction to police to do it? And of course, police want to maintain operational independence and maximum flexibility. So she did not want it to be construed in that fashion. She may also have had concerns, she didn't express them to me, about how it played out. So were it to have been used as a strategy and failed, would the RCMP or the OPP, PLTs, the police liaison teams be held accountable for that in some way?
So I think the line we've heard expressed is there may have been some concern that it crossed the line between church and state. That would be the notion of police. Okay. One thing you noted when we were speaking in your interview is that the government could benefit from some clarity around where that line is in police independence. Is there anything you'd like to add or share about that in this context?
I believe there is virtue in clarifying the RCMP Act on this basis. Recent experience in other contexts has led me to think that too.
Sorry, you just said recent experience.
In other contexts.
And what would those be?
The discussions that were going on with respect to developments in Nova Scotia and the role of Minister Blair and an ultimately decision to ban assault rifles, which engendered a lot of questions about the communications between ministers and the police.
Mr. Clerk, can we bring up OPP 50171? So, Mr. Stewart, as you've noted, this is something that evolved over the course of 1 or 2 days, and we're just trying to put together the chronology of how things evolved. So if we can scroll down, top of page 3, I believe. Okay, and now, so in this email, you're raising some concerns about the engagement proposal, but to the very last bit of the email now, sorry. If I can manage to work through this process and the RCMP Commissioner will be privy to the discussion, I think I can assure you that the federal government's commitment will be solid, but we have to get there first. Thanks. So at this point in time, and this is Saturday, February 12th at 11:23 in the morning, what was your understanding of what levels of support there was in the government for this notion and where it came from?
I had support from colleagues to bring it to the cabinet table for discussion. I couldn't tell you about the specific views in terms of whether they thought it was a good or a bad idea. It was just in the option set.
Okay. And the next document then that we want to look at is ssm.nsc.can 402958. So this is a text between Minister Mendocino and Katie Telford, who's the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, and I believe this is on the evening of February 11th. And Minister Mendicino expresses here that he's just learning about the engagement proposal. So do I understand that at this point, while this was playing out, you hadn't yet had the opportunity to brief Mr. Mendicino on this? Is that right? Or?
Well, Minister Mendicino was aware that I was working on this idea, as it had been mentioned the day before in the context of the IRG meeting. He had not seen the proposal. And as I say, it came together really very quickly, and I only had time to solicit the views of, and it wasn't the Ontario government, it was the OPP, I believe, and just to make sure that nobody had any objections to what it said or put forward. So he would have just had seen it in terms of paper, and he would have, I think, felt or did feel uncomfortable that he had not had an opportunity to contribute to the drafting of it.
So it was the OPP as opposed to Mr. Di Tommaso, you think, who you were speaking to about it?
I'm pretty sure. I'd have to check the emails, but I wasn't. I mean, I was certainly conveying to Mr. Di Tommaso that this is something that we were considering, and there was a parallel event. I think I should note it for the record. So he knew that I was talking to Marcel Baudin. He had given me the name, and he knew that the general idea of what I was trying to bring forward. On the day of Friday the 11th, Ontario did their emergency order, which I didn't know about. He called me in the morning and informed me. And then later in the day, he called me and he said that they were planning to do enforcement over the weekend on the Windsor Bridge, the Ambassador Bridge. And that as a stepping stone to that enforcement, they were going to adopt this idea of offering a meeting. And that Minister Jones, Sylvia Jones, was interested in making that offer. And would the federal government join the Ontario government in making that offer? And I signaled that that was not possible. We had yet to discuss engagement at the federal level. And so, there was no way on an hour's notice that he was going to get a decision to sign on. But he sent me a draft letter that, which is referred to here, that they were going to use with the protesters. The OPP was going to use with the protesters on the Ambassador Bridge. So it was a kind of a parallel exercise, which was really an independent exercise of the Ontario government, but in a very similar way to what was put forward to the cabinet table the next day.
Okay, and so when you communicated to him that the Windsor, you could get the federal government to sign on to Windsor, that was a matter of timing as opposed to a position being conveyed?
That's right.
Okay.
Because they were going to do it that evening.
And there was also, we've heard evidence about another potential sort of engagement possibility, which is the mayor of Ottawa's sort of deal that was happening to potentially move some trucks up to Wellington Street, et cetera, that was playing around the same time. What was your awareness of that at the time?
I had no awareness of it until it was fait accompli, when the city manager, Steve Kanalakos, called me and said we'd made a deal with a representative, somebody ostensibly representing the protesters, to move these trucks. And the mayor is sending a letter.
So would it be fair to say that there's sort of these different branches of potential engagement going on with not perfect sight over all of them?
No coordination at all.
No coordination at all. Okay. And what ended up ultimately happening to the engagement proposal? Where did it go?
It was not taken up. Okay. It was discussed, not taken up.
So it was brought to cabinet, or to the IRG rather?
That's correct.
Okay, on February 12th, but it was not taken up. So with the benefit of hindsight, and this I'm going to ask you, although it's completely speculative, but what effect, if any, do you think that might have had, the engagement proposal?
I only know what Inspector Baudin was telling me, which was that he believed it was worthy of consideration, and given the sense he has of the behavior of protests, that it might have effect. If I were to push it, I would say I had the feeling that it was a very low order of probability that it would have had a material effect because the protesters had been in Ottawa in a determined way for an extended period of time. I think the general view here is just it's part of the toolkit of policing, and you want to try and discourage people from staying in a protest if enforcement's going to occur, because it's going to get rough.
So would it be fair to say it's an option worth considering, but not a deus ex machina?
Right.
Okay. I now want to move to the invocation of the Emergencies Act itself. And appreciating that we'll be hearing from a lot of people on this topic, I'm going to target my questions quite specifically. You mentioned in our interview that the Emergencies Act started to be seriously considered around February 11th. Is that about right in your recollection?
Yeah, I could go back a day, maybe
Okay.
10th.
Well, why don't you just tell us your recollection of how it sort of came onto the radar?
Okay, so the Emergencies Act has a history in discussions and rooted in the pandemic, where at one point in the pandemic, the federal government conducted consultations on whether the Emergencies Act would be a useful tool to help address the pandemic. At the time, it was determined that that was not the case. So it was always sort of in the back of people's minds, and it came up in meetings along the way, and as something that we should bear in mind. Serious consideration of the use of the Emergencies Act began in the latter part of the week of February 6th or 7th, and then became, a matter for discussion and decision after that.
Okay. And I understand that public safety was asked to provide its input on potential measures that could be helpful under the Emergencies Act. Is that right?
All departments involved in managing the protests were asked for ideas that would provide additional tools to police and generally to deter protests and cause them to de-escalate. So public safety, we were using the information that we gained from our regular consultations and our calls with federal provincial colleagues. So an issue, for instance, of note there is the use of tow trucks. Other parts of the public safety portfolio, such as the RCMP, provided independent views in terms of what might be added to an emergency measure order, Emergencies Act order, and other departments did as well.
So this would have been a topic of discussion at the DMOCs happening around that time?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can we pull up SSM CAN 50399, please? So this is an email, and you weren't on this email, so but it reports something that you said. It's from Mike Keenan, who is the Deputy Minister of Transport, to Kevin Brassot, ADM at Transport, and it's reporting on the February 13th DMOC. And you'll see Emergencies Act is fast, don't need to pass anything. Rob and I argued, Rob being you here, I believe.
I believe.
That the Emergencies Act can backfire in building more energy. What did you mean by that?
Well, we were having a discussion around the pros and cons of using the Emergencies Act. And one of the concerns that I had at the time was of the potential for serious violence. So in fact, one of the reasons to invoke the Act was also a concern in terms of what happens when you invoke it. And if it were to lead people to become violent, then that would be, an undesirable outcome. So that was just one of the many considerations we were discussing.
So essentially, it might do more harm than good by inciting rather than calming?
That's right.
Okay. Another document, a related topic, PB Can 401147, please. Okay, scroll down a little bit, please, until we see something that says these are okay, an email from Mr. Stewart. Page 5, please. Okay, there we go. So this is forward a bit in time, but it's on the same topic. This is in preparation for, as it says, some technical briefing remarks that Mr. Rochon was due to give on February 15th about the Emergencies Act once it had been invoked. And Mr. Stewart, your comments here are, these are okay, but will be duplicative, I expect, of what justice will say, and rather short of substance. If possible, we need to weave in a few more for instances that suggest how law enforcement authorities and the CBSA, as relevant, will deploy the new powers, e.g. intercept and turn away attempted blockades from critical infrastructure, facilitate synthesis of local police and the RCMP. And then you say, I'm afraid I don't have a lot of great ideas because there aren't a lot of significant benefits. But we have to try to tout PS portfolio specifics as much as we can. So can you tell us what you were expressing here vis-a-vis the measures that were being implemented?
Can I get the time stamp on that email, please?
Sure. February 14th, 11:12 p.m.
Okay. I believe that I underestimated the impact of the Emergencies Act, and that in aggregate, the measures that it contained had material benefit. And this was not, this was me reacting to what I'd seen drafted and feeling that I hadn't really got a handle on how it would be implemented. And also me saying, to Mr. Rocha, you're in these technical briefings and you're representing Minister Mendicino, and you've got to talk to the elements of his portfolio that are going to be operationalizing these powers.
Can you actually explain what that technical briefing is?
Sure. Following the invocation of the Act, I was given the responsibility to lead a number of government officials into a series of technical briefs that occurred over the course of, I want to say, 3, possibly 4 days. Those briefs included briefing leaders of opposition parties. In fact, culminating in, I think we briefed all members of the Senate and senators' offices. And we essentially offered up as many technical briefs as necessary to explain why the Act was invoked and how it would be implemented. So I was chosen as, given my position and my role with regard to national security policy, as the main chef d'orchestre of the brief. But included with me were members of CBSA, RCMP, Department of Finance, Department of Transport, and of course, Department of Justice.
Okay. So they're essentially explanatory. Technical brief here means sort of an explanatory, this is what it is, this is how it works kind of briefing.
I should point out, I think we also offered same technical briefs for members of the media.
Okay.
We do technical briefs a lot, particularly when we table legislation.
Okay, that's helpful. So just to take you back then to Mr. Stewart, to what you were saying, would it be fair to say that at the time, so shortly before and immediately after the Act was invoked, you had some hesitancy about it?
I saw pros and cons.
Okay. And then you said that in hindsight, you think you underestimated the utility of the Emergencies Act. Can you tell us a bit more about why that is? Not why you underestimated, but why you say that it was an underestimate.
Well, it's a judgment only because the police have attested to the value of the act in terms of getting the protests to disperse, and particularly in Ottawa. But generally speaking, there was, within 2 weeks, very little manifestation of those kinds of protests around the country. So I think it's essentially on the basis of the fact that others have come forward to say that this was a tool that they, in the end, used and found useful.
Okay. And you're speaking there not just of Ottawa, but of the situation across the country?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, another topic I want to touch on briefly, and I appreciate the time is short, is something you noted in your interview was that consultation with the provinces. You said some of the consultation was discounted because it wasn't premised on whether the government was going to decide to invoke the act. What did you mean by that comment? I can pull up the reference if it's helpful.
Well, I'm going to infer that what it represents is the view that, we had been actively engaged for over 2 weeks with a variety of concerned parties, including police of jurisdiction, the RCMP, federal provincial officials. And we were not on the face of it asking the question, should we invoke the Emergencies Act? We were asking, what tools do you need? What are you facing in terms of challenges? How can we work together to overcome these challenges? And so we deemed that to be consultation on what was ultimately the decision to invoke the act, because it is about the substance of that decision.
Okay. So when Mr. DiTomaso testified last week, and I can bring up the references if we need them, but he noted that you spoke to him on February 13th and essentially gave him a heads up, if I could put it that way, told him or advised him that the federal government was considering invoking the Emergencies Act. Do you recall that conversation?
Not in its detail, but yes, I would have talked to him, and I do accept that I would have said to him, it's on the table.
Okay. Another thing, I'll come back to that in a second, but another thing he noted you said was that the provincial declaration of emergency that had come in on February 11th, quote unquote, had more teeth than the provisions in the Federal Emergency Act. Do you recall that and what you were speaking about then?
Well, again, more by way of inference than by, kind of clear memory, I would say I was conveying to him that I would have been, let me back up and say, I would have been trying to be a good colleague with a provincial colleague, but not at the expense of betraying any federal decisions or kind of thinking in a political sense. I would just have been trying to keep him apprised of what the state of affairs. And I would have said to him, I believe, that there are pros and cons of invoking the act, because that was my view. And one of the cons, which had been noted in other discussions, was the fact that the penalties under the Emergencies Act are not very big. It's like $5,000 on indictment, 6 months in jail. Whereas the Ontario order, which was put out on the Friday, contained very significant penalties, $100,000. And so as a form of deterrence to anybody thinking of joining a protest, it was clearly a more substantive tool. But that wasn't the only, that was really just one of a number of considerations.
So the reference to had more teeth was specifically in reference to the penalties?
To the penalties, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any other discussions with provincial officials on the 13th or before the invocation of the Emergencies Act in which they were notified that the act was under consideration?
Not aware.
So the other thing that Mr. DiTomaso mentioned was that you had a call with him the following morning, I believe, on February 14th. And on that call, he inquired as to whether the Emergencies Act was going to be invoked that day. And his comment in the notes was silence, ! So I'm gathering that you said nothing at that point about whether it was going to be invoked. Can you just explain a little bit how that conversation went?
Well, I can't really give you the blow by blow. This would have been a normal conversation to touch base on what's the status of things, where's enforcement, how are things going with the OPP. I would have been, because on that morning, I believe, the Prime Minister held a First Minister's call to formally consult on the invocation of the Act. And I was aware that that was going to take place. And I didn't want to do anything that would get in the way of that conversation. So I was not in a position, as I've said before, to convey anything about what the state of federal thinking was at that time.
Okay. We're fast forward now to the issue of revocation. So, Mr. Clerk, if I can ask you to pull up SSM CAN 50429. Okay, so just to situate us a little bit, you told us in the interview that between invocation and revocation, the government was tracking developments across the country at the ports of entry and receiving input from the RCMP as to what powers were being used, whether they were necessary. Mr. Clerk, can we just scroll down a bit here until we get to an email from Rob Stewart? Okay, so we'll see this email probably a couple of times over the course of the next couple of weeks, but this is a discussion that's happening between officials, including yourself, Jody Thomas, the NSIA, several officials from PCO, Mike Keenan at Transport, and others, about what considerations should go into revocation and when the act should be revoked. And your comment here is your quick comment. My quick comment is that while these are probably all worthy considerations, they focus too much on the utility of the act and not its proportionality. In other words, we need to assess the threat in terms of serious violence, not in terms of whether the truckers are hanging around. What were you attempting to convey here to your colleagues?
Well, I think in the back of my mind was the grounds for invoking the act. That's a high bar, which ministers decided was met. And in that context, serious violence was an important element. There was economic impacts as well, but particularly from a public safety point of view, the uncertainty and risk of serious violence was an important consideration. And so given that that was the reason for invoking the act, I thought it should be the reason for considering revoking it.
Okay. So essentially bring revocation right back to invocation, coming full circle.
Same grounds.
Okay, that takes us to essentially the end of our time together today. But I'll just, before leaving completely, ask you, is there anything that we haven't covered in the last 2.5 hours that you think we should have? Or anything else you would like to say about the events?
I'd just like to do a technical clarification on Intel, if I may.
Of course.
For the record, because it's used in many different ways. And when we spoke about it earlier today, I conveyed the impression that it was all classified and very, kind of secretive. And in fact, Intel is a vast spectrum of things. And one of the issues that has surfaced in this context, and more generally, frankly, is the compilation of intelligence in the general sense from not just, use of our intelligence agencies, but from open sources is a real challenge. And it's one that we are grappling with today. And so, intelligence is something that was underneath the rationale for invoking the act, was the lack of good intel as to what was going on. And when I say that, I don't mean top secret, I mean a compilation of information from any possible source.
So sort of a, can you elaborate on what was lacking, essentially?
Any information about the plans and intentions of protesters around the country.
And that was a result of inability to gather that information, or was it at the gatherings level or the sharing level, or?
It may have been both. It was certainly in the context of having a clear line of sight. And when I say plans and intentions, I mean to convoys and slow rolls and obstructing, critical infrastructure. I don't mean the causes that they were espousing. That was quite clear.
Okay. So maybe some lessons to be learned in the information gathering, sharing, and line of sight. Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. So we can now start with the cross-examinations. So first, I'd like to call on the convoy organizers.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Brendan Miller. I'm counsel to Freedom Corp, which is the organization that represents the protesters that were in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. Thank you for coming here today and testifying. First, before I begin, sir, I am going to be referring to one document that I believe I need to leave before I do so. It has been referred to in the notice I gave already, but because it is a witness statement with a witness who's not yet testified, but it's relevant to this, it's WTS 00000060. It's the statement from the CSIS panel. The relevance and materiality of that is that these gentlemen were essentially the consumers of information, and there is a lot of statements in there with respect to what the government was told and when, and I'm intending to put that to them. So I would ask for leave to be able to refer to that document through my examination.
Okay, seeing no objection, that's fine.
Thank you, sir. So just to begin, Deputy Minister Stewart, you've been the Deputy Minister of Public Safety since December of 2019. Is that fair?
Until just recently, yes.
Until just recently. All right. And when you took over that portfolio, I take it that you had familiarized yourself with the process of law enforcement and intelligence agencies with respect to investigations. Is that fair?
Let's say I learned on the job.
You learned on the job, right. And because prior to that, you were with finance, is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. And prior to your appointment into the portfolio of public safety, is it fair to say that other than financial intelligence, that you had not worked in the area of law enforcement or the intelligence field? Is that fair?
Not entirely.
Not entirely?
In the world of finance, there were criminal issues.
Right, exactly. So financial intelligence within the criminal sphere of the Ministry of Finance.
Anti-money laundering, right. Securities crimes. Those
right. And so in your evidence here today already, you've spoken about the thresholds for investigations in your chief, and I want to discuss that for a moment, okay? So you understand, I take it, that law enforcement and intelligence agencies in Canada, the threshold that you're speaking of with respect to opening an investigation, it's referred to in Canada as reasonable suspicion. Are you familiar with that term?
Reasonable grounds to suspect, yes.
Yeah, so and we'll get into that. And you can agree with me that that's a pretty low threshold, is it not, in law enforcement terms?
I would not agree.
Okay. And you're aware that the law recognizes, though, that reasonable suspicion essentially requires more than a mere suspicion, but something less than a belief based on reasonable grounds. Is that your understanding?
I would say it's reasonable grounds to suspect.
Right. And so reasonable grounds to suspect is different than reasonable grounds generally. You understand that, correct?
No.
All right. So you don't know the difference between reasonable grounds and reasonable grounds to suspect?
I don't understand what you're trying
So
to
there's two thresholds in Canada with respect to investigations criminally and in intelligence. We have the lower threshold of reasonable suspicion, which you call reasonable grounds to suspect, and then reasonable grounds, which is also called reasonable and probable grounds. Reasonable probable grounds is a higher threshold than reasonable suspicion. You understand that?
I would have gone the other way.
Pardon me?
I would have put it the other way, so this just shows what I know.
So your understanding is that reasonable suspicion is a higher threshold than reasonable grounds?
If you're going to suspect something, you're going to have a particular act in mind.
Okay. And it's the same thing with reasonable grounds, right? You also have a particular act in mind. Can you agree that reasonable grounds require some reliable information that there is a reason to believe a person or group could have committed an offense or pose a threat to the security of Canada? Can you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. So whereas reasonable suspicion, it just requires a reasonable suspicion, right? It's a lesser threshold than reasonable grounds. Can you agree? And you know that.
I'm a little concerned about getting into a discussion about legal terminology, on which I'm not an expert.
All right. And so can you agree, though, that it is CSIS who is the main agency that administers the CSIS Act?
Yes.
All right. And they're the agency that's primarily responsible for assessing if there's a Section 2 CSIS Act threat to the security of Canada, right?
Yes.
And under Section 12 of the CSIS Act, CSIS is only required to have a reasonable suspicion that there is a Section 2 CSIS Act threat to open an investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And they're not required to meet the higher threshold of reasonable grounds to open an investigation.
Do you want to comment?
Well, for Section 12, they would have to get a warrant.
For Section 12, and that's reasonable suspicion. That's what it says.
Again, I'm not an expert when it comes to CSIS, the CSIS Act specifically.
When CSIS gets a warrant, they have to bring a case to a judge, a federal judge.
Right.
So there's going to be more than just reasonable grounds in that case.
Okay, so can I bring up WTS 0000060, please? And can we scroll down to page 5? Okay, and can we scroll down to the heading Intelligence? And just the first paragraph, I'll give you a moment to read that. Now, would you help me with the pronunciation of Minister David's last name? We've all been debating about how to pronounce it properly.
Vigneault.
Vigneault, all right. So David Vigneault, he stated that at no point did the service, being CSIS, assess the protests in Ottawa or elsewhere, those referred to as the Freedom Convoy and related protests and blockades in January and February 2022, constituted a threat to the security of Canada as defined in Section 2 of the CSIS Act, and that CSIS cannot investigate activities constituting lawful protests. And I take it you were advised of this, correct?
Correct.
All right. And can we scroll down then to page 7? And go to the heading Foreign Interference. So Director Vigneault explained that the use of the term foreign influence under Section 2 of the CSIS Act refers to foreign state interference as the term is used within the national security community.
Can you just slow down,
Right.
please?
CSIS assessed there was no indication of foreign state interference occurring in the course of the protest. CSIS did not assess that any foreign state supported the protest through funding, that foreign states deployed covert or overt disinformation techniques, or that any foreign state actors attempted to enter into Canada to support the protest. And I take it that you were advised of that by CSIS and Director Vigneault. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And if we can go down to page number 8 and the heading Recommendation to Cabinet. There, Director Vigneault states that he learned that the EA referenced the threat definition set out in Section 2 of the CSIS Act once the federal government began to seriously consider invoking the EA between February 10th and 13th. He requested that the service prepare a threat assessment on the risks associated with the invocation of the EA. He felt an obligation to clearly convey the service's position that there did not exist a threat to the security of Canada as defined by the service's legal mandate. The threat assessment prepared by the service was that the invocation of the emergencies legislation risked further inflaming IMV rhetoric and individuals holding accelerationist or anti-government views. You were told that, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So can we now please bring up document number ts.nsc.can.001 000-00206 underscore rel underscore 0001. So in this document, which is already actually in evidence, I just want to scroll down to page 5, please. So there again, on February 3rd, CSIS assessed there's no indications of known IMVE actors were planning to engage in violence. And it's on February 13th, I believe that this is the document that Director Vigneault is referring to that states that, you know, it could have been a risk if you invoke the Emergencies Act to making things worse. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you knew about that?
I did.
Right. And so did Cabinet. They knew about all of this, correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay. If I could bring up the next document, which is going to be tsnsc.can.001.000000160 underscore rel underscore 0001. Now, before I get into this, you can agree that it was clear to both you and Cabinet that CSIS did not have reasonable suspicion that there existed a Section 2 CSIS Act threat during the protest. Is that correct?
It was clear to me, and I believe it was clear to ministers.
Right.
I can't say with authority, however.
And I also understand that the Canadian Security Establishment, the CSE, they never advised you or the government or Cabinet that they had identified a Section 2 CSIS Act threat either. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Right. And both the RCMP and the OPP, from at least their evidence and things we've seen to date, they never identified or advised the government that there was a Section 2 CSIS Act threat, right?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Right. And so the entire intelligence apparatus and law enforcement apparatus within Canada tells the Cabinet and the government that there is no Section 2 CSIS Act threat. Is that right?
No, that is not right. CSIS, and Director Vigneault will be here to speak for himself. CSIS assessed according to their standards under their act. Nobody else was assessing under the standards under the CSIS Act. You asked me, did they tell anybody it had met a standard? They wouldn't use the CSIS Act. That wouldn't be their tool. They would be looking at broader national security issues.
Okay, so what intelligence bureau or agency or law enforcement agency told the government, here's the evidence of reasonable and probable grounds, or reasonable grounds, of a Section 2 CSIS Act threat? And you know, I take it now, because it's advised to you, that that's required to invoke the Emergencies Act. It's in the documents. You were advised of that.
Yes.
Right. So what agency gave you the evidence and the intelligence that said, hey, we have reasonable grounds of a Section 2 CSIS Act threat? There wasn't one, was there?
So let me explain. Nobody bringing advice to the table other than CSIS is assessing that against that threat. Nobody advising the cabinet. The cabinet is making that decision. And their interpretation of the law is what governs here and the advice they get. And their decision was, evidently, that the threshold was met.
And I understand that. But you understand that when ministers or administrative agencies, et cetera, are entitled to make a statutory decision, whether or not a statutory requisite is met, they do so based on the evidence that is before them and the submissions before them. You know that.
And indeed, they had a lot of evidence.
Right. And you have the RCMP, you have CSIS, you have the entire intelligence apparatus in the federal government, and none of them said that this threshold was met, did they?
They weren't asked.
Okay.
So,
and with respect to the ministers making the decision, when you're talking about ministers, you're talking about the elected executive, correct?
I am.
All right. So the prime minister.
Among others.
Right. To your knowledge, what training in national security and law enforcement does the prime minister have?
I couldn't answer that question.
Yeah. Can you agree with me that he doesn't have any, to your knowledge?
I couldn't answer that question. I'm sorry.
All right. And what about Minister Mendicino? He, I understand, has training as a Crown prosecutor, at least. Is that right?
That was his former job, yes.
Right. And Minister Blair, he was the chief of police for the Toronto Police Service.
That's correct.
Right. And when did Minister Blair first tell you that he was thinking about invoking the Emergencies Act?
Minister Blair didn't tell me. It came up in discussions at the officials level, and then it came up in discussions at the ministerial level.
There's a record not yet in evidence that states that Minister Blair's strategy was from February 4th on to invoke the Emergencies Act. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Can you please bring up the next document, which is, we have the input, and I'll just ask you about these. These are the, if you can scroll up to the top, please. I take it that this is the input that CSIS gave to your ministry, public safety, with respect to the key messages they thought should be put out with respect to the convoy. Is that right?
Presumably. I don't have a date on this document, so I'm not really sure where it falls in the overall scheme of things.
Okay, so I'm just going to go through it with you then.
You're out of time, so you're going to have to do it very quickly.
Right. I'll be quick. This document, you agree that none of the messaging from this document was actually incorporated into the messaging from public safety, was it?
Really, I wasn't the spokesperson for public safety. My colleague may be.
Right. And I have to be quick, so I just want to bring up one last document, and that's ssm.can.00001079 REL.0001. No, that's not the correct document. It's okay. I'll deal with it with another witness. So thank you very much for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, rather than, or maybe I could ask the City of Ottawa, are you going to be taking your 10 minutes, or because we can do it after lunch if you prefer?
I'm content to either do it now or after lunch. I think we will need our 10 minutes, and there's a better chance we get right under the 10-minute mark if we have the lunch break to shorten it up and tighten it up, Commissioner. Okay. But I am content to go now if that's your preference.
Yeah, well, we'll take the lunch break. We'll take another one of our long lunches. We'll come back at 2 o'clock and have an hour and 5 minutes for lunch.
The commission is in recess until 2 o'clock. La commission est levée jusqu'à 14 heures. Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, is there a point of clarification, I believe?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes.
Just a small clarification coming out of the overview report that was presented this morning. The first cabinet meeting of full cabinet in relation to the convoy was held on February 13th and not February 3rd. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So with that clarification, City of Ottawa, please. Ready? You're okay to go? Ahead? Yes, oui. D'accord.
Si.
Good afternoon. My name's Anne Tardif. I'm one of the lawyers for the City of Ottawa. Can I ask Mr. Clerk to pull up pb.nsc.can.409542? And this is an email chain, and if we could, well, you're not on it, gentlemen, but Mr. Dackelbab, have I got that correct? Thank you, you're both nodding, is on the chain, and I understand he was interviewed along with you and some of your other colleagues by the commission in this case, right? And we'll need an audible answer, sorry. Yes. And he is at Public Safety as well, correct?
Yes.
And if we scroll down to the top of page 2, Mr. Clerk, and actually just scroll up a little bit just so we get that email. Up a little bit higher. There we go. This is an email from an individual with the Solicitor General's office in Ontario to your colleague, Mr. Trehearn, among others, at Public Safety, correct?
Yes.
And he says, hi, Trevor and Derek, your colleagues. I was hoping for some clarity on a few RFA, meaning request for assistance, process-related item based on some references I have been seeing in recent media coverage for Ottawa. Scrolling down to number 2, which is the one that interests me. It's titled Request for Law Enforcement Support under Ontario Police Services Act. This article, and there's a link that we can't access, says that the feds approved a request from Ottawa for RCMP support. I would have assumed such a request would have required a provincial minister request, but clearly it didn't, as in did not. I am fine with that, but want to check on process. Was that a political decision that bypassed process, or this type of request could be made by either a municipal or provincial police service? So scrolling back up, Mr. Clerk, this is a question, as we've seen, that the Solicitor General's office is putting to your colleagues, and I believe the date is February 4th. If we could scroll up, Mr. Clerk. Yeah, February 4th. And if we scroll all the way up to the top, you'll see there's an internal email chain within Public Safety, and your colleague, Mr. Dackelbab, says, this is far from being solved. Still discussions on their way to clarify question 2, which is the one I just read. You see that there? Yes? So fair to say that at least as at February 4th, within Public Safety, there were still discussions in terms of the process for OPS or Ottawa requesting law enforcement resources from the RCMP, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Stewart, I heard you say in your testimony that almost right from the beginning, right after that first weekend, Chief Slowly was adamant that he needed more resources than he had at his disposal to dismantle the occupation, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that on February 7th, I won't turn it up, the Mayor of Ottawa and Ms. Deans, who was then the chair of the Police Services Board, wrote a letter to the federal government asking for 1,800 additional officers to support the OPS, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'd like to go, that was on February 7th, I'd like to now turn to a readout of the SSE Committee of Cabinet, which I take it is a committee that deals with safety, security, and emergencies.
Correct.
Have I got the acronym
Well
right?
done.
Okay, and Mr. Clerk, it's ssm.can.nsc.402661. And this should be a February 9th meeting of the SSE Committee of Cabinet. It's a readout, and you'll see there the date, February 9th, correct?
I believe the committee meeting was on the 8th, but
Okay, so the committee meeting was on the 8th, the readout is being circulated on the 9th. Fair?
sure.
Can we go to the bottom of page 1, please? Right there. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do you see it says RCMP resources deployed? Are you with me, Mr. Stewart?
I am.
340 members on duty every day within RCMP mandate, and that would be in part the protective mandate that you described earlier, right?
Yes,
So to protect federal assets and people.
that's right.
Increase in protective posture associated with RCMP mandate. And then this is what I wanted to draw your attention to. It says 50 uniformed resources in support of OPS mandate since last weekend. So from January 31st to February 8th, roughly 50 uniformed RCMP officers in Ottawa. Fair?
Yes,
Under OPS command, I should say. Fair?
yes,
And then it says working to deploy another 200 people on new plan with OPS and partners, right?
yes,
And then finally, it says OPP setting up integrated planning cell to review OPS plan, and that was going to include 2 RCMP members as well, correct?
yes.
If we can scroll to page 3, please, the second bullet at the top of the page, there we go. Again, we see that the plan, and this is the OPS plan, is going to be subject to review and verification by OPP and others, presumably the RCMP, correct?
Yes,
And that had to happen before additional resources were committed to Ottawa by the RCMP, correct?
I don't believe that's true.
Okay, let's keep going then. So I'd like to turn then to the first meeting of the IRG, which I understood occurred on February 10th.
Correct.
Right. And that's day 13 of the convoy or occupation here in Ottawa, correct?
Yes,
Okay, Mr. Clerk, if we could turn to ssm.nsc.can.50209, please. Okay, and if we could turn then to page 5, please, halfway through the first complete paragraph, yeah. So you'll see there it says the RCMP, it's about 6 lines down. Do you see that? Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The RCMP has provided all recourses requested by the OPS. Do you see that there?
I do.
But I think we can agree that the 1,800 or any significant portion thereof requested on February 7th was not yet in Ottawa by this date, February 10th, correct?
Correct.
Right. And then if we scroll to page 6, please, halfway through the page. Right there, the commissioner of the RCMP, do you see that, Mr. Stewart?
I do.
Indicated that Windsor remains the #1 priority. And I don't think that's quite contentious. This is February 10th. But that was what the commissioner indicated on that date, right?
Right.
And I put it to you that that's the reason that the IRG was not convened until this date. That is, until Windsor had occurred, the blockade at Windsor.
I would not agree.
Okay, and then why did it take 13 days for the situation in Ottawa before the IRG to be convened?
That's not a question that I can answer, other than to say that there was extensive involvement at the federal officials and political level right from the start. So when the Prime Minister chose to convene the IRG is a decision that you should ask either him or colleagues at PCO about.
Okay, will do. Okay, so I guess we'll jump ahead now to the second IRG meeting. I only have a few minutes left. We can turn it up. It's SSM NSC CAN 50214, Mr. Clerk. If we can go to page 6, please, at the bottom. In the last 2 sentences, there continue to be challenges, and I should say the date, it's February 12th. This is the second meeting of the IRG. There continue to be challenges working with the integrated planning team in Ottawa around communication, and I think that word should be decisiveness of the OPS chief. Every request made by the OPS has been fulfilled, with RCMP personnel exceeding the 250 agreed upon in the MOU. And maybe this comes back to what you were saying earlier, Mr. Stewart, that you thought more had been provided than that 200 even before the plan had been finalized. But I take it we can agree that the large number requested, the number that was eventually needed in order to dismantle the occupation, was still not in Ottawa by this date on February 12th.
To the best of my knowledge, that is true.
Right. And that was the number that had been requested on February 7th, correct? The 1,800 from both levels of government. That's not here yet at this point in time, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And you mentioned, and pardon me, Commissioner, if I could just have 1 minute, I think I'm out, but I'm wrapping up. Thank you. You said earlier that it took several weeks.
But on condition you speak slower.
Okay. Understood. I heard you say earlier, Mr. Stewart, that it took several weeks for the right chemistry to be achieved at the Integrated Command Center. Recall saying that?
I do.
And I take it the ICC established unified command over the operation to dismantle the convoy, right?
That's my understanding.
Between all three police forces, OPS, OPP, and RCMP, right?
Right.
And you described Chief Slowly as a strong personality, right?
I did.
You had heard it was challenging to get him to relinquish his authority.
That's what I had heard.
And I expect we will hear evidence that Commissioner Lucky of the RCMP told her counterpart at the OPP on February 5th, so during that first week, that the federal government was either losing or had lost confidence in the OPS. Did you share that view?
No.
Did you hear of any such concerns, either from the commissioner or from ministers?
I heard concerns about the ability of the OPS to manage the situation. Definitely.
Now, you've said that the OPS should have looked to the OPP first, right, to fulfill its needs?
Technically speaking, although I want to be clear on this point, this is not a situation in which you go by the book.
Fair enough. I think you also said the RCMP was always ready and willing to assist.
I did.
And I appreciate there were logistical concerns, paperwork, swearing them in, getting them to Ottawa if they're deployed elsewhere, right?
Right.
But fair to say the real issue was what was perceived, at least, as the OPS lack of a plan, right?
That was a major impediment.
And what you understood to be Chief Slowly's reticence to relinquish authority, because he was controlling the approval of the plan. That's what you understood.
You can put the 2 points together. I'm not sure that I can testify in any direct way that was the case. I mean, two things seem to be facts that I was hearing.
Okay. The relationship between the two you can't put together.
That's correct.
And the reason I put to you that the OPS, or that the Government of Canada wanted the OPS to look to the OPP first, was that it hoped the OPP could resolve the issues around leadership and the plan.
I don't know that.
Thank you.
Okay, next, if I could call on the Ottawa Police Service, please.
Good afternoon to you both. My name is Jessica Barrow, and I'm one of the counsel to the Ottawa Police Service. My questions will be directed to you, Mr. Stewart. I just want to start by discussing some of the information that was known to public safety prior to the arrival of the convoy. And I know you went through some of that already with Commission Counsel, but I wanted to clarify a couple of things. So you indicated in your witness statement that there were challenges in obtaining information in relation to the convoy because the novelty of the events made it difficult to distinguish between things seen on social media that were credible versus not credible. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you testified this morning that because of the organic nature of the events, it was difficult to obtain what you referred to as, quote, good intel, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that these would have been challenges that all law enforcement agencies would have been facing as well, correct?
Yes.
So Commission Counsel took you to one of the key points documents, and I want to take you through a couple as well. I'll start with January 26th, and Mr. Clerk, the number is pb.can.701. And if we could scroll down to page 2, towards the bottom of the page. in the third to bottom bullet, it says, some supporters suggested they would not leave Ottawa until vaccine mandates for public servants, Canadian travelers, and cross-border truckers are lifted. Do you recall seeing that?
I do.
And so this suggests that there was at least some information available to you and others to the effect that some protesters may not leave Ottawa, correct?
Yes.
But again, as you've indicated, with open source information, it's difficult to know whether that information was credible or not, correct?
Correct.
And so from your perspective, this information was not enough to raise any kind of alarm bells that this was going to be the 3-week occupation that we ultimately saw here in Ottawa, correct?
Correct.
And the RCMP was presumably privy to this same information as well?
I would believe so, yes.
And you indicated in your witness statement at page 10, and I'm happy to turn it up if necessary, but I suspect you'll recall saying this, that if the RCMP had intelligence that the convoy was planning on becoming entrenched in Ottawa and failed to report that information up to public safety, that you would have considered that to be problematic, correct?
Yes.
And notwithstanding the fact that we see that there's at least some information to suggest that protesters might stay, the RCMP was similarly not raising any kind of alarm bells around that, correct?
That is correct.
And if we scroll to the top of the document, and if you go down, yes, the first sentence there, the following relates to a planned peaceful demonstration in Ottawa on 28-29 January. So even with that information in mind, you're still planning for, a couple of days,
That's
correct? Okay. So I want to turn back to the one on the 27th, which you did speak about briefly with Commission Counsel. That number, Mr. Clerk, is PB.CAN 703. And if we could go to page 3, please. That's perfect, thank you. My friend took you to one of the bullets in the bolded section that we see here, but I want to turn to some of the bullets that precede that one bullet. So what we can see here is a number of directions that appear to have been provided by OPS in relation to where the trucks could park when they arrive, right?
Right.
And is it your understanding that this information was coming from Intersect?
That would be my understanding.
Okay. And so what we see is a number of different options. The first one we see is from the west, they're being directed to Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, correct?
Yes.
And then following this, Kent and Metcalfe exits can be used. The George Etienne Parkway can be used. And then ultimately we see in the third bullet there that Wellington will be closed, but there will be 3 lanes dedicated to the demonstration, correct?
Yes.
And so you were provided information prior to the convoy's arrival that the OPS plan was to allow at least some of the truckers to park downtown, correct?
Yes.
And I'm just going to bring you to the Intersect document. That one is PB.CAN 1234. If you could scroll down a little bit, please. So this is presumably then the Intersect information that ultimately we see coming through that key points document. Is that fair?
I believe so.
And so again, we see here that there is information to suggest that OPS's plan involved having some truckers park on Wellington, correct?
Correct.
And so again, this didn't raise any kind of alarm bells from your perspective that this was the plan for OPS, right?
No alarm bells.
And again, this information would have been available to RCMP.
Yes.
And similarly, RCMP didn't raise any concerns with you in relation to the plan.
Not with me.
And you understood at this point, and I'm happy to turn back to the previous document if necessary, but I think you would agree that this was a group at this point that was cooperative and from your perspective was exercising their democratic right to peaceful protest, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Clerk, could we turn to SAS 12, please? So these appear to be the minutes or notes from a deputy minister's call on February 7th. Do you recall that meeting?
I do.
So I just want to take you through a couple of the comments that you've made in here on February 7th. The first bullet references a protest of significant proportions we have not seen before. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
And if we can go down to the third bullet point, please. And in there we see setting a standard to worry about, setting standard for behavior, how to go above the norms and laws. So I take it you agree that you made those comments?
I do.
And what you meant by these comments was that what Ottawa was seeing was unlike any protest that any city in Canada had ever seen before. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And specifically, you were saying that the behavior of these protesters was unlike anything seen in previous protests.
That may be too broad a statement. There's certainly the aspect of having the trucks involved and being used to essentially occupy physical spaces was the unprecedented part.
Right, as well as the honking, some of the harassment that we saw exhibited.
In terms of behavior, yes.
The behaviors of the protesters,
Yes.
as well as the trucks, I take it you're saying. And so the protesters were prepared, from your perspective, to disregard the laws as well as the social norms of behavior that we had come to expect in the city and other places as well with respect to the behavior of protesters. Is that fair?
Yes.
And when we walked through, I took you to two of the key points documents, and I take it you would agree with me that the specific references to this idea of honking or lawlessness or the departure from social norms, there wasn't really any indication that the protesters were going to engage in that type of behavior. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And in fact, they, as far as you're aware, they weren't engaging in that type of behavior before they arrived in Ottawa.
Well, there was quite a bit of honking on the highway, but we did not assume that they would do anything other than peacefully protest.
Fair enough. And so you would agree with me then that the behavior was unexpected?
I would.
And I don't need to pull it up, I don't think, but please correct me if that's not the case. But on page 12 of your witness statement, you indicated that the other cities that subsequently had similar events were able to learn from what was seen in Ottawa. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
And so you would agree with me that it's because of what happened in Ottawa that other cities may have been able to prepare in a different way.
That is correct.
I just have one last issue I want to raise, and that's in relation to the engagement proposal that you went through with Commission Council earlier. And so I wonder if we could pull up OPP 142, Mr. Clerk. And if we could scroll down to page 2, we'll see an email between yourself and Inspector Bowden. And that's setting out some considerations in relation to the proposal. If we can, I think it might be up a little bit. Yes, there. Do you recall seeing this email with all the considerations?
Yes, indeed.
And what we see from Inspector Bowden is that he was of the view that this could constitute a win of sorts for protesters in terms of providing an exit strategy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that the comments that come from Inspector Bowden involve an advocacy for a measured approach consistent with the national framework rather than simply resorting first to enforcement?
Yes, I agree.
And in your witness statement, you indicated at page 18 that there were particular difficulties actually to enforcement operations in Ottawa. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
And that was because the protesters were very entrenched and they were aggressive towards the police?
That's correct.
And so the proposal was presumably aimed at trying to change that posture. Is that fair?
That would be true.
Okay. And you indicated in your witness statement that you did not share the proposal with OPS. Is that right?
I believe it was shared with OPS because there was a question about who would, if it were actually approved, how it would be managed. And I think OPS was alerted that their PLTs, their teams, would be perhaps delivery agents.
Okay,
I didn't consult OPS.
You did not consult them, so maybe we'll just bring up one last document. I'm almost completed, Mr. Commissioner. OPP 633, just to provide some clarity on this point.
So you're asking for more time?
If you wouldn't mind.
Yes, you can have a little more time.
Thank you very much. And so it's just that first email we see from Inspector Bowden, and he's indicating that it's the opinion of Deputy Chief Ferguson that the letter go to her, and she will ensure the letter is disseminated to the proper people. So you would agree with me that Deputy Chief Ferguson was both aware and approved this, correct?
I would infer that, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Those are my questions, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next is counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly. Thank you. Just have a few questions. My colleagues have covered some of the things I was going to ask you about. So, Mr. Stewart, you said just a minute ago in response to one of my friends that you don't go by the book in a situation like this. You recall saying that?
I do.
And does that capture the idea that what you were dealing with during the time that we are speaking about, with the protests in different locations across the country, was completely without precedent, and there is therefore no playbook that you can follow?
I would agree with you that we were in unprecedented and unanticipated circumstances, absolutely.
One of the things that that you have spoken to us about in your statement and today was the role of various of the federal government entities that concern national security. Recall that?
Yes.
And did the events, in your opinion, become a national security threat?
They were decided to be and adjudicated to be a national security threat, yes.
Was that your own view?
I was very concerned about the possibility of physical and serious violence.
Mr. Rochon?
I would agree, yes.
Same opinion?
Yes.
And as a consequence of, and of course, as you've described to, I think, one of my friends, it was not thought to be a national security threat at the time that the convoys began to organize and come to Ottawa.
No.
You agree?
Not. It was not. I agree.
Now, I want to ask you, if I can, about one more thing. I think you've probably covered this, but former Chief Slowly has described these events as representing a paradigm shift in protest in Canada, probably for the reasons that you've given, Mr. Stewart, concerning the use of heavy vehicles. Do you share that view?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Rochon? I would agree, yes.
Now, you've spoken to my friends about Chief Slowly's consistent requests for the need for additional resources. Do you agree that those came in two forms? First, there was a request for resources to maintain the safety of the citizens, the protesters, and police service members who were policing the areas in Ottawa that were the subject of protest.
Yes.
And second, of course, a greater need for resources in the event that a dismantling of the occupation was required.
I would agree.
Two very separate ways of thinking of resources. You agree?
Agree.
Do you also agree that the second, that is an effort to bring public order and to dismantle an occupation, requires the greater number of resources that you were eventually speaking about?
I agree.
And everyone understood, didn't they, that the OPS itself did not have the resources needed to do the second thing?
Agreed.
And it's true also, of course, they didn't even have the resources to do the first thing because their own members were stretched so thin, I think you said.
I agree.
Now, this was, of course, the same thing that occurred in a sense in both Windsor and Coutts and probably other places in terms of the under-resourcing of police services trying to manage those situations. Is that true?
I think there's a confluence of events here. Obviously, the unprecedented nature of these protests did lead us into a situation where more resources were required. I don't know if that equates to chronically under-resourcing police, because if we were better prepared and as they were in other cities, they didn't need more officers.
Understood. I suppose that it wasn't, we know that, don't we, that the protest in Coutts, the blockade in Coutts, was not able to be prevented by RCMP officers on the ground there.
It wasn't anticipated, and it happened before they could mobilize.
And then once it did, once the protesters were there, their vehicles were on the road and stopped, then enforcement became very challenging, correct?
Exactly.
And I think, in fact, one of the lessons that was learned in Coutts by your team, I assume, and others, was that an early effort to enforce failed because the protesters resisted and police were required to fall back. Do you recall that happening on February 1st?
I do.
And that's an indication, isn't it, of the challenge of enforcement. You need significant resources to enforce that kind of a police operation.
I would agree.
Now, in terms quickly about Windsor, do you understand that the Windsor, that resources that were requested by the Windsor Police Service and by the OPP were pledged by the RCMP prior to the completion of a plan by the Windsor Police Service?
I don't know the details of that.
Okay.
I would be inclined to believe that the RCMP would have made a commitment to support whatever action would need to be taken.
In the absence of a plan?
Just a commitment.
Right. And of course, for the reasons that you've given to one of my friends, the circumstances of the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge was a significant escalation in the national security threat, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Now, of the protests across the country, do you agree that Ottawa was the most complex and the most challenging?
In the physical sense, I believe that's true.
Right.
In the economic sense, not as much.
Fair enough. In terms of the, as you say, the physical sense, or if one thought about it as a security issue, it was the more volatile. It had the most vehicles and the most protesters across a larger area. Is that fair?
Agreed.
Now, I think you indicated that there was a time, at least, when there was a debate between, or perhaps even a disagreement between federal and provincial officials in Ontario, that is, about which police service was the first port of call for the Ottawa Police Service to call on. Is that fair?
Well, we've been shown evidence to that effect. I didn't have that issue with my colleague.
All right, understood. Now, a couple of other things. You were also aware, and I think you've told the Commissioner, that enforcement was not the preferred strategy here in any of these protest locations. Negotiation, de-escalation was the preferred strategy.
That is always the preferred strategy.
And yet the ministers, the federal government ministers with whom you were interacting, were demanding some kind of action. Is that fair?
The ministers we were briefing wanted the situation to be resolved. There is no question about that.
And the same was true to your observation of municipal officials here in Ottawa.
Absolutely.
And of course, the community, the residents.
Absolutely.
A high level of impatience and a highly challenging situation for the police service and for Chief Slowly.
Yes, absolutely.
You observed, and I'm sure you felt it, the two of you were in the middle of this too. Can you tell the Commissioner, did you yourselves feel enormous pressure to try to do something to solve this problem?
I did.
Mr. Rochon?
That would be fair, yeah.
And you observed it across the spectrum of police services and other government agents. Is that fair?
That would be fair.
You agree that Chief Slowly, during the time that you were dealing with him, was a passionate defender of the city's residents and of the police service in trying to find a solution?
I would agree.
And acted in good faith in the performance of his duties?
I would agree.
Now, one last area, if I may. Chief Slowly has described options that were other than enforcement. And do you agree that Commissioner Lucky also expressed a preference for even the effort of an interlocutor to try to negotiate something with protesters. Do you recall that?
No.
May I just show you, please, a document then? See if you can assist us, because I think you received it. You're a member of the, one of the acronyms, the Deputy Minister's Committee on Operational Coordination.
Yes.
True? DMOC. Could I please show the witness the interview summary from, oh no, I won't need to go to that. Let me show you the document. PBCAN 50750. See if this assists your recollection, if you would, please, Mr. Stewart. There's a suffix on that, REL.001. I don't know if that's important to the registrar. There we go, thank you. Do you recognize this document, Truckers Convoy and Protective Services Key Messages for DMOC, February 3rd at 2:30 p.m.?
Well, these would be speaking points for the commissioner. I would not have received her speaking points.
All right. Can you confirm for the commissioner, for this commissioner, that you were at this meeting?
Yes.
Could you please just scroll down, if you would, please, Mr. Registrar, to a expression that begins, "I will be honest." Second page. There it is. Just read that, if you would, Mr. Stewart. For the record, I'll be honest. This may not be something that can be negotiated out of or resolved only with enforcement. There may need to be some other solutions, maybe the engagement of an interlocutor. Does that refresh your recollection that on the 3rd of February in the afternoon, Commissioner Lucky raised this concern, that there may not be a solution through only through enforcement, and there may be other solutions, including an interlocutor?
Yes, it refreshes my memory.
And that she said that?
I check against delivery, but I believe she did.
All right. I'm out of time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you. Next, the Ottawa Coalition.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Mr. Stewart, Monsieur Rochon, my name is Emily Tamman. I represent the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. And I just have a couple of questions for you arising out of your testimony today. Monsieur Rochon, if I could start with you, please, sir. You explained that within the broader intelligence matrix in Canada, that public safety is a consumer of intelligence, right?
Correct.
And you indicated this morning that the government had determined prior even to the Freedom Convoy that there is a need for a refresh of the national security strategy. Is that right?
Not technically speaking. The government is always looking at policy matters, and it'll be a decision for the sitting government of the day whether or not to publish an update to that strategy. But subset to the national security strategy, there are a series of other strategies like a cybersecurity strategy, a critical infrastructure strategy. So we're always working on those, yes.
Okay, and the current strategy, I believe you said, dates back to 2004?
The national security one, yes.
And at that time, I think you explained that threats to Canada's national security were understood to be different than they are today. Is that fair?
Indeed, I would say post 9/11, the very creation of our department at public safety followed, and indeed, I think that was the impetus for Canada's national security strategy at the time in 2004.
Okay, and so in pursuing a refresh or in continually, considering and reconsidering the government's approach, it's a recognition that the current strategy may not be optimal, because it could miss certain kinds of threats from groups oriented around certain radical ideologies, or even, as you said, I think this morning, individuals acting alone on the basis of a broader range of grievances than the current strategy might have otherwise been built for. Is that fair?
I would even go so far as to highlight the counterterrorism strategy, which I think dates back to 2012, if I'm not mistaken. And we're in the process of refreshing that. A parliamentary committee in the House of Commons for National Security, SECU, has recently done a study on ideologically motivated violent extremism, which came out with 33 recommendations. We recently tabled, I believe, the government response to that study, and we're in the process of updating our counterterrorism strategy that will deal with what you referred to, yes.
Okay. And you testified this morning that in the lead up to the Freedom Convoy's occupation of Ottawa, there was no reason to see the convoy as a national security threat, right? Based on the intelligence that had been produced for you.
That would be correct.
But ultimately, a national security threat was, as Mr. Stewart articulated, I think, adjudicated to exist, at least from the perspective of the federal government, which ultimately led to the invocation of the Emergencies Act, right?
Correct.
So as a consumer of intelligence products, then, would you agree that the intelligence product you were provided with was flawed in the sense that the threat posed by the convoy was grossly underestimated at every level, OPS, OPP, RCMP, CSIS?
I wouldn't say flawed, because intelligence is only as good as a moment in time when it's collected, and you have to know where to go looking for it. And at the time, all of the various indications were pointing to a peaceful protest. And so police of jurisdiction who handle these types of protests on a regular basis, there was no reason to question their integrity in terms of their assessment. But as the protests grew in number across the country, and indeed witnessing the various behaviors and the entrenchment of the occupation in Ottawa, and the impacts on Canadians, Canadian lives, the economy, the reputation of the country, trading issues, supply chain issues, yes, it definitely rose to a national security concern.
But we can't necessarily know if the issue was how the available intelligence was interpreted, or if it was actually a failure of intelligence to actually see what might have been in front of law enforcement authorities. Is that fair?
The difficulty is that you don't know what you don't know, and therefore there are always unknowns.
Right. So we heard from former Chief Peter Slowly that he believes that there is a double standard that exists in how national security threats are identified and communicated, and that right-wing extremism and white supremacy are often not flagged in threat assessments, while radical Islam and Islamic-based terrorism threats are. Do you agree with that assessment?
I would only agree with it in so much as perhaps historically there might have been a bias, but I believe more recently, as I've indicated, ideologically motivated violent extremism has risen to the level where our security and intelligence agencies have it as the top priority at the moment. I would argue that if you look at just at the terrorist listings that we're responsible for with public safety, we've, I think, listed up to 9 now IMVE groups in the last 3 years. Mm-hmm. So I would not agree with that characterization in the present day. But historically speaking, we certainly were more focused on other types of terrorism.
So you wouldn't agree then, I take it, that the potential threat posed by the Freedom Convoy wasn't recognized or articulated as a national security threat because of biases in intelligence gathering and in a reluctance to identify certain types of threats as being national security threats?
No, I would disagree.
Okay. Mr. Stewart, in your statement, you're said to have expressed the view that the government and law enforcement lack certain tools to monitor social media and properly distill its content to identify threats. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I wonder if you would agree then that it's likely surprising to Canadians that law enforcement continue to have a deficit in that regard, given the central role that social media plays in modern day communications, and particularly given that it can be monitored on an open source basis. Is that something, to your knowledge, that will be addressed in the refresh or reconsideration of the national security strategy?
I'd like to clarify that point. There is a very high noise to signal ratio in social media. So there's a challenge inherently in monitoring all the channels that people use to communicate to the extent that they're accessible. And there are many that are not, that are encrypted. So it would be, I think, a mistake to say that the police or any institution have necessarily all the capabilities they need to monitor what is going on in the electronic world. And then beyond that, it's about assessing it and trying to make sure that, you know, what we understand to be the case is either likely to be or is the case. And that assessment process is also very challenging. So I think there's a lot of inherent challenges here.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so just switching gears a little bit. We've heard evidence, and I'm completely moving to a different area now, that by February 3rd, Mayor Watson had spoken with the Prime Minister and with Minister Mendicino about the situation in Ottawa and the need for federal resources. From this perspective of public safety, then, the convoy occupation by that time was recognized to be a significant event, right?
Yes.
But no one within public safety at that time, on February 3rd, was considering invoking the Emergencies Act at that point, were they?
There was no active consideration at that time.
And the commission's heard evidence that on February 4th, a private citizen launched a class action against the convoy because residents felt completely abandoned by all levels of government and policing institutions. You're aware of that?
I am.
But no one within public safety at that time was considering invoking the Emergencies Act, right?
It was not under active consideration at that point in time.
And you've indicated that it did become an active consideration around February 11th. Is that fair?
Yes, I did.
So would it be fair then to say that the federal government never really saw a role for the Emergencies Act as a tool for dealing with the Freedom Convoy until the international borders were blockaded?
No, I think that's putting it too linearly. I think a combination of factors led it to become more actively considered, including the borders being blockaded, the protracted protest in Ottawa, and the threats of personal and economic harm.
Okay, but a significant part of the consideration with respect to economic harm had to do with international trade, didn't it?
It had to do with blocking ports and gateways, yes.
Yeah. So had it not been for the border blockades, would, in your assessment, residents of Ottawa have continued to have been left to deal with the effects of the convoy despite the tremendous social and economic harm they were experiencing?
There was always going to be a police action in Ottawa. So right. I think you are neglecting the fact that that was mobilizing, albeit in a very incremental way.
But specifically with respect to the Emergencies Act, would you, based on your understanding of the discussions that took place around that, in your view, would the Emergencies Act have been an appropriate tool to deal with the situation in Ottawa had it not been for those other events?
The Emergencies Act is generally considered to be a tool of last resort under very exigent circumstances, urgent, time limited. So there were many other tools in the toolkit. Indeed, Ontario used one, and it was not used until quite a bit later in time. So I would say, we were all conscious of it as being a tool, but in the minds of those who were, discussing it with counterparts, there were other tools as well.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Next, I'd like to call on the Ontario Provincial Police.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Diana, counsel to the OPP. I wonder if we can start by bringing up your witness summary, which is WTS 66. And while that's coming up, I expect that most of my questions will be directed to Mr. Stewart, to Mr. Rochon. If you have some insight or some information, then please chime in. All right, so this is your witness summary. Can we go to page 21? And the last paragraph. And I want to ask some questions about the consultation that took place before the invocation of the Act. So it reads, DM Stewart added that the Act was welcomed by law enforcement, especially police of jurisdiction. Though they were never explicitly asked to invoke the Act, they were asked whether they had the tools they needed, and the answer was consistently that they could use more tools. I want to ask about that paragraph in particular. You use the word they, which suggests that multiple law enforcement agencies were canvassed about tools that could be used under the Act. Is that a fair characterization of the summary?
There's a spelling mistake in there, just for the record. The were in the second sentence. No, this is a composite statement based on all the consultations we undertook with officials as well as with police.
Right, and so my question arising from that is, which law enforcement agencies were consulted about the use of the Act?
What I was saying in this witness summary, and what I would say to you, is that no police agency was asked about the Act itself. They were always asked, do you need more tools?
All right, and so my question is, which agencies were asked whether they needed more tools?
RCMP, OPP, OPS.
All right, do you have any knowledge on how that consultation took place?
No, it would have been guided by the RCMP.
All right, because Commissioner Karik, and I don't know if you heard his evidence, he testified that the OPP was not consulted about the use of the Emergencies Act or any tools by anyone with the federal government. Do you have any reason to dispute his testimony in that regard?
I would not have firsthand knowledge of this. The RCMP was our primary interface as a department and in the discussions that we were having.
All right, so is it fair to say that that paragraph is based on information that you would have received from the RCMP rather than your own personal direct knowledge?
Insofar as it pertains to the OPP.
Or other law enforcement agencies?
Law enforcement here could also represent officials in provincial governments.
All right, because we're talking about tools, which in terms of law enforcement agencies is what I'm referring to. And so do you have any direct knowledge of other law enforcement agencies that were consulted about those tools?
No direct knowledge.
All right. Now, at the time, of course, you would agree that the OPP had a very prominent role within the province, both in Windsor, Ottawa, and elsewhere in Ontario?
I would.
And you would agree that the OPP, considering its role in multiple scenarios, would be in a good position to provide a meaningful response to a consultation request?
I would agree. Indeed, as you heard, I assumed they were.
And indeed, the OPP would have a different perspective than the RCMP because they have different jurisdiction, correct?
That is true. They have different jurisdictions, but they work very closely together.
All right, and do you know if there is a written record of consultation with law enforcement agencies on the Emergencies Act?
I do not.
Considering the extraordinary nature of the Emergencies Act, do you agree that perhaps there should be a written consultation record for accountability purposes?
The consultations were, in the broader form, were often recorded, and there have been notes to that effect, right? And again, they weren't about the Act, they were about the tools. Right. And then the formal consultations were also recorded and reported to Parliament.
Right. And the reason I ask is because there is a consultation record, which I won't take you to unless you want to see it, but that consultation record refers to consultation with different provinces and officials, but there's no specifics about consultation with law enforcement. And my question is are you aware of any document that deals directly with the law enforcement side of the consultation?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay, but you would agree that perhaps considering the fact that law enforcement has to use those tools, it would be a good idea to have written records of that consultation?
I would agree.
Did you have any direct involvement with consulting law enforcement? I think you said you did not. Fair?
Not police, other than the RCMP.
Right. If we can turn up document pb.nsc.can.503256.
Actually, if I may, I'll correct that answer, because I did have calls with Chief Slowly, on which Commissioner Karik was also participating. So I would say I had firsthand evidence from Chief Slowly that he needed more tools as well.
All right, now, I don't know if you don't appear to have been copied on this document. This appears to be an exchange of emails between Commissioner Lucky and Mike Jones. Do you recognize this email?
I do.
Now, Patrick Vezina is counsel, I believe. Who are Alison Whalen and Dennis Daly?
They are RCMP. One's a civilian member, the other's a regular member.
Okay, did you see this document at the time that it was generated or around the time it was generated?
I do not recall seeing this document.
Okay, now Mike Jones, as I understand it, was Chief of Staff for Minister Minichino, is that correct?
That is correct.
And if you scroll down to the bottom, it starts with an email request made on February 13th from Mike Jones to Brenda Lucky. Part of it is redacted, but if you scroll up, I think it's clear kind of what the purpose of the email is. If you scroll up a little higher, higher. Commissioner Lucky, stop there. Commissioner Lucky kind of gives a list of some tools that she might find useful. Is that your understanding of this email?
That is my understanding.
Now, I note that this exchange...
And for the record, that is what I assumed the RCMP would have consulted with colleagues about.
Okay. So this is evidence of consultation with the RCMP from the federal government side. My question is whether or not it's unusual that this request comes from the political side, comes from the Chief of Staff rather than from your office, from the Deputy Minister's office.
Under the circumstances, I wouldn't say it was unusual.
Because typically, and I know the way it works, provincially, of course, because that's my area, but Commissioner Karik testified that almost all his dealings were directly with Deputy Di Tommaso, and the communication went through the level of the Deputy Minister.
But the Commissioner of the RCMP is a direct report to the Minister of Public Safety.
Right, and so it's more common then for the political side to engage directly with the Commissioner of the RCMP?
It is.
And I wanted to follow up on a comment, because this is an opportunity for us to look at all these issues, all these kind of broader systemic issues. Could you raise it yourself earlier in your evidence about Nova Scotia, and maybe taking another look at what is the appropriate role of the political side as opposed to your side of the House? Do you have any thoughts on how, from the federal side, that can be improved from where it's at now?
That's a very open-ended question, and I don't think my opinion is here or there. I would observe, however, and this is why I raised it this morning, that this has become an issue in a number of domains where people have asked what's the division between requests for information and advice, which this, I think, constitutes, versus what are, sort of interference or, engagement in police operations. And so I would certainly agree with the proposal that could be clarified.
Yeah, and I guess one of the reasons I ask, you're not copied on this. And as Deputy Minister, if there is going to be direct engagement with the political side, don't you expect you to at least be copied on it for your informational awareness?
At 1 a.m, it probably wouldn't matter.
Right.
No, I think it would have made sense for her to copy me. She copied her subordinates.
Right. And I guess, again, we're in this context where we can look at these issues. These opportunities don't come across very well. And you've got a lot of experience in your role, as do you, Mr. Rochon. So you can weigh into this question as well. But is there any merit in having clearer lines or more clearly defined lines about how the interaction between the political side and the RCMP commissioner to avoid any kind of misunderstandings?
There is merit.
And how, do you have any recommendations on how those lines should be drawn?
No.
Do you have any thoughts, Mr. Rochon?
No, I'm afraid not.
And just finishing up on the question about intelligence, you were asked a question by my friend who was up before me about whether or not there was essentially a failure of intelligence. Now, your evidence earlier was that you're in a position where you're only receiving, or you're consuming the intelligence, correct?
Correct.
That is correct, yeah.
But you only know what's provided to you, correct?
Correct.
So, for example, you didn't even know about Hendon what you're looking at is what other people are synthesizing, putting together, and letting you know, correct?
Correct.
So really, you wouldn't be in a position, especially at the time, to know whether you had reviewed all the intelligence or whether what had been provided to you was an accurate reflection of what was out there, correct?
I would argue that the reason why we have an ADM National Security Operations Committee table every week is to have subject matter experts across 16 departments and agencies bring forward information that would be relevant for that table, and then we ask questions and try to anticipate threats to national security. And in this particular instance, we would have all been aware of convoys, and we would have been deferring to the RCMP or transport or indeed CSIS, ITAC, and others to flag for us if there was something more to bring to our attention. And at the early stages, that wasn't the case.
Right. And so if the RCMP or whoever's reviewing this, whoever's reviewing this information decides that information such as there's no exit strategy, an intention to make the workings of government more difficult, if that doesn't get included, then obviously you would never know. So there's a lot that's put on the shoulders of those who are providing the information to you. Would you agree?
Yes and no. I mean, there's enough experience around that ADM National Security Operations table to ask those types of questions. Intelligence fusion is always a challenge. And so bringing together all of the various pieces of intelligence to get an accurate picture at a moment in time is something that we have experience with. And at that point in time, we had no reason to believe that this was going to be anything more than a peaceful protest.
Thank you, gentlemen. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Next up is the Windsor Police Service.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. This is Tom McRae for Windsor Police Service. I have no questions.
Thank you. Next is the Government of Alberta.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Bose for the province of Alberta. I just have a few questions around the RFA that came from Alberta. I think, Mr. Stewart, you're probably the one who will be answering these questions today, but certainly if this is something that both members of the panel can respond to, please feel free to do so. For now, can I ask that the clerk please bring up the Public Safety Institutional Report? That's document DOJ.IR.708. And while that's happening, Mr. Stewart, I believe you mentioned in your evidence that the RFA that came from Alberta didn't follow the usual course, namely that there wasn't discussion before it was submitted. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know if there had been discussion ahead of the RFA, would that have changed the response by the federal government in this case?
In all likelihood, it would not.
Okay. And then on that institutional report, Mr. Clerk, can you please scroll down to page 22 and look at paragraph 75, please? And this is referring to the February 5th RFA from the Minister of Municipal Affairs for Alberta. And it says, upon reviewing the request, it was determined that the RFA process was not the correct mechanism for addressing the issue of additional law enforcement personnel. Requests for additional RCMP officers must be made under subarticle 9 of the Provincial Police Services Agreement and not through an RFA. So is it true that the RFA from Alberta was interpreted to be a request for RCMP officer deployment?
No, it was perceived to largely be a request for tow trucks.
Okay. There is a mention of personnel in the RFA. I'll just take you to that as well. That's document PB.CAN.50718. And I'll take it you've seen the RFA from Minister McIver before. Is that correct?
I have.
Okay. And then if we look at paragraph 4, within that paragraph, we see, to support this approach, I'm requesting federal assistance that includes the provision of equipment and personnel to move approximately 70 semi-tractor trailers and approximately 75 personal and recreational vehicles from the area. Do you know at the time this was received what the interpretation of personnel was meant to be? And I'm not talking from Minister McIver's point of view. I'm asking what the federal government interpreted that request to be.
I can say quite authoritatively, I believe it was not assumed to be law enforcement because everybody understood the Article 9 process very well. It's been used many times over the years. So this was inferred to be armed forces personnel.
Okay, thank you. And we do know, of course, that there was a request for deployment of RCMP officers that was appropriately made under the police services agreement. That came just a few days later, correct?
Correct.
All right, now can we please take a look at document pb.can.401514? And this is an email from Mr. Dakelbab to yourself on February 13. And it outlines a meeting that Transportation Canada individuals had with colleagues from Alberta, Manitoba, and Ontario. And if we scroll down to the bullet points that begin with Alberta, we can see those there. Alberta requests for CAF support have been denied, but they are surprised that the request to access reservists with operational skills needed to drive towing trucks was not accepted. This part of the request is news to us, and we committed to follow up on this specific point. Do you know if there was any follow-up on that point?
I do not.
All right, now ultimately the Government of Canada was going to deny Alberta's request for assistance, correct?
Actually, what happened was that we evaluated the initial request and determined that the CAF equipment would not be appropriate. And as this indicates, it was not my understanding that there was another dimension to the personnel request. However, we did not formally notify Alberta that the RFA would be turned down on the basis of the fact that we were still having discussions about the federal toolkit and ultimately address the tow truck issue via the Emergencies Act.
Okay, now I'd like to take you to some draft letters that were in Canada's production for this, beginning with pb.nsc.can 409547. We can see that this is dated February 7th. It's addressed to the Honorable Minister McIver, which is the Minister of Municipal Affairs for Alberta. And if we scroll down to the last paragraph on the first page, it says, further, I understand that Alberta has the required authorities necessary to enforce compliance as a highway is considered essential infrastructure, and it is unlawful to willfully obstruct, interrupt, or interfere with the construction, maintenance, use, or operation of any essential infrastructure in a manner that renders the essential infrastructure dangerous, useless, inoperative, or ineffective as per the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act of Alberta. And this letter is unsigned. Do you know why it was unsigned and unsent at this time?
For the reasons I just explained.
Okay, but you would agree that on February 7th, the Government of Canada's position was that Alberta had the required authorities to deal with the illegal protests around Coots, Alberta?
We determined that the full suite of provincial tools had not been exhausted, which is sort of a first principle of the RFA.
All right. And then there are a number of other follow-up draft letters that contain essentially the same language in it. Just for the record, I will take you to ssm.can.nsc 402745. And this is a memorandum for the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. I understand if you scroll down to page 2 that you digitally signed this memorandum on February 9th. Do you see that?
I see that.
And in this memorandum, you recommended that the Minister of Emergency Preparedness sign an enclosed reply indicating that the Government of Canada was refusing the RFA.
Okay,
Is that correct?
I believe so. I haven't seen the attachment, but I believe so.
Well, and the enclosed correspondence on this one is actually redacted, but if we look at the body of the memorandum, we see the reasons for refusing. On page 2, the paragraph above the heading recommendation says, this remains an issue within provincial jurisdiction. Alberta has the required legal authorities necessary to enforce compliance. So very similar reasons for the refusal that was being outlined in the February 7th draft, correct?
Correct.
And then if we turn now to ssm.nsc.can 403115, this is a series of emails from February 11th. And in the email from Rowdy Barrack to Minister Bill Blair, it says, here is the latest draft in reply to Alberta's RFA. And again, going to page 2, we see a paragraph starting with further, I understand. And it says Alberta has the required legal authorities necessary to enforce compliance, and then refers to the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act. So again, here we are, February 11th, very similar reasons to those expressed on February 9th and February 7th, correct?
Correct.
And if we scroll to the very top of this, we see that Minister Blair approved the response. Were you aware that he had approved such a response?
I was.
Okay.
And I told a provincial official, although I cannot remember who that was.
Do you know the level of provincial official you told, or the meeting in which you told them that?
A deputy minister called me and asked if we were going to approve it sometime within 24 to 48 hours of the original request. And I said, my expectation is we would not.
Okay, so very early on, the decision was made it would be refused. The reasons for refusing it seem to not really have changed throughout the course of the time when the draft response was being considered. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then I'm going to take you to one last draft, and that is on pb.can.nsc. I believe it's 50690. And this is an email. My understanding is with the timestamp, this time is actually the true time that this was sent should be 5 hours ahead of this. So sometime in the evening on February 12th, excuse me. If we scroll down to the second email there, and on the second page, we again see we've got a draft response. And again, the wording is very similar. Further, I understand Alberta has the required legal authorities, and then reference to the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act. So by as late as February 12th, the Government of Canada's position on Alberta's RFA was that it had the required legal authorities necessary to enforce compliance of any illegal protest activity occurring in Alberta. Do you agree?
It had powers to address the circumstance, including compelling tow truck drivers.
You're now well out of time.
And I just have 1 minute to clarify which act that that power comes under, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry. You referred to Alberta having the power to compel tow truck operators under the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act. I'm going to put to you that that act is not actually the correct act. It is only 5 sections long, and the Commission has heard evidence from the Assistant Deputy Minister de Grand that legislation makes interfering with critical infrastructure an offence, but it's not something that Alberta needs to invoke. Alberta does have the Emergency Management Act, which does grant in it the power to compel service providers to provide services. So despite maybe having a confusion about which act that power falls under, it doesn't change the position that Canada's response to Alberta's RFA. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay. Thank you. That's my only question. Those are my only questions today.
Okay, thank you. Next, if I could call on the CCLA, please.
Good afternoon. Can you see and hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Kara Zwiebel. I am counsel for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. I wonder if we could pull up document pb.can.401584. And this, just while it's getting pulled up, I believe is an email chain related to the technical briefing that you mentioned earlier, or I guess there were several technical briefings that happened. And if we scroll all the way down to the bottom, just so we can see where this starts. So this is someone in the communications branch of public safety, and writing to say that there may need to be a follow-up, a second, I think here we're talking about a media briefing. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, because there wasn't enough time for all the questions given some other briefings that were going on. And if we scroll up a bit more, there's some discussion here about the possibility of doing this another way. Could we do this in writing? I gather at this point, everyone in your department is running on fumes, and there's quite a lot going on. And the idea of doing yet another briefing is not necessarily something you feel is the best use of time. Is that an accurate characterization?
I would simply say, from my recollection, that we pretty much ran full on doing a technical brief after technical brief after technical brief with different stakeholders, be they both houses of parliament, media, as well as stakeholders. And each one typically would run for half an hour to an hour, but in this particular case, we were affording stakeholders sometimes up to 2 hours, sometimes even longer. And we were trying to address as many questions, but as you can appreciate, we had a panel of experts from a great number of departments and agencies, and therefore questions stemmed from law enforcement activity to border service activity to finance, and therefore we were, I think, if I look back at this particular exchange, probably wondering whether there wouldn't be a way of having people submit questions in writing, and maybe there would be a better way of posting our answers online as opposed to continuing with the number of technical briefs that we were providing.
Okay, thank you. And can we now go to document ssm.can.402668? So I think this is going to be, I believe, your speaking notes for maybe it's one, maybe it's all of these technical briefings. And if we can just go down to the first full paragraph on page 3. And I think this is the document that we were talking about earlier about the need to focus on the public safety portfolio elements a bit more and not duplicate what justice or other departments might say. And so, yes, okay. So on this page, I gather this is roughly what you communicated during these briefings. So first, noting that the Emergencies Act is a significant step, one that will help ensure law enforcement across Canada have broad and clear authority to protect public safety, ensure our borders remain open, and safeguard our national security. And then scrolling down a bit, it's also noted that this is a message to people who are participating in these protests and interfering in critical infrastructure that there will be consequences. And then a little bit more, the next paragraph notes that these measures will supplement existing provincial and territorial measures and assist the RCMP in becoming integrated. I think it probably speaks a little bit to that question of avoiding the swearing in and some of that red tape.
Indeed.
And then it's this next paragraph that I want to ask about. So it says it's important to underscore that invoking the Emergencies Act does not give the federal government the authority to direct the police services of any other jurisdiction. So two questions, I guess. The first is that statement, the use of any other jurisdiction, are you saying here that using the Emergencies Act allows the federal government to direct the federal police, the RCMP? Or are you just clarifying that nothing in the Emergencies Act changes the normal situation where the government does not direct police in their operations?
I would say it's the latter interpretation.
Okay, thank you. But would you agree with me that while invoking the Emergencies Act doesn't give the federal government the authority to direct police services of any jurisdiction, the emergency orders that were made under the rubric of the Act grant police new authority to enforce those measures? Sorry, can you just
sorry. Well, I wasn't sure
okay.
if you were finished. That's why I was waiting. Apologies. Yes, I think it certainly gives them additional tools via the means of additional authorities that they can avail themselves of.
Okay, right. And just like the criminal code gives the police certain tools, it's ultimately going to be police officers that will make determinations about the manner of enforcement.
Yes.
Okay, and ultimately police authorities that will decide and how they will exercise their discretion. This notion of police discretion is an important piece of this. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay. And you would agree that these orders under the Emergency Act provided all police across the country with the authority to enforce these new measures?
Yes.
And although the federal government was not directing the police service of any jurisdiction, would you agree that by invoking a federal emergency and making the emergency orders, the federal government was clearly intending to communicate a message not just to people participating in protests, but also to law enforcement of all jurisdictions, that this is something the government takes very seriously and we're looking to you to enforce?
Yes.
I think at some point also Minister Blair made a comment. This was a bit before the act was invoked, but I think he was sharing with the media that this was something the federal government was considering. And he said it was important that police do their jobs. Do you recall that comment?
Not specifically, no. But
Okay.
I don't disagree with the thought, I guess.
Okay. And Mr. Stewart, in your testimony earlier, you said that enforcement, and I think this was when you were talking about the engagement proposal, that the engagement proposal was not really an alternative to enforcement. It was something that would be used to try to shrink the footprint, as we've heard, and sort of lay a path to eventual enforcement. And I think you said enforcement was only a matter of time.
That's correct.
And I think you also told my friend, Ms. Tamman, there was always going to be a police action to dismantle what was going on in Ottawa. It was a question of timing.
That's correct.
Okay. One more question related to, there was a document that you were taken to before, and this is around the relationship with the Government of Ontario and the powers that they had under their Emergency Act, or their Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. And I think you noted that the Ontario legislation had more teeth than the federal legislation in terms of the penalties. Do you recall saying that?
That's correct.
Okay. But you would agree with me that the provincial legislation didn't allow for the kind of broad financial powers that were included in the emergency regulations invoked and enacted by the federal government.
That's correct.
So the freezing of assets immediately without notice or due process, is likely something that the province would not have been able to do, or is not contemplated under their legislation.
It was not contemplated, and indeed it was done under the Bank Act. So that's a federal statute.
Can we just go back to that pb.can.401584? This is the email chain again related to the technical briefing. And sorry to jump around a little. I'm just trying to use my time as effectively as I can. So if we just scroll down a little bit, keep going. Thank you, right there. So Mr. Rochon, this was, again, I think you're discussing sort of how to make the best use of everyone's time and what's a very busy time. And you note there was better control in the first meeting because it was one that you were chairing. Second brief was bananas. Justice is at fault. Can you tell us a bit about that second briefing and what happened there in terms of the communications?
Certainly. The way these briefs are typically handled, in my experience, having gone through many of these over the course of my career, is that you normally have a moderator. So a moderator from a particular department will invite, will essentially moderate a call. This typically will happen on a teleconference line. The teleconference line will be open to a series of stakeholders. If it's a media event, for example, you'll have a number of media spokespeople who will be in a queue. And they, having never been on the other side, I'm not sure what technology they use, but they get into a queue in order to be able to ask questions. Normally, a moderator will open up, will explain who is representing the government, will walk through the time that will be allotted to an opening statement by the government officials, then how much time will be allotted for questions, and whether or not stakeholders are afforded a follow-up to that question. Having been a former Assistant Deputy Minister of Communications in a previous department, this is protocol that we normally follow. Unfortunately, in light of the way these were being set up, this particular brief, from my recollection, Justice was supposed to be lead. So the first meeting was chaired by Public Safety. We would have followed that protocol. And therefore, we would have gotten to 6 questions because the 6 questions were likely rather broad, and they were followed by each a follow-up. And the cutoff time of an hour, if I remember correctly, that first brief ended up limiting itself to 6 questions. And there were a number of people in the queue that complained about that, which is my first point. The second brief was one that was led by justice officials. They didn't have a moderator. And so if I remember correctly, I came on and had to play the role of moderator and try to police how the call was being managed because there was no moderator, hence my comment that it was rather bananas.
Okay, so it's more it's a question of the procedure.
Yes.
Is
yes,
that right? Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Canadian Constitution Foundation.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So my name is Janani Shen Muganathan, and I'm here for the Canadian Constitution Foundation. And my questions are for Deputy Minister Stewart. So, sir, in your interview summary, you explained that in Ottawa, municipal and provincial authorities were not used more extensively because the OPS was overwhelmed by protesters. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
And I take it what you mean by that is that authorities like the Highway Traffic Act, noise bylaws, were not being enforced by the OPS because they were overwhelmed by protesters.
That's correct.
So there was this resource issue in Ottawa, not enough police officers on the ground to enforce the law.
That's correct.
So I'd like to take you to your interview summary. And Mr. Clerk, this is WTS 6066. And it's page 12, please. So if we look at the third paragraph under the Ottawa Police Service heading, What it says here, it says the DM, that's you, sir, also described how there was some tension between the City of Ottawa and the federal government because Chief Slowly wanted more assistance and questions were raised about how many RCMP officers and resources had been deployed to assist the OPS rather than to protect federal assets. So what you're describing here is that there's this tension because Chief Slowly wants more help to address the resource issue and is asking, well, how many of these RCMP officers are really just being used to protect federal assets rather than helping us, the OPS, enforce things like the Criminal Code and the Highway Traffic Act to deal with the protests. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And the tension is that OPS wants more help and is questioning, well, how much help are we actually getting, right?
Right.
And you go on to say in that paragraph, the RCMP's position was that the OPS should have asked the OPP for more resources and that it was the OPP's responsibility to come and serve. He, that's you, sir, explained that the RCMP felt pressed by the OPS, but that the OPP was the force that the OPS should look to pursuant to legislation. And then there's a reference to the Ontario Police Services Act. So there's this tension, and the RCMP is feeling pressed, and the response you're hearing coming from the RCMP is that the OPS should really go to the OPP, right?
Correct.
The response isn't, hey,
not exclusively, though. To be clear, not exclusively. The RCMP had agreed to come with resources that they had to hand to help. And there was some confusion around how they were counting heads and whether those people were at the disposition of the OPS or whether they were under RCMP control and potentially deployable. So there was some confusion about that. But at all times, there was an expectation that the OPP would come as well.
Yes, right. The RCMP position was, well, OPS should go to the OPP first and then come to us. Is that fair?
That is the RCMP's position as I understand it.
And so the position, the response that you were getting from the RCMP wasn't, well, the OPS is asking us for help. We should do everything we can do to give them whatever they need as soon as possible. That wasn't the position you were hearing?
Not to that extent. No, the RCMP's position was that they could provide some help, but to the extent that more help was required, the Ottawa Police should be asking the OPP.
Right. And so, maybe it's just me, but it kind of sounds to me like there's one level of government saying, passing the buck and saying you should look to another level of government. But I take it you don't agree with that?
I don't agree with that.
Now, this idea that the OPP was the force that the OPS should be looking to pursuant to legislation, Commission Counsel asked you about that in her examination, and she suggested that it was the Police Services Act, and you said, I believe so, right?
I did.
So there's this idea that's going around that there is something in the Police Services Act that means the OPS should be going to the OPP primarily or first before it goes to the RCMP.
That is my understanding.
All right, so I've taken a look at the Police Services Act, and I think we should bring it up. Mr. Clerk, that's CCF 6011. And to page 15, please. And so if we could just pause here for a moment. So Section 9 of the Police Services Act, Section 9.1 talks about, when a police service is absent or inadequate, OPP assistance may be sought. So what 9.1 says is if the commission finds that a municipality to which subsection 4.1 applies is not providing police services, it may request that the commissioner have the Ontario Provincial Police give assistance. So what it says is that it may request that the commissioner have the Ontario provincial police give assistance. And now if we scroll down to subsection 6, what it says here is a municipal chief of police who is of the opinion that an emergency exists in the municipality may request that the commissioner have the Ontario Provincial Police give assistance. So what I say is, these sections enable the OPS to go to the OPP, but I don't see anything in the Act that says the OPS cannot go to the RCMP first, or that the OPS can only go to the RCMP after they've gone to the OPP. Do you have a different understanding of this legislation?
This is the first time I've seen the legislation, so I was operating on the basis of what I understood the case to be. But I think I would not agree with the way you put it. As I understood it, in the circumstances we faced, the RCMP was willing to help and did not stand on principle as to whether they were the first or the second asked. They felt the OPP was what the Ottawa Police Service should be asking. So,
okay,
but they were not holding off and responding because the OPS hadn't asked the OPP.
Fair enough, but you do agree that it was your understanding that it was the RCMP's position that the appropriate force to be seeking assistance from was the OPP. Is that fair?
Technically, yes.
Okay, technically that was what the RCMP's position was. Well, not technically, that was the RCMP's position.
Well, I understood it to be, and you've just obviously improved my understanding, that was what the law required. The circumstances drove a different set of considerations.
Okay, fair enough. And now you're not aware of any other law or legislation that requires the OPS to go to the OPP for help first before seeking help from the RCMP?
I am not.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, the City of Windsor.
Good afternoon. Can everyone see me?
Yes.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mr. Stewart and Mr. Rochon. My name is Jennifer King. I'm counsel to the City of Windsor. I have some questions for you about emergency management of critical infrastructure in Canada. Will you agree with me that local authorities play a central role in emergency management in Canada?
I would agree.
You are familiar with the current Emergency Framework for Canada, 3rd edition?
I am.
And that can be found at WIN402230. So, Mr. Stewart, I can't see who's responding, but this is public safety's key policy framework for federal, provincial, territorial coordination with respect to emergency management in Canada, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that the framework does not directly engage with municipalities?
The framework tends to operate through the basis of provinces and territories as being the primary authority.
Okay, and the framework relies on provinces and territories to engage with local authorities?
That's correct.
The approach outlined in the framework provides for a scaling up where the provincial and federal governments step in only when local capacity is exceeded, correct?
I believe so.
And you'll agree with me that this approach requires excellent multi-level coordination?
I would agree.
Would you agree then to ensure effective coordination on the ground, municipalities and other local first responders should be directly engaged in Canada's framework?
I think there is a high degree of virtue in interoperability and interconnectedness across all of the first responders. Insofar as we're talking about and ultimately requests for assistance, I believe there is a chain of authority that has to be worked through and shouldn't be worked around.
Okay, well, there are coordination instruments that are referenced in the framework. And Mr. Rochon, I think you referred to a national strategy for critical infrastructure this morning.
I did indeed.
And the intention for this is to provide for, intended to kind of create an approach between the federal, provincial, and territorial governments to emergency management with respect to critical infrastructure, correct?
Yes, not just that, but also better coordination with the private sector and all levels of government.
Okay, and all levels of government, including municipal?
Yes.
You would agree that the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor is critical infrastructure within the meaning of this national strategy?
I would be inclined to agree that it is as critical infrastructure. However, I do want to clarify the point that we weren't operating in large measure in invoking the Emergencies Act under the context that framework speaks to. That framework speaks to emergencies other than law enforcement emergencies.
And it doesn't address the role of the different ministries and levels of government to support a police-led response?
Well, it's obviously been some time since I've looked at it, but I'm conveying to you my understanding here that we did not treat the protests as an emergency management issue, and that the framework that we have designed and agreed with provinces and territories to deploy does not typically apply to issues of public security in the sense of law enforcement. It deals with natural disasters and the like.
So you're saying that the national strategy for critical infrastructure is not intended to address the type of protest that we saw in February?
So those are two separate things. Emergency management is one framework. Critical infrastructure is a separate one. And the original critical infrastructure strategy written back in 2010, unfortunately, there are different strata within the management of emergencies. So a cyber event, cybersecurity, or a national security event, a terrorist event, does not fall under the rubric of emergency management, and it would follow a different set of circumstances. As it is written now, the new critical infrastructure strategy that we're pulling together, we're currently consulting, and we're leveraging various different tables in order to better understand how we can manage critical infrastructure going forward, and that is still a work in progress.
Okay. Well, I think I'm running up on my time, and if I could just have 1 or 2 more minutes, I have a few questions to wrap up. I just wanted to, perhaps I won't take you to the document, but are you aware?
You can have 1 or 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are you aware that Mayor Dilkens of Windsor wrote to Minister Mendicino, Minister Blair, and the Ontario Solicitor General in March, indicating the need for broader collaboration and support from provincial and federal governments to bolster the safety and security of our borders?
No, if I was aware, I've forgotten.
Okay, well, I don't have the time to show it to you, but I will say that Mayor Dilkens in his testimony did indicate that he went on to request a meeting to debrief emergency regulatory obligations regarding the Ambassador Bridge. Did you discuss this request to meet with Minister Mendicino or Minister Blair?
No.
Okay, would you recommend that the ministers meet with Windsor, provincial and federal representatives to discuss long-term needs and planning to protect Windsor's international crossings?
I would agree to the more general statement that it's important that federal and provincial ministers take lessons learned from as it pertains to protecting critical infrastructure.
Okay, I think that's all my time. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next, call on province of Saskatchewan, please.
Good afternoon, sirs. My name is Mitch McAdam, and I'm one of the lawyers for the government of Saskatchewan. I just have a few questions for you today. First, Mr. Stewart, in your interview summary at page 20, you indicated that you were aware of the Federal Emergencies Act back in 2020 at the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic, and you mentioned that again this morning. So I take it that you were involved in the discussions back in 2020 about potentially invoking the Emergencies Act to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And sir, I'm going to ask you a few very general questions about that time. I have some documents that I can pull up if you need to see them, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to pull them up unless it's necessary. But if you do need to refresh your memory, by all means, ask me to pull them up. My questions are going to be quite general.
All right.
To begin with, sir, you'd agree with me that in that case, there was a process of engagement with the provinces that spanned at least a couple of weeks?
That is my recollection.
And you'll agree with me that there was a letter that was sent by the Prime Minister to the premiers formally initiating consultations under the Emergencies Act?
That is my recollection.
And you'll agree with me that that letter was followed up with a meeting between the Prime Minister and the premiers to discuss the matter?
I don't have any direct knowledge of that. I know there was a call that was organized for Minister Blair, who was Public Safety Minister at the time, with his counterparts to have a discussion about the potential utility of the Emergencies Act.
Okay, but you're not aware of any telephone conference call involving the Prime Minister and the premiers?
Not aware.
Okay. And are you aware that the premiers were given about a week to provide a formal written response to the idea of invoking the Emergencies Act to deal with the pandemic?
Not in that specific sense, but I was aware that they were given an opportunity to respond.
And they were given some time to do so?
That's the specifics of it. I don't know about.
Okay, so if I say they were given a week, you can't agree or disagree with that?
That is correct.
Okay. But will you agree with me, sir, that the process that was used back in 2020, when there was discussion about invoking the Emergencies Act to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, was quite different than the process that was followed in February of this year before invoking the act to deal with the blockades and protests?
I would agree.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Next, sir, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the FPT meetings that were discussed this morning. And Mr. Stewart, you talked about a meeting of deputy ministers that you attended on February 7th. You recall that meeting?
Yes, it was a call.
Okay. And Mr. Rochon, my understanding is that you attended a meeting of the FPT Crime Prevention and Policing Committee on February the 11th. Do you recall that?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Yes. And Mr. Stewart, would you agree with me that at the meeting on February 7th, at no time did you advise the provincial officials that were on that call that the federal government was contemplating invoking the Emergencies Act?
That is correct.
And Mr. Rochon, would you agree with me at the meeting on February 11th, at no time did you or anyone else from Public Safety Canada advise the provincial and territorial officials on the call that the federal government was considering invoking the Federal Emergencies Act?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Stewart, would you agree with me that these opportunities, the deputy ministers meeting that you had and the meetings of the CPP committee would have been a good opportunity to discuss the potential invocation of the Emergencies Act with provincial officials?
Had the invocation of the act been a subject of active discussion? Yes, but it wasn't.
Okay, so at the time of these two meetings, it wasn't under active discussion?
In the time I did the meeting, it was not.
So on February 7th, it was not?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Rochon, when you had the meeting on February 11th, was the Emergencies Act under active discussion at that time?
I'm trying to think. At that time, I believe the situation of a national security threat was certainly top of mind, and we were, by recollection and not having the document in front of me, my recollection is that we were looking at every available tool available to us and to provinces and territories and municipalities in order to be able to deal with the situation, the threat that seemed to be growing. So, sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Stewart, you're aware of a meeting that Mr. Dackelbaum from your department attended with officials from Alberta, Manitoba, Ontario, and the RCMP on February 13th. That's a meeting that he reported to you by email on Sunday night. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And at that time, the invocation of the Emergencies Act was under active consideration by the federal government, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And your information is that Mr. Dackelbaum or the other officials federal officials on that call did not advise their provincial counterparts that the act was under active consideration, did they?
I cannot say for certainty that any of them knew.
Okay, so you're saying the federal officials that were on the call would not have known that the Federal Emergencies Act was under active consideration at that time?
I'm not sure that they did. I can't say for sure.
So they couldn't have advised their provincial officials of that?
Indeed, had they not known.
Okay, and as far as you know, they didn't advise provincial officials of that?
I would agree.
As far as, thank you.
So you're now out of time.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is the National Police Federation.
Yes, hello. This is Nini Jones for the NPF. We have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Democracy Fund.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stewart and Mr. Rochon. I'm Rob Kittredge, representing the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. And I only have 5 minutes today, so just to make efficient use of my time, I'm going to direct my questions to Mr. Stewart. So I apologize for leaving you out. Can we bring up document SSM CAN 1096_REL.0001, please? And this is the document that my friend representing the convoy organizers was trying to show you earlier on when he ran out of time. Mr. Stewart, the Liberal Research Bureau is an entity within the Liberal Party that receives government funds, conducts research, and provides briefs to support the Liberal Party politicians, ministers, and MPs, right?
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah?
I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. You're not familiar with the Liberal Research Bureau at all?
No, I have nothing to do with it.
And you've never heard of it?
Oh, I've heard of it, but I didn't know what it does.
You have no idea at all what it does?
No.
Okay. So this document on the screen, would you agree that it appears to be a brief preparing MPs as to what they should say in response to the motion and in debate in response to the motion to support the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
Certainly how it appears.
All right. Can we scroll to page 4, please? Towards the bottom of page 4. And you can see here at the bottom of page 4, it outlines the CPC's position, the BQ's position, and the NDP's position, which it indicates that the NDP will support the motion. Would you agree with that?
That's what I observe.
Right. And in your dealings with the ministers and elected executives, they told you that before the Emergencies Act was invoked, they already had the support of the NDP to uphold the invocation, didn't they?
No, they did not.
When did you first learn that the NDP were going to support the invocation of the Act?
Upon the vote.
Okay. Are you aware of any polling that was done to assess public support for the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
Not aware.
All right. All right, and moving on a little bit. Numerous witnesses from the OPP and the OPS have testified that the invocation of the Act may have been helpful, but it was not necessary to clear the protests. Would you agree with them on that point?
I believe that the invocation of the Act provided very useful tools to law enforcement.
Useful tools, but not necessary tools.
Well, I'm not in a position to render an opinion on that. I don't think. I would only observe, as I've observed already, that upon the invocation of the Act and the use of those tools, the protests diminished and stopped. And that goes beyond useful.
When discussing the invocation of the Act in an email on the night of February 14th, you indicated that the emergency powers didn't bring a lot of significant benefits, didn't you?
I acknowledge that was perhaps an underestimate on my part.
Right. But you were, at that point, you were having trouble even coming up with examples of how the emergency powers might be useful in clearing the protests, weren't you?
I was encouraging my colleague, for the purposes of doing technical briefings, to try to be more specific and clear.
Right, but you were running out of ideas on how it might be useful.
The ideas were already on the table in the sense of the drafting of the various orders and measures. The issue here was how they were explained.
Right. Provincial powers at that point hadn't been exhausted, had they?
In Ontario, I would say they had.
You would. Your interview summary indicates that you thought that the power to compel tow trucks was important. Do you remember that?
I do.
But really, you have no personal knowledge of whether that power was actually necessary to clear the protests, do you?
It was reported to ministers, and I was present at this time, that was an important element and was used.
You have no knowledge at all of whether tow trucks had already been retained by the OPP prior to the invocation of the Act, do you?
I do not.
Right. And you have no direct knowledge of whether the power to compel tow trucks was useful to police anywhere in Canada, do you? Really?
No firsthand knowledge.
Right. Similarly, while you suggest that the declaration of emergency, the financial measures, and the other emergency powers may have acted as a deterrent, you don't actually have any direct knowledge of that, do you?
Well, that's a hypothetical. In light of my observation that the protests were significantly de-escalated and stopped, I think deterrence was a major factor.
So you'd speculate that the invocation of the Act had a deterrent effect, but you don't actually know that.
That was its intent.
Pardon me?
That was its intent.
But you'd speculate that it was effective.
It's hard to observe it in the.
Right. So you have no real direct knowledge that it did have that effect. You just speculate that it had that effect.
Okay, you could call it speculation. I would call it conclusion.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, the CLA, CCCDL, the criminal lawyers.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Colleen McEwen, and I'm co-counsel for the Criminal Lawyers Association and the Canadian Council of Criminal Defense Lawyers, two organizations with joint standing at the Commission. My questions are related to the consultation process, and I'm directing them to Deputy Minister Stewart. If the clerk could please bring up the witness summary, WTS 6066. And I'm looking specifically at page 21 in a paragraph that you've already been brought to. It's to scroll down a bit. It's with respect to the issue of consultation with provinces. Do you see that paragraph?
I do.
First, I have a question of clarification. When you say that it is being, it's that first sentence, with respect to the issue of consultation with provinces, DM Stewart stated that there was a lot of consultation done with the provinces that was discounted because it was not premised on whether the federal government was going to decide to invoke the Act. When you say it was discounted, can you just clarify for us who was doing the discounting or what context you're making that comment in?
What I was trying to convey there is that to the point made by one of your colleagues minutes ago, there were expressions of points of view that there was insufficient consultation on the invocation of the Act.
Okay, and of course you understand that the Emergencies Act requires consultation in Section 25. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
And of course, the federal government tabled with Parliament its explanation of the consultation process it undertook.
We tabled an extensive report, right?
Now back to this paragraph in the witness statement. Commission counsel has already asked you what you meant by the paragraph more broadly, and what I've written down in my notes, which I welcome any corrections you have as I was furiously typing. What I've written down is that you explained that you deemed these broader discussions to be consultations on the Act because the conversations were really about the substance of what ended up being the substance of the Act, about tools, what was needed. Do you remember saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I just want to clarify, to the extent that you're able to answer this question, is it your view that these broader consultations, discussions, they're about tools and about substance, but not about the Emergencies Act in particular? Is it your view that those can be considered consultations under Section 25 of the Act?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, call on the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheyenne Arnold Cunningham, and I'm counsel for the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. I'm going to be directing our questions today to Deputy Stewart. So we've heard a lot in this inquiry and even today on the topic of consultation. The Union of BC Indian Chiefs would like to know what First Nations governments, representatives, members, or Indigenous groups did you consult with during the Freedom Convoy situation?
I'm not aware that we consulted with First Nations on matters associated with law enforcement in urban areas or at border points.
Are you aware of any efforts on behalf of the Government of Canada or police services to consult with First Nations of the territory?
Of the territory?
On which the events took place?
Oh, sorry, excuse me. I am not aware.
From a public safety perspective, would you agree that it is important for the Government of Canada and police services to consult and cooperate with First Nations of the territory in a situation like this, in a public order emergency event?
I would agree.
Thank you. Are you familiar with federal legislation which came into force on June 21st, 2021 to affirm and implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, also known as UNDRIP?
Only superficially familiar.
If I could please ask the clerk to bring up document BCC 6049. And I'd like to just quickly go to section 5, which is on page 5 of that legislation. While the clerk brings that up, section 5 essentially mandates the Government of Canada to, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, to take all measures necessary to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the Declaration. Can you explain at all, prior to your departure in the role, how laws and policies were being aligned with UNDRIP within Public Safety Canada, and how that would specifically relate to a public order emergency event?
I can. At Public Safety at the current time, there is a very significant engagement process going on with First Nations on the issue of, on two issues. One on enlarging the support for policing that's provided through a grants and contributions program called the First Nations Inuit and Inuit Policing Program. And the other part, more significant, I would say, is on making policing, drafting legislation, co-developing legislation to make policing an essential service. That engagement process has been going on since the spring and has resulted in or involved extensive consultation across the country by the minister and officials, and does relate in its ultimate goal to ensuring that First Nations are the beneficiaries of policing services on an equal basis to other areas of the country or parts of the country. And therefore, by extension, would be very much more engaged in the management of public order events.
Thank you. Did you consider UNDRIP or work to implement it at all in carrying out your role and mandate within Public Safety Canada, and specifically in responding to the Freedom Convoy situation?
Well, what I just described, I think, would be consistent with UNDRIP. And in the convoy situation, my consultations were with federal, provincial, and territorial officials. And
okay, and just,
sorry.
Thank you. Just one last question. Is public safety or policing response to a public order emergency event from either a strategic, operational, or tactical point of view, is it different depending on who is involved in the assembly or the event?
Should not be.
Just to follow up on that, if I can keep the same document up, but go down to page 14, appended to the legislation is a copy of UNDRIP, and I'd like to draw your attention just very quickly to Articles 26 and 28. Articles 26 and 28, I won't read through them for timing purposes, but what they essentially say is that Indigenous peoples have the right to the lands, territories, and resources which they've traditionally owned, occupied, or otherwise used and acquired, that states shall give legal recognition and protection to these lands, territories, and resources, and that Indigenous peoples have the right to redress when these lands, resources, or territories have been confiscated, taken, occupied, used, or damaged without their free, prior, and informed consent. Keeping in mind these articles and UNDRIP as a whole and the unique, distinct legal rights that Indigenous peoples hold, does the protection and recognition of these rights, should they impact how government responds to those rights in a public assembly?
I don't believe I can answer that question.
Would you be able to confirm who you think might be able to answer that question?
Insofar as it becomes a matter of interpretation of UNDRIP, I believe justice officials would be the first people to ask.
Okay, thank you very much for both of your time, and thank you to the Commission for the opportunity to ask our questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, call on the Government of Canada.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert McKinnon, Counsel for the Government of Canada. I wonder just on that last question you were asked, whether we could go to SSM CAN 50121 of the consultation report. I understand on page 5 is relevant. Are we on around the middle of the page of consultation? So that's the bottom. Go up a little bit. No, go up a little bit. Stop. The Government of Canada also engaged Indigenous leaders regarding the blockades. For example, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations spoke with the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, the President of the Inuit Tapiriq Kanatami, the President of the Métis National Council, the Grand Chief of Akwesasne, and the Grand Chief of the Manitoba Southern Chiefs Organization. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that
and for the record, when I answered the question by the person in it prior, it was on my own involvement.
All right. So do you see that there's a reference to consultations there?
I do.
Okay. One of the last questioners also raised the Police Services Act as to why, where the RCMP is mentioned perhaps in that act, because it doesn't say specifically that the process is you go to the OPP, that's stated, but it doesn't say then you go to the RCMP. Do you remember that question?
I do.
We don't have to pull up that Services Act because this is more of a legal question, but Section 2 of the Police Services Act defines police force as OPP or municipal police and does not include the RCMP. Does that sound correct to you?
That sounds correct.
And would it be to your understanding that the Ontario government cannot pass legislation to bind the RCMP as a federal body?
That would be my understanding.
You were also asked a question about the lack of consultation with law enforcement. Do you remember that?
I do.
I could ask you to turn to the institutional report for public safety, which is DOJ IR 708. If you could go to the appendix, Roman numeral 2, that's page 27. And then if you scroll down to page 29, well, first, this is the list of meetings attended by yourself, Deputy Minister, just so that's what the appendix says.
Okay.
And on page 29 at the top, can you see February 5, it includes meetings with the Ottawa Police. February 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, and 11th, it includes meetings with the OPP. Do you see that?
I do.
So did you have some meetings and consultations with the OPP and Ottawa Police?
Yes.
Mr. Rochon, you mentioned that there were unknowns in talking about intelligence, I believe, in some of your answers. And I just wanted to ask you, concerning the convoy protest, were there intelligence gaps?
I would argue there are always intelligence gaps. That's the nature of the business. Part of the art of collecting intelligence and fusing it and assessing it is to come up with questions as to what is in the art of the possible. Therefore, what is it that we know and what could also transpire and what do we need to protect Canada and Canadians against in terms of assessing threats? So when it comes to the unknown, you will have seen through a number of assessments, reports, whether it be from the Integrated Terrorism Assessment Center, ITAC, or PCO-IAS, the Intelligence Assessment Secretariat, or indeed from RCMP or other intelligence organizations. They were always flagging the level of threat. They would articulate it as medium, and they would articulate the possibility of ideologically motivated violent extremism and the fact that a lone wolf could occur. So when it comes to assessing intelligence, there's always a level of what is the likelihood that something could transpire. So when it comes to unknowns, there were many unknowns throughout the situation. And as the situation continued to be prolonged, and indeed as we saw it expand across the country, those questions as to whether or not a hostile state actor may be involved in terms of the funding, whether there were questions of extremist groups or possible extremist factions involved. Would this provide fertile ground for extremists to recruit? There were counter protests that were emerging as well. So all of that factored into a bunch of questions that I would characterize as unknowns and that needed to be taken into consideration. So it's not just factually, what did we know? Because at the end of the day, when it comes to intelligence and when it comes to law enforcement and security, it's not about dealing with something once it happens, but it's about preventing something before it happens. And in order to prevent it, you need to think through what could happen and put in place measures to protect Canada and Canadians.
Because you're looking ahead at threats and you want to protect them from materializing, is that correct?
That's a much more eloquent way of putting it, yes.
Mr. Stewart, do you have anything to add to the unknowns at the point where the Cabinet made a recommendation to invoke the Act? Any kind of unknowns that were in mind to your knowledge?
Well, I can only be more specific, I believe, which is to say, on the eve of enforcement in Ottawa, we knew that enforcement was challenging. And we knew there had been some very significant negative reactions to attempts at enforcement, such that the police were deterred from doing so to any great extent until they mobilized enough of a critical mass of resources. But even on the eve of that enforcement action, after the Emergencies Act was invoked, we had no awareness as to what was in the trucks or how people who were in the trucks would react to an enforcement action. So you could call that an intelligence gap or just a lack of information, but we did not have a line of sight as to what would happen.
You, for Mr. Stewart, you mentioned the engagement proposal that was considered by Cabinet on February 12th, and you were taken to a comment that was made. Was the fact that the Windsor proposed engagement failed earlier that day and news later that day that the Ottawa proposed agreement appeared to fail form any part of the consideration by Cabinet and its decision to not pursue the engagement, your engagement proposal at that time? And I'm talking February 12th, the day before.
I don't believe I'm at liberty to discuss what cabinet ministers said. I think it's plausible to think that was in their minds.
You also, in response to a question, you mentioned a concern that the invocation of the Emergency Act might incite rather than calm the protest. Do you recall that?
As I've just tried to express, yes.
Yeah. In hindsight now, having seen the evolution of it, would you agree that concern did not materialize?
I would agree.
You have been taken to page 21 of your interview summary 2 or 3 times now, so I'd like to take you to that same page again for a different paragraph. WTS number of 066. At page 21. It would be that middle paragraph, DM Stewart also stated. That's right. Yeah, go. That's right. So where it says DM Stewart also stated that they underestimated the deterrent effect of the act. ADM Dackelbab emphasized this point, adding that prior to its invocation, provinces including New Brunswick and Quebec were calling him to express concerns about border blockades and protests at legislatures. After the act was invoked, those calls stopped, and within a week of the act being invoked, the protests and blockades were gone. So in your view of that, you're saying that the act had a deterrent effect from your inference. Is that correct?
I am.
One last document I'd like to take you to is the actual Section 58 explanation for the invocation, which that's PB Can 401160. Oh, just to make sure, PB Can, sorry, yeah, 1160. Yeah, that's it. So if you go to bottom of page 5. Yeah, that's it. So where it says violent incidents. So it says violent incidents and threats of violence and protests and arrests, related to the protests have been reported across Canada. The RCMP's recent seizure of a cache of firearms with a large quantity of ammunition in Coutts, Alberta, indicated that there are elements within the protest that have intentions to engage in violence. Ideologically motivated violent extremism adherents may feel empowered by the level of disorder resulting from the protests, violent online rhetoric, increased threats against public officials, and the physical presence of ideological extremists at protests also indicate that there is a risk of serious violence and the potential for lone actor attackers to conduct terrorism attacks. The question for both of you, can you provide any comments on this as to whether these are accurate facts to your knowledge?
I believe them to be true. And in a more general sense, I will underline a point made by my colleague that this is a evolving situation, and the focus on violent extremism has shifted from coming from abroad to domestic. And in the context in which we are, and I've said this, under-equipped and indeed not empowered to do the work that we need to do to pay attention to what people's intentions are. I would note that since 2014, there has been significant domestic violent extremism. I believe the numbers are 26 people killed and 40 injured in over a dozen attacks, often by lone wolf actors with no prior indication that they would do so. So this is a very serious concern.
And Mr. Rochon?
The only thing I would add is that the opinion around the security and intelligence community was that the paragraph that you read was factually correct. There were indications of potential violent acts, IMVE adherents that were certainly engaging online and were making threats online. And we needed to be mindful that those threats could materialize at any moment, given the growing nature of the situation, both in Ottawa and across the country.
Okay, could you turn to page, the middle of page 7? Right, so where it starts, in addition, I'm not going to read this paragraph to you. I'll just let you look at that and just go down the page. I'm just going to ask a general question. It talks about essentially 13 protests that are being referred to directly impacting port of operations, major ports of entry operations. And if you go, yeah. So it mentions over the next page as well, it continues, doesn't it? Yeah. So I just want you to confirm your understanding of these facts and any comment you might have, that the report mentions 13 protests that directly impacted port of operations and disrupted them in the days leading up to this declaration. So there's 12 in addition to the Ambassador Bridge. More specifically, it mentions disruptions at ports of entry at the time of invocation that were still of concern. In addition to Ambassador Bridge at Windsor, the Sarnia Blue Water Bridge, the Peace Bridge at Fort Erie, Emerson, Manitoba, Coutts, Alberta, Surrey, BC, on the way, from the Pacific Highway. Do you agree with those facts as they've been laid out?
Yes. And I would also add, while these were clear and obvious manifestations of interference with people's ability to cross the border and commerce, there were many other slow roll convoys in other places in the country. And so it was also a consideration that they might manifest at other ports of entry or indeed elsewhere and interfere with, as I say, people's lives.
But would that be part of the unknowns?
Yes.
And at page 9 of the same report, in the lower half of the page, where it starts threats, page 9, yes, stopped right there, yeah. So that paragraph, it was not just ports of entry or protests that we've identified so far. It mentions that there were threats also made to block railway lines that would result in significant disruptions to Canada's freight rail industry, in addition to service, I'm sure, of substantial monetary loss. Can you see that there?
I can.
And what's your comment on that?
We heard about threats. I don't believe they ever manifested as blockades on a railway line. But 2 years ago, in 2020, in February, we experienced that occurrence, and it was a very significant event from an economic point of view.
And my last question is at page 11, the bottom paragraph, or sorry, the middle paragraph. It starts, there is significant evidence, that's right. There's significant evidence of illegal activity to date, and the situation across the country remains concerning, volatile, and unpredictable. The Freedom Convoy could also lead to an increase in the number of individuals who support ideologically motivated violent extremism and the prospect for serious violence. Proponents of IMVE are driven by a range of influences rather than a single belief system. IMVE radicalization is more often caused by a combination of ideas and grievances resulting in a personalized worldview. The resulting worldview often centers on the willingness to incite, enable, or mobilize violence. Do you have any comment on, for both of you, that paragraph?
I think it accurately reflects the views of officials in the government when the Emergencies Act was invoked.
Exactly. I mean, what I was trying to explain earlier on today when I was asked the question is captured in that paragraph, and that there was the threat that the longer that this situation was allowed to happen, the more likely it was that IMVE groups would take advantage of it, and that was a significant concern for the security and intelligence community.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any re-examination, reply?
Just one area briefly, Commissioner.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Stewart, this is just an area of questioning arising from the questions you were asked around police independence, and also relating to some evidence that we heard from Mr. Di Tommaso last week. So, Mr. Clerk, can I just ask you to pull up, now I've lost the document number. It's OPP, I think 404583. So while that's coming up, Mr. Stewart, this is a text exchange between Commissioner Lucky and Commissioner Carrique. We can go to page 52 of the document. Bottom right-hand corner. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so just scroll up a little bit. So starting at the text that says, so the green here is Commissioner Carrique and the blue is Commissioner Lucky. And the context of the conversation is with respect to the potential new chief coming into OPS. So Commissioner Carrique writes, with respect to your comments yesterday, I agree we need to ensure OPS leaves Steve in play until we have done what we need to do. Introducing a new external player in the short term will set us back. Commissioner Lucky then replies, I will see what I can do to get them to delay bringing in an interim chief if you think that will help. Commissioner Carrique responds, if you have some influence, I think it would be helpful. Our ministry policing advisor is going to suggest the same. Just going on to the next page, 10-4 says Commissioner Lucky, and then she says, had DM Stewart reach into Steve Kay, Ottawa City Manager. He assures that they are very sensitive to this, keen for the ICC plan to proceed, and don't want Bell to be replaced. Rob being you, got the sense that there's a lot of political infighting going on. And then Commissioner Cree says, thanks, Brenda. We've made the same recommendation by the province. Hopefully they stay the course. Okay, so first thing, Can you tell us first about that conversation that you had with Commissioner Lucky? When did she reach out to you? Do you remember?
No, not in specific terms. I mean, we talked often, several times a day.
Okay. Do you remember this conversation
I do.
at all? Okay. What did she raise? What were her concerns?
More or less as expressed by the city manager there, that they wanted to keep the ICC, which they just agreed to not that long before, and its ability to, execute on a plan going, and they worried that that would be set back. They were ready to go on the 16th of February. So that was the message. And I undertook to talk to Steve Kanellakos, and his answer is, as she represents it, that the city was not going to get an interim chief. They were going to go with Acting Chief Bell.
Okay. Do you remember when you called Mr. Kanellakos?
Well, sometime in that timeline, I would say.
Fair enough.
Inferred.
And what did you tell him, and how did he respond?
I would have said to him, I'm hearing from probably just directly the commissioner that there are concerns about, changing up the guard here in Ottawa. What's your plan? I would ask him the question.
And do you remember what he replied?
Kind of paraphrased by this message.
Okay. And the reference here to a lot of political infighting. Can you explain or elaborate on that at all?
It is my understanding that what the Ottawa Police Board was doing was working to find an interim chief. And the police boards, by their nature, are independent from the municipal government, although they're chaired by a councillor. And it had not been known that they were doing that to anybody, and that when it surfaced as an issue, it caused some consternation at the senior level in the city government. And then as an observational point, I would only say that within a couple of days, I believe there was a city council meeting in which the chair of the police board was forced to resign.
That's correct. So did that come up on the call you had with Mr. Kanellakos, the potential removal of the chair, or?
Only tangentially.
Okay. Did he mention that he'd be speaking to the chair about?
No, he didn't.
Issue? Okay.
No, he just said the mayor is upset.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can we now just pull up an extract from Mr. Di Tommaso's testimony? It's TRN 21 at around page 244, please. Sorry, 250 apparently of the PDF. Okay, so I'm just going to take you through Mr. Di Tommaso's comments on that exchange and ask you for your view. So starting at the very bottom, so Commission Counsel goes through the exchange and then asks Mr. Di Tommaso, to what extent were you aware of these discussions that were being had with respect to the Chief of Police in Ottawa? And on the next page, Mr. Di Tommaso replies, not aware at all. And what my position was with regards to the selection of the next chief, that was the exclusive jurisdiction of the Police Services Board, and I certainly didn't want my advisor to interfere with that at all. Okay, says Commission Counsel, and the discussions that are being had here, would you agree that this is impermissible, the kind of political interference in something that's in the exclusive purview of the board? Mr. Di Tommaso says, I don't know whether anyone followed up with these actions at all, but I made it clear to both Ken Wetherill and the advisor that they were not to interfere with the exclusive jurisdiction of the board, and it was the board's sole responsibility to select the next chief, full stop. And then Commission Counsel asks, so if these actions had been taken, is it your view that this would have been improper? And Mr. Di Tommaso says yes. Can we just get your views on that as well, Mr. Stewart?
Sorry, this is a domain of Mr. Di Tomaso's, of which I'm really very unfamiliar. I don't understand or have deep knowledge of the operation of local police governance.
That's fair enough. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your testimony. And no, you're now free to go, and we appreciate your coming to testify at the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
So we'll, I think we'll take the afternoon break, 15 minutes, and when we come back, there's a new panel, so 15 minutes.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good luck in your new jobs.
Thank you very much.
Sure, it's just
Order à l'autre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay. We have two new witnesses.
We do indeed. Shantona Chaudhary for the commission. For the record, our new witnesses, we're changing gears completely. Heard from public safety all day so far, and now we're going to global affairs. So the commission has called Ms. Cindy Turmes-Hyson and Mr. Joe Comartin to the stand.
Ms. Turmes-Hyson, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I wish to affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Cynthia Turmes-Hyson. Do you want both names spelled?
Yes, please.
CYNTHIA-TERMORSHUIZEN.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Comartin, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I'll swear on the Bible.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Joseph Comartin, Joseph Comartin.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, I'll just note that I'll be conducting the first half of the examination, and then my colleague, Ms. Dalia Shuhaybar, will be taking over. So, good afternoon, Mr. Turmes-Hyson, Mr. Comartin, thank you for being here. We'll just start by introducing your witness summary. So, Mr. Clerk, can you pull up WTS 6052, please? You'll recall having sat for an interview on August 23rd with Commission Counsel.
Yes.
Yes.
And you've had a chance to review this interview summary?
Yes.
Okay. And you'll note that certain interviewees who were present at the interview are not present today, namely Ms. Martha Morgan, the Deputy Minister, Mr. Loken, Mr. Sébastien Beaulieu. Can you confirm on your own behalf that you've reviewed the summary and that it's accurate to the best of your knowledge, and that insofar as it contains the information provided by your absent colleagues, they have reviewed and accepted it as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Then the second, just a little piece of housekeeping, is the institutional report. So, Mr. Clerk, that's DOJIR 702. So, Ms. Turmes-Hyson, do you recognize this as the institutional report provided by Global Affairs Canada?
Yes.
And you've reviewed it?
Yes.
And you confirm that it's accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Filed before the commission. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I'll just start now by asking you, each of you to introduce yourselves. So starting with you, Mr. Turmes-Hyson, can you tell us, I understand you're the Associate Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. Can you just tell us briefly, describe that role?
Sure. So maybe just by way of context, Global Affairs Canada has 4 deputy ministers. There's a Deputy Minister of International Trade, of Foreign Affairs, and of International Development. And then there's a 4th Deputy Minister, which is my role, which is the Associate Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. And so in that role, I support the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the overall management of the department, but also in the management of foreign policy files that are delegated to me.
Okay, and the Deputy Minister, as we've seen, is Ms. Martha Morgan, or at least was at the time of the convoy, I think recently changed.
That's correct. She retired, but she was at the time of the convoys.
Okay, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs is Ms. Mélanie Joly.
Exactly.
Okay. And Mr. Comartin, can you tell us your position? Well, your position is Consul General of the Detroit Consulate, but tell us a little bit about what that role involves.
Yes, I was Consul General in Detroit until the end of September of this year. The consulate is responsible for 4 states in the United States: Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana. I would say our primary work is divided between certainly consular affairs, but that's a small part of what we do. The other major part is a breakdown between the trading relationship between the 2 countries and the amount of work that we do in terms of contacts with, mostly with the business community. And the other side of the office deals with political and academic and people like that.
Okay. I'll now ask you to describe at a very high, broad level how each of your roles was engaged at the time of the convoy. So during the convoy, generally speaking, what was your role in all of this? So, for instance, Mr. Morsheisen, I understand that you essentially oversaw the GAC's response, GAC being Global Affairs Canada's response to the events as they were unfolding of the Freedom Convoy. Is that right?
That's correct. So at the time where the convoys were starting, we actually had another crisis situation brewing, which was the imminent invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And so Deputy Minister Morgan made the decision that she would focus on Ukraine primarily and would delegate responsibility to me to handle the headquarters aspects of the convoy-related issues. So my primary role at the time was to participate in the regular meetings of the DMOC, the Deputy Minister's Operations Committee that I think you've heard about earlier in these sessions. And then also I engaged with a number of colleagues in the department, particularly our colleagues responsible for North America relations, and then also colleagues in protocol, which is the part of the department that is responsible for supporting foreign missions in Canada.
Okay. We'll be getting into all of that. And DMOC is one acronym that we actually have learned today, but thank you for, there are a lot, and especially in global affairs, it's challenging. And our understanding is that along with Deputy Minister Morgan, Minister Jolie's time was very much occupied by Ukraine during this period. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. She also was very focused on Ukraine.
Okay. And Mr. Comartin, can you tell us at a high level what your involvement was during the time of the convoy?
I'd have to say it was mostly reactive. We were being contacted both from elected officials, particularly from Michigan, but also from Ohio, and a good number of senior business people, particularly from the auto industry and the manufacturing sector as well, some from the agricultural sector, basically looking for, I guess, information from us as to how the blockade at the Windsor-Detroit tunnel was going to, or bridge was going to be dealt with.
Okay, so essentially interacting with U.S. officials and business stakeholders. Okay,
yes.
We'll be looking at some specific examples of that. But before we get there, can you just tell about the very early days of the convoy? When did the convoy hit the radar, so to speak, at GAC?
I would say it probably hit the radar when it did for a lot of average Canadians. We first started hearing about a convoy potentially coming to Ottawa in sort of late January. And so we were very much following the news, and that would be when we first were aware of it.
Okay, and within the department, what was the reaction at that point, or response?
So I think the initial response was like a response to maybe other protests that had happened in the past in Ottawa. I mean, Ottawa is the capital city, and so protests are not infrequent. And so I think my own early thoughts were, I wonder what kind of road closures there will be. We might have to ask staff to redirect. So initially it was, I think, that kind of response. And then, of course, as the convoy actually came to Ottawa and settled in, there were other reactions.
And you were attending the daily DMOC meetings as they were happening on behalf of GAC?
Yeah, so the daily DMOCs didn't start until I think it was around February the 10th. According to my recollection, the first DMOC discussion that I attended where the convoy was a specific topic of conversation was January the 31st.
Okay,
So I think that's when it started to be a topic of discussions interdepartmentally that I was a part of.
So that would be the Monday after the first weekend, essentially.
I'll take your word for it that it was the Monday.
It doesn't matter too much day of the week, but that's the approximate moment in time. Okay. So at what point would you say that the GAC's mandate became very engaged?
So I think initially the mandate was around wanting to ensure that we were living up to our obligations under the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. So this is the international legal instrument under which we're responsible for ensuring the security of diplomatic missions in Canada. And so in the downtown core area that was affected by the convoy initially, there were about 50 diplomatic properties. Most of them were embassies, a couple of them official residences. So those are the homes of ambassadors or high commissioners. And so the department under that legal instrument has a particular responsibility to ensure the safety and security of diplomatic missions and their staff, and to ensure that they're able to access their facilities unimpeded, that their consular clients are able to attend to those buildings. So that was the early area of focus for us, and this was primarily done at the working level in the early days. And then the second aspect of our mandate that really started to come into play a little bit later was with the blockades of various border crossings, and particularly the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge became an enormous area of focus just because it's such an important crossing. About 25% of our trade with the United States goes over the Ambassador Bridge. So that's when there started to be an enormous amount of engagement, particularly with U.S. officials, but also concerns that we started to have about our reputation as an international trading country and as a country that was safe for investment. And that started to come up as we headed into sort of the 7th and 8th of February and thereafter.
Okay. We'll come back to all of that. My colleague, Ms. Shuhaybar, will be asking you some more specific questions about the missions. And I'll be asking you some questions now about your engagement with U.S. officials and what you were hearing. But before we get there, I just want to set the stage contextually a little bit. Some things that you brought up in your interview and are also referred to in the institutional reports and in the document. So you've mentioned that Ukraine was a crisis the GAC was dealing with at the time as well. And there's a couple of other contextual elements. So, Mr. Clerk, I'll ask you to bring up PB Can 5027. And if you can just scroll down to page 3. There we go. So this is a tweet from Representative Elisa Slotkin that's mentioned several times in the documents we received from GAC. First of all, who's Representative Slotkin? Can you tell us?
Maybe I'll direct that to Mr. Cope-Martin, who knows this better than I do.
She's a member of the House of Representatives at the federal level in the United States. Has an interesting background. She actually was posted a number of times in Iraq. She has a military background, and I believe also some association with CIA at one period of time in her career. This particular quote, quite frankly, was of concern to us in terms of the context. She was speaking about the impact the blockade was having at one of the auto plants that is in her district.
Okay, so we'll just take a moment to read through that quote. It's a tweet, I believe, on February 3rd is the date, and it says, just scroll up a tiny bit. Thank you.
It'd be later than that.
If we needed another example of why supply chains matter, look no further. It might be the 9th. The blockade of the Ambassador Bridge, that's right. Sorry, I think it's the 9th. The busiest border crossing in America is already creating major disruptions for our businesses in Michigan. And just scroll down a little, Mr. Clerk. The next tweet, she says, Michiganders have been saying for decades that when our manufacturing is outsourced too much, we end up paying the price. It doesn't matter if it's an adversary or an ally. We can't be this reliant on parts coming from foreign countries. I've been in contact with the White House today about the situation. They're closely following these events. We're waiting for Prime Minister Trudeau's way forward. So yes, thank you for the correction on the date. I believe it's the 9th. And then she goes on to say, the one thing that couldn't be more clear is that we have to bring American manufacturing back home to states like Michigan. If we don't, it's American workers like the folks at Delta Township who are left holding the bag. So can you tell us a little bit generally about that concept of bringing manufacturing back to the US and what was going on generally in the zeitgeist at the time?
So maybe I'll start, and Mr. Comartin might want to add a couple of different things that I would point to. First, from a Canadian perspective, we were quite concerned because, of course, the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge was happening after 2 years of COVID, where we were already seeing supply chains quite stressed. A lot of businesses were already under considerable strain. And so I think there was a lot of concern on the part of businesses that was exacerbated by that background. The second issue is that we have over many, many years had to fight very hard for access to American markets and also for the supply chains, including with respect to the auto industry in Canada. There's a strong trend towards Buy America in the United States, and also a strong trend among some parts of the U.S. Political class to bring manufacturing back to the United States. And so there's an ongoing effort by Global Affairs, by other federal departments, but also by provincial governments and our missions in the United States to continually make the case that Canada is a reliable trading partner and also a reliable investment partner. And so that's very much the context behind this.
Okay. So this tweet would essentially be an example of that bring manufacturing back home sentiment.
Absolutely.
Mr. Comartin, would you have anything to add to that?
Well, just that this was her comments were the strongest that we had from any of the elected representatives. I think it reflected to some degree the passion she feels for her district, but it also reflects a certain level of ignorance in terms of the relationship, the treaty relationship we have between ourselves, Canada, the U.S., and Mexico, which we had just gone through, in the previous couple of years of renegotiating that agreement. And this idea of, bringing back manufacturing to the United States, even from allies, would have been a complete contradiction of that agreement.
So you're referring to the renegotiation of NAFTA?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, let's start looking at some of the specific examples of communications or statements that were made by U.S. officials. I don't know if you want to start, or please do start actually, by giving a general overview of what you were hearing, Mr. Comartin.
Well, a great deal of concern coming from the elected, both senators and members of the House of Representatives. I was dealing with those who were from my territory. I think one of the messages was the impact it was having on the supply chain. They also were expressing repeatedly, I got messaging to the extent that why isn't Canada doing more? Their analysis was that the three levels of government were not cooperating, didn't have a coordinated plan. That was the kind of perception they had of what was going on. And that was difficult for us to respond to in the first couple of days. Certainly by the 10th and the 11th, we were able to point out that we were dealing with specific responses. But that message was quite strong, that they did not see that all levels of government were responding in a coordinated fashion.
Okay. At this point, Mr. Clerk, can you pull up PB Can 401661? So I appreciate this isn't an email that either of you received. It is your colleague, Martin Loken, who's the Deputy Head of Mission, Foreign Policy and National Security at the Canadian Embassy in Washington. And he's writing to Jody Thomas, whom we've heard is the National Security Advisor. And he says at the bottom here, concern about Ottawa's situation now overshadowed by the blocked Ambassador Bridge and supply chain disruptions to Detroit. There is a sense Canada is not devoting enough resources, human or otherwise, to dislodge the truckers. So is that an example of what you were just telling us about?
Yes.
That sentiment? And that's something that Mr. Logan was hearing and you were hearing as well?
Yes, we were hearing that directly from the White House. He was, and I was getting it locally in our territory, my territory.
Okay, and Mr. Morseisen, you were hearing that as well?
That's right. We were also hearing that directly from the United States Embassy here in Ottawa. And then also there were a number of conversations at the ministerial level between various departments where similar concerns were being conveyed.
Okay. Then if we can just turn up SSM Can 50442. And just scroll down a little bit, please. So this is a public statement by Governor Whitmer. So that's the governor of Michigan, I take it?
That's correct.
Okay. And scroll down a little bit. She says, at the beginning, my message is simple, reopen traffic on the bridge. Scrolling down onto the next page. It is imperative that Canadian, local, provincial, and national governments de-escalate this economic blockade. They must take all necessary and appropriate steps to immediately safely reopen traffic so we can continue growing our economy, supporting good-paying jobs, and lowering costs for families. So if I can just ask you, so this statement, I believe the date was February 9th as well? And this was a public statement made. So in addition to direct communications being made to you, there were politicians making public statements. And what was the purpose of that, do you believe?
I think the public statements were very much an opportunity to send a message not only to the Canadian government, but also, I would suspect, to their own publics to make clear that they were working hard to do something about this situation. I mean, the impact of the closure of the Ambassador Bridge was almost immediate, particularly on the auto sector, which Mr. Comartin would know better than me is a critical part of the Michigan economy, and of course of the Ontario economy as well.
Mr. Comartin, why don't you tell us a bit now about what you were hearing from the auto industry, from who and what they were saying?
Well, starting on late in the day on the 7th, which is when it first got shut down, we were already hearing from them of having to shut down lines of production. They were beginning to look at alternate ways of moving the product across, which was primarily going to be, it turned out they were already looking at it, but primarily at the Blue Water Bridge up at Sarnia, Port Huron, and at other methodologies of trying to move their product. They were, trying to wear my diplomat hat here for a second, they were much more aggressive. That's not the right term. They were much more forceful in their comments about the fact that Canada had to get their organization in place and get this stopped right away.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can we pull up SSM NSC Can 401605? Scroll down to page 3, please. Okay, so this is a weekly advocacy report that sort of recaps what happened over the course of February 7th to 11th. And the first thing addressed, essentially, it recaps some of the conversations you've had, Mr. Comartin. So I'm hoping you can take us through a few of these with the assistance of the notes here. So the first thing that's mentioned is a call that you had with Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence. And I believe that was in response to a public statement that she had made the day before or earlier, also calling on the Canadian government to do something about the Ambassador Bridge.
That is accurate, but it also was, she had been wanting a call with the ambassador, our Canadian ambassador in Washington, and who was not available at that particular time. So it was offered that I would speak to her. Initially, I've had several contacts with her before. Worked on a number of items of relative interest to the two jurisdictions. So that's how the call came about. And she did, I believe, subsequently have a call with the ambassador. The important part about her role is that both the Ambassador Bridge and the tunnel are in her district, as is the new crossing that's being built currently. So she has a major interest in the impact that this was having. And again, she had automotive plants and other manufacturing plants that were being negatively impacted already.
Okay. If we can just scroll down a little bit more, Mr. Clerk, the second call that's mentioned is with Congresswoman Dingle. Can you tell us a bit about the context of that one?
Yeah, I've had quite a lengthy contact with her prior to the blockade. I had pushed for this call because she had been on As It Happens on CBC the night before, and that would have been on the 10th, and had made some, which surprised me, quite frankly, because we've always had a very close working relationship, and she has with Canada as well, and made some statements that were fairly close to what the statements were that you saw from Lisa Slotkin. So I wanted to raise that with her, and so we had a good conversation. I had asked her, in keeping with what calls I had had with Representative Kildee and with Senator Peters, that we were seeking from them, for them when they were talking about this in public, that they would stress the importance of the relationship between Canada and the United States. And she assured me in the course of this conversation that she would attempt to do that going forward. I think the other point at this particular time, so it was easier for me, I think, to convince her to be sympathetic, was the injunction either had been granted. I think that call was in the morning. The injunction was granted by the Superior Court in Windsor later that day, and I had assured her that I had expected it would be a positive order and the injunction would be granted. So, proof positive, I guess, that we as a jurisdiction were moving on this.
Taking some action. Okay. And then the next call referred to, just scrolling down a bit, is the Detroit Regional Chamber on February 10th.
Yeah, President Ruru is been a longtime friend. He's the head of the Detroit Regional Chamber of Commerce, which takes in not only the city of Detroit, but a number of the municipalities in southern Michigan. It's the most influential chamber in the state. And again, he was speaking forcefully. This was the day before I had told him the injunction had been sought, but had been kicked over to the following day. But was quite positive in willingness, I guess, to send his messaging out to his membership and to the general public about the importance of the relationship, that it was a strong one and needed to be preserved.
Okay. And the next series of calls there that are mentioned is the OESA and MEMA. Can you tell us about those conversations, who those are, those organizations, and what was said?
Yeah, they're both basically manufacturing associations. The OESA stands for Original Equipment Suppliers Association, and then the Motor Equipment Suppliers. Again, we've had extensive contact with these associations over the years. They're very knowledgeable of the importance of the supply chain relationship between the two countries. They were, Ms. Freeman in particular was upset. She had raised the concept of the Emergency Act, whether it was going to be, a state of emergency was going to be declared. I don't think she understood the act itself, but wanted that. At that point, my information was that it was not being considered. I didn't have any indication to the opposite, and indicated some of the other things that we were doing. Again, this call took place on the 11th, the day the injunction had been granted, and I think this call took place after it was granted, so I was able to say, we've got that. And at that time, I think I also knew that the province was moving on their emergency legislation as well.
Okay, so that's February 11th, and you were specifically asked by Ms. Freeman whether the Canadian government was planning on or intending to invoke emergency legislation, and your information at that time was no.
That was what I had to communicate to her.
Okay. I think in the interest of time, we'll leave that document. Can we pull up, Mr. Clerk, PB Can 5038? Page 1, bottom half. Okay, yeah, that's exactly where we're supposed to be. Thank you. So this is an email from Stefano Marin. Who's that? Can you identify who Stefano Marin is?
He's an employee at our embassy in Washington.
Okay, and he's writing to Ambassador Hillman and Mr. Loken and Mr. Comartin are both copied on this. He's giving an overview of the situation, key takeaways, and one of the things he says about midway down that paragraph is he emphasized the shared nature of, he's talking about a conversation with Representative Kildee. Can you just tell us who Representative Kildee is?
He is the representative for one of the districts in Michigan. I think the important thing to know about him in terms of his background is he was a strong proponent of we're on a side issue here, but the tax credits for the electric batteries, and thank you. And it had been strong on pushing this, that these credits were going to be limited to batteries having to be built in the United States as opposed to in Canada and Mexico. So his support that we were trying to get to have them agree that the credit should be granted to vehicles or batteries built in both Mexico and Canada. His support was really important that we were able to do that, which we eventually did. But at this period of time, it was still up in the air. And so we really needed to get him on side as much as we possibly could.
Okay, so Representative Kildee is someone that you essentially needed on your side in this battle. Okay, and what Mr. Loken mentions in this email, it's not Mr. Loken, it's Mr. Marin mentions in this emails, he emphasized the shared nature of the challenge, referencing American support, including through funding for the convoys in Canada, and then the many ways in which the officials are working together. Is that something that you were hearing about as well? American funding, American support for the convoys in Canada?
So maybe I'll start, and again, Mr. Comartin may need to add something, but there were a number of concerns, first of all, about American citizens funding through some of the kind of crowdfunding platforms that were being used by the convoy. And in fact, there was information when one of these crowdfunding platforms was hacked that a very large percentage of the funding was actually coming from U.S. sources. So that was something that I was aware of. And there was also concern about the Ottawa 911 number being flooded, and many of the callers were actually from the United States, and this prevented Ottawa Emergency Services from appropriately doing their work. And I believe both of these issues were referenced in the call that took place between President Biden and Prime Minister Trudeau around this time. And I think these were referred to as well in the readout of that call.
I think that's right. And we'll probably be hearing more about that as the next couple of weeks unfold. For now, I think you've given us a good overview of what you were hearing from the United States. So we're going to move to other countries now. Mr. Clerk, if you can pull up ssm.nsc.can 50156, please. So this is some material that was prepared for you, Mr. Morsison, skipping a little ahead in time on February 14th, but it gives a bit of a summary of some of the things that were being said. So if we can just scroll down a little bit, Mr. Clerk, to where it says top-level messaging there. GAT continues to monitor the situation in the US and around the world, concerned that the Canadian quote-unquote model is being exported and that the Canadian flag is being misused as a symbol to fuel protests in capitals around the world, e.g. France, Belgium, Netherlands, New Zealand. Can you tell us about that, Mr. Morsison, what you were hearing, what was going on?
Sure. I mean, one of the things that we are always worried about is Canada's reputation abroad, and that's for a number of reasons. From an economic perspective, we're a very trade and investment dependent economy. Over 60% of the value of our GDP is made up of international trade in goods and services. So we're a particularly trade-dependent country, and so we need to maintain a strong and positive reputation as a place where people can safely trade and invest and do business. And part of that sort of positive trading and investment climate is a climate where the law is respected. And so clearly what we were saying during this period was very significant defiance of the law at both significant border crossings and in some of our large cities, including Ottawa. I think we were also really concerned from a broader reputational perspective that our flag was being used in some of these copycat protests that were happening around the world. The flag is a symbol of our country, and it was being used, frankly, as a symbol of defiance of the law. And we were quite concerned about those reputational impacts.
Okay, we're going to come back to some of the copycat protests in this, but I just want to take you to something else right now because it came up. Mr. Clerk, can you pull up SSM NSC CAN 50141, please? Okay, so again, this is some material that I believe was being prepared for you in preparation for a DMOC, Mr. Morsison. We'll scroll down a little bit to page 2, please. There we go. Impact on Canada, US. So this is going to the trade impact that you mentioned. So it says there's a high level of US concern on implications on flow of goods, ripple effect of protests across the US. Then it says immediate trade impact, $2.4 billion a day, two-way trade, $500 million by Ambassador Bridge alone, and then some talk about the longer-term impact and pressure for nearshoring supply chains. So first of all, was GAC doing its own economic analysis or analysis of trade impact, or where did this information come from? Do you know?
So I don't know what the exact source of these particular stats were. We do have a chief economist at Global Affairs Canada, and so our chief economist, in particular, one of the areas that she and her team monitor is our international trade performance, and so she and her team will regularly produce stats on those issues. So these may have come from our chief economist. I can't confirm that. We did not do, to my knowledge at least, detailed economic assessments of the specific impact. I believe other departments were doing that, including the Department of Finance and possibly the Department of Transport. But specific economic impact assessments weren't being done, to my knowledge, by Global Affairs Canada.
Okay, so you had less knowledge of the specifics and more of the broader picture. Is that fair?
That's right. I mean, we would definitely, as a department, have information on sort of average daily trade, on the scale of the trading relationship with the United States, trade flows, that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll go back now to SSM and SC Can 156. Sorry. If we can scroll down to page 2, please. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Okay, so we're talking now about what happened in Wellington being New Zealand, the Super Bowl. Can you just give us a bit of an overview of those concerns, Mr. Morris-Eisen?
Sure. One of the things that we were monitoring is the extent to which the convoy protests and economic blockades in Canada were being copied, if you will, in other countries. And I would say probably the largest copycat protest that we saw was in Wellington, sort of quite similar phenomenon of large numbers of protesters entrenching themselves around the parliamentary precinct in Wellington. We also saw other protests of smaller scale in The Hague, in Paris. There were some smaller ones, I think, in Rome, in Sweden. So we were monitoring these protests.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next document I'd like to pull up is SSM NSC Can 50703. So this, again, is on the topic of concerns being heard from other countries. This is an email sent by Ralph Goodale. So can you just tell us what Mr. Goodale's position is?
Yes, Mr. Goodale is Canada's High Commissioner to London, England.
Okay. And he was writing to a number of people at Global Affairs. Can we scroll down, please, Mr. Clerk? 2 themes, he says. Disbelief that this is happening in Canada, of all places, and no one wants this to become an unwelcome Canadian export as the protests spread elsewhere. Can you tell, are you familiar with this email?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about what Mr. Goodale was saying? And you have it in front of you for your reference, but where this email came from and what was being expressed and why?
So we had asked a number of our missions abroad, so that's our embassies, high commissions, and consulates general, to report back if they saw these kinds of protests emerging in other countries. So while I can't say exactly what Mr. Goodale was thinking when he wrote this, my interpretation of this is that a lot of people that he was talking with were surprised that in Canada you would see protests like this where there was widespread violation of the law, and that this wasn't the kind of protest that people would associate with Canada. And I think also one of the things that we were talking about at the time was also the significant impact of disinformation on the climate here in Canada and abroad. So that was how I interpreted his message.
Okay, and if we can just scroll down to the next page, please. There. Just the last paragraph, the concluding paragraph of Mr. Goodale's email, he says, 2 consequences need to be watched very carefully: the negative economic and reputational impacts from trade disruptions, and the possible impression that Canadian police, security, and intelligence systems are incapable of responding effectively to blatant, large-scale illegal conduct. Elaborate a bit on that concern.
So I talked about it a little bit earlier, but from a Canadian government perspective, we always need to ensure that we remain a country that is seen as welcoming to foreign investment, to international trade. Those are really some of the foundations of our economic prosperity. And one of the foundations of being able to have that kind of trade and investment environment is to have the rule of law. And I think there were real concerns, as Mr. Goodale is expressing here, in his email that perhaps Canada was not able to respond effectively to some of the illegal actions that we were seeing in the protests. And then I think more broadly, it's not just about that trade and investment environment. It's also the fact that, Canada wants to protect its reputation more broadly as a country where there was rule of law alongside democracy.
Okay. The last question I'll ask you in closing has to do specifically with the Section 58 explanation provided by the government. It's one line. We can pull it up if you'd like to have it in front of you, or I can just read it to you.
Sure.
Okay. It's COM 50670. Okay, I think it's the bottom of page 1. Yeah, there we go. Bullet number 3 references as part of the justification for the Emergencies Act, the adverse effects resulting from the impacts of the blockades on Canada's relationship with its trading partners, including the US, that are detrimental to the interests of Canada. So the reference there is to its relationship with its trading partners in the plural. Did you hear any concerns directly from trading partners other than the US, or was it primarily the US?
So I think the overwhelming focus was the United States. And, in part that's because 75% of our trade is with the United States. So it's overwhelmingly our largest trading partner. Also, the United States is overwhelmingly our largest investor. About 50% of all foreign investment in Canada is from the US. So it's not surprising that the US would dominate that conversation. That said, just to give an example, some of the key companies that were directly affected by the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge were actually not US companies. They were Korean and Japanese companies. So both Toyota and Honda experienced immediate effects in Ontario as a result of the blockade and the inability to get parts. So while we didn't hear directly from those countries, clearly those major foreign investors from other countries were directly affected. And so we were concerned about the perceptions of other trading partners too, in terms of their view of Canada as a safe place to do business.
Thank you. Those are my questions. I'll turn it over to my colleague now.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Dalia Shahibar with the Commission. So I have some questions for you, Ms. Termes-Hyson, about the missions and embassies in Ottawa. And so you mentioned earlier the Office of Protocol. Can you just explain a bit?
Speak a little
sorry,
slower,
yes. Can you explain in a bit more detail what the Office of Protocol is?
Sure. So within Global Affairs, we have an Office of Protocol that has a number of responsibilities. One of its responsibilities is to support both incoming and outgoing high-level visits. So the Office of Protocol supports visits in and outgoing that are related to the Prime Minister, the Governor General, and the Ministers of Global Affairs Canada. But it also has a specific responsibility with respect to the diplomatic corps in Canada. So there are about 8,000 diplomats accredited to Canada. They're across the country, but of course, given that Ottawa is the capital city, they are heavily concentrated in Ottawa. And many of the embassies and consulates located across the country would engage with us. There's a whole range of things that we take care of for them. We take care of their accreditation. We provide advice, help with a lot of the documentation for them. And we have, as I mentioned earlier to your colleague, a very specific responsibility to the diplomatic presence here in Canada under the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. And that governs all of our obligations under international law with respect to diplomats here in Canada.
Okay. And I understand that the office was receiving some complaints from missions during this period. Can you elaborate on those?
That's correct. So we have a mechanism whereby embassies or any diplomatic presence or diplomat can lodge formal complaints or concerns with the Office of Protocol. And we have on record a number of embassies based in Ottawa raising concerns about the impact of the convoy protests in Ottawa on their ability to function effectively. I should also note that in addition to that formal channel with the Office of Protocol, there are also informal channels of communication with our geographic branches in Global Affairs Canada. So we have branches that are responsible for Europe and the Middle East, for Africa, for North America, and for Asia Pacific. And so there are daily conversations between missions and those parts of the department, and we wouldn't necessarily have formal records, but we do understand that there were also complaints lodged through those more informal mechanisms.
So did they have any security concerns, or what kind of concerns did they have in particular?
So we heard a range of concerns. A lot of the concerns were around access. It was very hard to get into the downtown core with any kind of vehicle, personal or otherwise. There were a lot of concerns about noise, which I think were quite similar to what you heard about from Ottawa residents earlier on in the Commission's proceedings. Also concerns about fumes. And then we, of course, were also concerned about the ability of staff to access their offices, and also for consular clients to access their offices.
Okay. And I believe you raised these concerns at the DMOC meetings, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'd like to pull up SSM NSC CAN 50155. And so just for context, I believe the Office of Protocol sent 3 notices to missions during this period.
Yes, that's my understanding as well.
Yeah, so this is the third one from February 9th. If we could just look at the part in red, so if you scroll down a little bit. Oh, it's not red on this situation. Okay, the paragraph starting in the RCMP. So the RCMP has advised the Office of Protocol that it currently has no specific concerns for diplomatic missions in connection with this event from a protective policing.
Slow down again.
Yeah,
please?
excuse me, sorry. Has no specific concerns for diplomatic missions in connection with this event from a protective policing perspective. So were you aware of this assessment from the RCMP?
Yes, so maybe a couple of things to clarify, and the RCMP can probably speak to this better than I can. Usually the concerns of both embassies and consulates, and frankly our own protocol people, is around demonstrations that are focused on a particular embassy. So you'll see protests because of a certain country's policies or activities, and there are demonstrations like that quite regularly. And so we would count on the RCMP to provide protective policing if those demonstrations were to the point that we were concerned about the security of that particular facility. What was, I think, quite interesting about the convoy protests is they weren't directed at diplomatic missions at all. In fact, we were obviously concerned about the safety of diplomatic premises, but we never had any indication that embassies or official residences of ambassadors were the target of any of the issues. I think a lot of our concerns were more like the concerns that we heard from regular Ottawa citizens, which was their safety on the street. We were concerned about potential harassment because I think we had heard of many cases where that had happened with public servants, with Ottawa residents. And so under international law, we have a particular responsibility to ensure the safety and security of diplomats. And so it was that broader context that we were concerned about.
Would you say that Canada was unable to fulfill its obligations under the convention during this time?
I think it's fair to say that we were concerned that we would be unable to fulfill our responsibilities. And I think as the convoy went on longer, and there were more and more stories about assaults on the street, about unlawful conduct and unwillingness to comply with injunctions and so on, that concern just continued to rise over time.
So I'd like to switch to a different topic, which is the invocation of the Emergencies Act. So when did you become aware that it would be invoked?
I became aware of when it would be invoked. I think it was the day of.
So was GAC providing any input on that or advice to invoke it, that kind of thing?
So the input that we provided was through a number of different channels. So it was, first of all, through these DMOC committees. Each day we would do a tour de table and provide inputs from various departments, perspectives, and share information. So each day I would provide inputs on what we were hearing from diplomatic missions, what we were hearing from trading partners, from businesses, and so on. So that was one channel. We also provided reporting into the Privy Council office on issues under Global Affairs Canada's mandate. And then we also provided information where appropriate to the Government Operations Centre. So for instance, our rapid response mechanism, which is referred to in some of our documents, provided its input through the Government Operations Centre. So in answer to your question, yes, we were providing input in through various channels that may have informed the decision-making.
Since you mentioned RRM Canada, I actually had some questions about that. Okay. So could you just explain what that is in general terms?
Sure. So RRM stands for the Rapid Response Mechanism. So this was something that was agreed to at the G7 leaders meeting in 2018 in Charlevoix when Canada was the host. And the mandate of the RRM was really to identify and respond to threats from foreign state actors on G7 democracies. And we were particularly focused on threats oriented towards democratic institutions and processes, threats towards our media and our social media and online environment, and then also threats to the exercise of human rights and freedoms. So this was really, I want to stress, about foreign state actor threats to our democracy.
So I understand that RRM Canada produced several reports during this period. I'd like to pull one up. It's SSM NSC CAN 50169. This is from February 14th. If we look at the key findings, the first one says RRM Canada has not seen evidence of significant foreign state-sponsored involvement in the online information space to date. So were you seeing these reports at the time? Or?
Yes, I was.
Yeah. And was this, when they speak of significant foreign state-sponsored involvement, can you expand on that? I think you touched on it already. What were they looking for?
So because the mandate of the RRM is to really focus on foreign state-sponsored threats to democracy, that's really what the RRM looks like. So, looks at. So the RRM uses tools that would be publicly available to do analysis of social media. And its focus is really on identifying, are there foreign state actors that are introducing disinformation? Are they amplifying certain messages in order to mislead or deceive, et cetera?
And were these reports shared with other departments during this time as well?
Yes, so these reports were fed into the Government Operations Centre. And while I didn't share these reports in their entirety with DMOC, I did provide some of the sort of top line messaging from time to time at DMOC meetings.
Okay. So I'd like to return to just another few questions about the Emergencies Act itself. And just when we looked at the Section 58 explanation before, it talks about the adverse effects on trade corridors, international border crossings, and Canada's relationship with its trading partners. Can you comment on how the measures were designed to address those concerns?
I wasn't really involved in the design of the measures, so I don't really think I can speak to that question unless I'm misunderstanding
No,
your
that's
question.
okay. How did they affect the concerns, I suppose? Were they effective in the end, these measures?
So, and again, maybe Mr. Comartin will have additional points to add, but I would say that the response from many of our, particularly U.S. interlocutors, was a sense of relief. After those measures had been invoked, the concerns about particularly the economic blockades at border crossings, and not just the Ambassador Bridge, but it was Emerson, it was Coots, it was the border crossing near Surrey in BC, and then concerns that some of these would reoccur. And so I think the sense of relief was palpable amongst many of our interlocutors in the United States at both the political level, also the business associations, and amongst unions.
Do you have anything to add, Mr. Comartin? Like, did you hear from stakeholders?
Not so much at that immediate period of time, but subsequently over the next few weeks, even few months. The same point that my colleague has raised of that sense of relief and I think a conviction that Canada was not prepared to let this happen again to the extent that they would move to invoke that type of legislation. So that messaging was fairly clear, but it sort of drifted in over a period of time. It wasn't immediate.
And did the measures ultimately resolve the concerns that missions in Ottawa had as well?
Yes, I mean, I think with following the invocation of the Emergency Act and the enforcement action that happened, the convoy protests were cleared and missions could go about their usual business, and our concerns about being able to uphold our responsibilities under the Vienna Convention were allayed.
So I think I'm just about out of time. So just a general question, is there anything I haven't raised that you would like to raise for today?
I think maybe one thing I just want to add with respect to the point about the RRM, while we did not see significant amounts of foreign interference or foreign state interference in the convoys, I think it's fair to say that there was a real underlying environment of disinformation that had been profoundly exacerbated during the 2 years of the COVID pandemic. And in fact, during the COVID period, we saw extensive information and data from the analysis that we did of significant disinformation efforts by foreign states. So that underlying disinformation environment was, I think, a really important factor for us in looking at and trying to understand what was happening around the convoys. Thank you.
Anything you would like to add, Mr. Comartin?
Yeah, maybe just to emphasize and again, I'm speaking particularly of my territory, when the blockade hit, it hit at a really crucial time, both in terms of what was going on in the auto manufacturing sector, the types of development that's coming. We're going to build a whole new supply chain in order to have the electric vehicles come online. And Canada has the potential to play a great role in that. That was jeopardized by this blockade. I think we've been able to put most of it to bed now, but it was a high-risk period of time for that to occur, especially coming out of the pandemic when the manufacturing sector had been so hard hit. It was just a very difficult time to be able to convince our U.S. partners that we were serious about being their partner on an ongoing basis as we have historically.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay. So can we now go on with the cross-examinations for the convoy organizers? You're up first.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Brendan Miller. I represent Freedom Corp, which is an entity that represents the protesters that were in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. So I take it, given your positions with respect to international affairs and all of that, your focus in the protests was more dealing with the protests that were occurring at essentially border passings, et cetera, with respect to commercial trucks and vehicles being able to come in and leave Canada, correct?
I would say that Global Affairs Canada was particularly interested in the border crossings and the economic blockades that were happening there, but also in the convoy protests here in Ottawa, given the concerns we had with respect to diplomatic missions in the downtown core.
Right. And I take it that, at least from viewing some of the records, et cetera, that the concern with the diplomatic missions was not that the protest was interfering with the missions, but that it inconvenienced some of the diplomats. Is that fair?
No, I wouldn't agree with that characterization. It wasn't just a matter of inconvenience. As I mentioned to Commission Council, the Government of Canada has an obligation under the Vienna Convention to ensure the safety and security of diplomats here in Canada, and to ensure that they are enabled to carry out their functions without undue difficulty. So we were concerned about being able to fulfill that obligation. And I think given the context in the downtown core, the concern was more than one of just inconvenience.
Right. And it's fair to say that not a single diplomat from a foreign state was physically assaulted by a protester, correct?
I am not aware of physical assaults, but we were always concerned about that possibility given the reports that we had heard of quite a number of physical assaults during that period.
Well, this commission has heard evidence with respect to physical assaults during the period of the protest that there was a total of 5 charges in total. So that's from the beginning of the protest until the end. And I understand your concern, but you have no evidence that any diplomat was physically assaulted by any of the protesters in Ottawa. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And I also understand that you have no evidence that any of the protesters in downtown Ottawa verbally threatened to harm any of the diplomats. Is that correct?
That is correct. And it was always a concern that that might happen, and hence our concern about being able to live up to our Vienna Convention obligations.
Right. And it's not like a situation, for example, in 1970 during the FLQ crisis where a diplomat was murdered and another one kidnapped, where they actually invoked the War Measures Act. That wasn't it. You were concerned about maybe someone might threaten a diplomat.
We were concerned about being able to comply with our international legal obligations.
Under the Vienna Convention.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And I take it with respect to just turning your mind now to the border blockades, the information that you have, you said there was no actual report done with respect to the losses that were suffered with respect to the blockades causing those losses. Is that fair? The government has never done a full tally of what was the economic ramifications of the blockades. Is that fair?
I never said that. I only said that Global Affairs Canada did not do that analysis.
All right. And is it fair that Stats Canada has, and they concluded that all it did was inconvenience the truckers and in fact, or the people crossing the borders and imports, and they simply had to use other ports?
I haven't seen any StatsCan data. What I would say is that there were multiple impacts, including factories having to close down. And I think, as my colleague and I have both mentioned, there were an enormous number of concerns about the economic impacts, particularly on the auto sector. And there were long-term implications that we were very concerned about Canada's reputation as a trade and investment destination.
Does the undermining of Canada's reputation and protests in Canada, in your view, is that a security threat under Section 2 of the CSIS Act?
So I'm not an expert on Section 2 of the CSIS Act. Our primary interest from a Global Affairs Canada perspective when it comes to security is really thinking about our economic security. And when you consider that the international trade in goods and services is valued at over 60% of our GDP, we were actually very concerned about the economic security of this country.
Right, and the country's reputation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how was the country's reputation when various ministers and the Prime Minister announced that there was foreign funding coming from the United States and that this was undermining Canadian democracy. And I've seen in the disclosure and others that wasn't the United States, some of sitting members of their government, including their ministries, weren't they a little upset about that when it was accused that the U.S. was financing this protest? Weren't they upset? I understood they would.
I can't speak to the views of all members of the U.S. administration. I can just say that there were a number of conversations that were had by Canadian government officials, including the Prime Minister, where there were actually concerns about U.S. funding through the platforms that we had discussed earlier.
Right, and you can agree with me that there's nothing wrong with a Canadian donating to an American cause and an American donating to a Canadian cause with respect to funding protests or charities. There's nothing illegal about that, is there?
I think the concern was that some of the activities of the protesters were illegal.
Right, and you're saying that was illegal was the blockade, correct?
Yes, the blockades
Right.
Were illegal.
Right, and the being in downtown Ottawa?
It wasn't a matter of being in downtown Ottawa that was illegal per se. In fact, I think in this democracy, we fiercely protect the ability to peacefully and lawfully protest. It was the matter of the illegal aspects that were a concern.
So what was the illegal aspect to you of the protests in downtown Ottawa? Can you tell me what the illegal aspect it is that you're referring to?
I think that on matters of what particular aspects were illegal, it is probably better to speak to other witnesses.
Well, we have, and I'm still confused. So what is your understanding, your personal understanding of what the illegal activities in downtown Ottawa were?
I think this is probably a question that is better directed to other witnesses.
So you were concerned about Canada's reputation due to illegal activity in downtown Ottawa, but you don't know what that activity is. Is that correct?
It's not a matter of not knowing. It is a matter of others being better placed to speak to this.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, next, the City of Windsor.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer King. I'm legal counsel to the City of Windsor. Our questions have already been canvassed. We have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, the Democracy Fund, JCCF.
Good afternoon. I'm Hatem Kier, counsel for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms.
Good afternoon.
In the interest of time, I'm going to focus my questions on you, Ms. Termerscheisen. So you said in your testimony in chief something to the effect that it's important that Canada be seen as welcoming to investment. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
And maintaining that reputation involves being known as the kind of country that has conditions that are favorable to investors?
That's correct.
Okay, so taking a step back from Canada specifically, would you agree that as a general principle, one of the things that investors look for is stability?
Yes.
That includes social stability,
Yes.
economic stability,
Yes.
legal and political stability?
Yes.
And that's true because in many countries, there's political instability that can affect people's legal rights, for example, their property rights, correct?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I would say that yes, there are countries where there is political or other instability, and that makes investments more risky.
Right, and the kind of situation where the political instability in a country might, for example, affect the property interests of an investor would make that undesirable to the investor, right?
Well, I think, for instance, if you have a country where you're making a major, say, mining investment, and you have significant instability, and you maybe can't access that mine. This happens in some countries. That would be an example of the kind of stability you would be looking for.
Right, and would you agree that investors would be hesitant to invest somewhere where their property might be subject to confiscation without judicial authorization, for example?
In terms of investors, yes, I would say so.
And the same would be true for seizure or freezing without judicial authorization?
For investments, yes.
Now, under the emergency economic measures, the bank accounts of protesters and donors could be frozen without prior judicial authorization. Don't you think that that could affect their confidence in Canada as a place to make their investments?
I wouldn't say so. I think that what you had was illegal conduct by individuals and therefore actions taken in response to that illegal conduct. That is not a corollary to a law-abiding investor.
But prior to the declaration of emergency, there wasn't a law that authorized the freezing of those bank accounts, right?
There was illegal conduct at the time.
So the emergency economic measure wasn't necessary to take that action then?
I think others are best placed. That is not a Global Affairs Canada area of expertise, nor is it my area of expertise.
But don't you think that responding to a political protest by extrajudicially preventing people from accessing their own funds would deter people from wanting to place their money in the Canadian financial system?
I think that is, I couldn't really speak to that, but I think investors would be looking at much broader considerations in making decisions to invest in a particular country.
So you don't think that subjecting property rights and the financial system really as a whole to rules made without legislative deliberation or any sort of judicial pre-authorization system would concern a potential investor?
Again, I think the Emergencies Act is a very special consideration that, to my knowledge, is not applied to investors.
Now, one of the things you stated is that the Emergencies Act sent a message to investors that Canada was doing something about the protests. But that same message could have been sent by other federal government action, couldn't it?
So I think that on the Emergencies Act, I can't really speak to what other measures you're referring to. I think the reality is that there were a lot of concerns, particularly on the part of some of the U.S. entities that we spoke to, that in fact the economic blockades at border crossings were continuing, and there was a tremendous amount of concern on the part of U.S. Officials, businesses, unions, that there weren't effective measures being taken to end those blockades.
But successful police enforcement would have assuaged those concerns, wouldn't it?
I would simply say that it's kind of a counterfactual point. The reality is that that hadn't been possible. So certainly in our conversations with U.S. interlocutors, there was a sense of relief once those blockades were ended.
Well, we've heard from police witnesses that the protests would have been cleared even had the Emergencies Act not been invoked. And you have no reason to believe, for the purposes of global affairs responsibilities, that the Emergency Act would have been necessary for other reasons then, do you?
I can only say that, not being an expert on the Emergencies Act itself, that the clearance of the blockades was greeted with relief.
Right, but what I'm asking is that, given that we've heard from police, who are the experts in policing matters, that they've said that they could respond to the protests without the Emergencies Act, for the purposes of matters directly under the concern of Global Affairs Canada, the Emergency Act wasn't necessary for something outside of policing the protests, correct?
I've already answered your question.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next is the Ottawa Coalition.
Good evening, Commissioner. We don't have any additional questions. Thank you. Emily Tamman for the record.
Okay, next is the OPP.
Good evening, Commissioner. Chris Diana for the OPP. We also have no questions. Thank you.
The Windsor Police Service. You're not.
Sorry, my video's not starting. Tom McRae for the Windsor Police Service. We have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Next is the Government of Canada.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Termes-Eisen and Mr. Comartin. My name is Brendan Van Nieuwenhuis, and I'm counsel for the Government of Canada. And I just wanted to follow up on a few of the items you were asked about by my friends. First of all, Ms. Termes-Eisen, you suggested that others were likely to be better placed than you to answer questions from my friends for the Convoy Organizer Group and the JCCF about specific laws being breached and about whether the Emergencies Act was necessary. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was the perspective of threat to the reputation of Canada and to the economic security of Canada that you've spoken about, was that simply GAC's input into a broader consideration of that latter question?
Absolutely. Global Affairs Canada has a certain mandate focused on a number of issues, and there are obviously a large number of players who fed into decisions around this matter.
I wonder if we could pull up pb.can.4016. Actually, sorry, we don't need this reference. Mr. Comartin, I think you'll probably recall this. You described your call on February the 11th with Representative Debbie Dingell of Michigan's 12th District. And you recall that was the day of the Windsor injunction being granted, right?
That's correct.
And what I will ask to call up, and we'll come to it in a moment, but I'll call it up now, is pp.can.401802. And just coming back to your conversation with Representative Dingell, I believe you said that it was reassuring to her that either that this injunction was being pursued and would soon be decided, or possibly that it had already been granted by the time that you spoke?
That's correct also.
And why was that reassuring to her?
Again, going back to the comments she had made the night before, and as it happens, she was obviously concerned about the relationship and the long-term impact it would have, the blockade would have on that relationship. And at that point in time, it was not at all clear that it was going to be resolved quickly. So when I was speaking to her the following day, I was able to give her assurances, in fact, it was going to be resolved quickly at that border crossing.
And I think it was also on the 11th, and you're more specifically recalled when you testified earlier about it, that the injunction had been granted in Windsor by this time when you had a call with representatives of the OESA and MEMA. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And those are significant manufacturers, trade organizations?
They are, and they have a long history of working very closely with companies on the Canadian side.
And were they too relieved that the injunction had been granted in Windsor for the same reasons as Representative Dingell?
They were, but they were also concerned about reoccurrences, which was when the Emergency Act issue got raised by Ms. Freehan.
Could we go then to that multimedia file at PBCAN 1802 at the 222 mark, please?
Is being all the traffic.
Police reinforced tighter restrictions on access to the site, yet protesters were freely allowed to bring gasoline and other fuel back to their vehicles where they've been living and sleeping.
What's wrong with fueling up the vehicle?
Police told us they can't stop the resupply effort. So will those occupying the bridge follow a court order to leave?
Will they follow an injunction that is illegal? Probably not.
I'm walking on the street. I asked one protester whether an injunction would be followed.
But imagine, just like in any scenario, there might be someone who says, I don't like that, right? Or someone who shakes their fist at the sky. It doesn't mean violence.
And a question also likely being asked by police.
Do the police have anything to worry about from the perspective of pushback, fight back, guns, resistance?
The only thing the police have to worry about is God's judgment on their actions.
Late this afternoon, the City of Windsor and the automakers got their wish. They got that court injunction requiring the protesters to leave tonight.
We are now into...
Did you hear the gentleman express the prediction or opinion that the protesters at the Windsor blockade would not, in fact, obey the injunction granted by Justice Morowitz?
I did.
Okay. And was that the case, sir? Did the protesters there at the Windsor blockade obey the injunction as of February the 11th?
Well, certainly, and we heard a lot of this evidence last week from both the OPP and the Windsor Police Services that it took another 24 hours before it really began to permeate, and certainly by the end of the day, of the 48 hours, it was over. So ultimately, it did. The final group that was there was very small. I think there were 30, 40, 50 people maybe, as opposed to the hundreds that had been there before. But by the end of the day, on the Sunday, the 13th, there were very few people left. So I think both the injunction and the Emergency Act invocation by the province had its desired effect.
Okay. Now, when you speak of the Emergency Act, you're speaking of the federal act or the provincial?
The provincial act.
I see.
It was invoked on the Friday afternoon, shortly after the injunction was granted.
I believe that's what the evidence shows, that was invoked as well on the 11th.
That's correct.
I think at 9:30 in the morning. But am I mistaken, sir, that the public order operation actually wasn't able to commence until the 12th, and it took still 24 hours from there?
Yeah, we did not know what the actual implementation of the new rules under the Provincial Emergency Act would be until the following day.
Were you aware of concerns from your American counterparts at all with respect to a continued concern, such as the one expressed by the OESA and MEMA about recurrence?
I think the one I can probably think of would be the chief legal counsel for the governor of Michigan. He and I were having regular conversations on this and a number of other issues, but he certainly raised it about, are we able to give them assurances that this was the actual end of it?
Ms. Termershuisen, you were asked and you spoke of what you called international copycat protests from time to time. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And I'd like, if we could take the same file, PB Cano 401802, and play from the 14-second mark to 155.
So what does that tell you?
Echoes of Canadian protesters honking is now being heard in a growing number of countries like France, where the maple leaf was spotted Wednesday, waved by demonstrators who are against COVID restrictions. All this coming on the same day as the WHO warns the pandemic is not over yet. Motorcycles and cars, and a bicycle too, part of this convoy in southern France. The group demanding an end to COVID restrictions as they gathered in Nice. Some carrying Canadian flags as a nod to the demonstrations in Ottawa and beyond. There are plans to bring this rally to Paris before heading to the European Union's headquarters in Brussels. To New Zealand's capital, where protests inspired by Canadian unrest stretched into another day. Only now with a heavier police presence outside the country's parliament. Some arrests here. Demonstrators say they're planning to camp out until COVID measures are lifted. New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern said Tuesday the protesters don't represent the majority. And this march against vaccine mandates held Monday in New York. The red and white once again on display. There are reports of a larger truck convoy in the works in the U.S., similar to what's rolled out in Canada, that could make its way to Washington, D.C. It's called the Free...
Thank you. Ms. Termershuisen, are those some examples of the sorts of copycats you had in mind?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And you noted that each appeared, as I saw it, to illustrate the use of the Canadian flag in the protests, right?
Yes.
I believe you said that the Canadian brand internationally was thereby being associated with defiance of the rule of law.
Yes.
Could you tell me, what does Global Affairs Canada, aside from the damage that we've seen to the brand as you described it earlier, but does Global Affairs Canada have a sense or an assessment about the strength of the Canadian brand for being a peaceful and lawful society?
I think our brand for that is very strong, and we'd like to keep it that way.
Is it a concern to Global Affairs Canada, the effect that this has on the brand strength, not only of Canada as a lawful society, but on the effectiveness of democracy more broadly?
Yes, I think that's true.
Is that a sort of a branding issue that Global Affairs assesses as being under deliberate attack by foreign states?
I mean, I think what we've seen in the data shows it that that democracy worldwide is in a period of retreat. We're seeing a rising number of authoritarian governments taking the place of democratic governments, or democratic governments becoming less democratic. So it's always something that that we keep a close eye on. And at Global Affairs Canada, we do have a number of programs where we actually support other countries in shoring up their own democracies. So I think we're very vigilant about our own.
Do you have a sense of what the intended audience are for, attacks on brand reputation like that affect democratic countries?
I think that certainly there are some foreign state actors that would be quite keen to see the democracies be under attack and be under threat. So it's something that we're vigilant for.
Is that part of why RRM was established at the G7?
Absolutely.
I wonder if we could go briefly on the RRM point to ask you a few questions from a recent report issued. It's pb.can.401836. And if we could go to page 5 once it's up. If you go down the middle of the page, just that paragraph that starts, disinformation thrived in the context of COVID-19. And I'll highlight here what the report describes as a fertile ground for hostile state actors to manipulate the information environment. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And is that something that you saw reflected in the events of the convoy?
I mean, I think this is what I was trying to refer to earlier, where, the convoy from the RRM perspective, and I think from the perspective of many who looked at this, did not happen in a vacuum. There was a long period, particularly during the pandemic, where we saw an enormous amount of manipulation of the information environment. And what you saw is foreign state actors using disinformation or manipulating information to undermine the reputation of democratic states and their approach to dealing with COVID, to undermine confidence in vaccines, particularly vaccines produced by Western countries. So there was a whole series of very deliberate efforts that we could track through our social media analysis, showing, frankly, quite successful efforts by some key foreign state actors to sow, I think, a real sense of mistrust in democratic governments and their approach to dealing with the pandemic.
Can we just move to page 9 for a moment? Just looking under the first heading there, implications, if you just take a look at that first paragraph, it indicates that these trends, it demonstrate that foreign-sponsored disinformation online and offline, just one tool in the broader arsenal of hostile state activity, is increasingly transnational, multidimensional, and cross-platform, and that in this context, it's difficult to distinguish between foreign and domestic actors. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And in the next paragraph, it indicates that attribution is increasingly difficult to achieve with a high degree of certainty.
Yes.
And finally, that measuring the real or potential impact of disinformation is challenging.
That's right.
Are those fair assessments at this point in time?
Yes, I mean, this is very much what the RRM is finding. And I should note that this report that you've put up on the screen is a report that was done collectively by all of the members of the G7 RRM. So this is an analysis that is shared across the G7, and it also includes input from the European Union and other partners. So this is not just a Canadian RRM perspective.
Is RRM quite a young organization or collaboration of organizations, I take it?
It is a young collaboration. I mean, the G7 version of the RRM was stood up in 2018, so it's been around for about 4 years. And this annual report that you're referring to is the first annual report that the RRM G7 group as a whole has done. So it's a very important analysis from our perspective of the disinformation environment that we see around us.
And has that disinformation environment, as you see it, and it led to the decision by the G7 collectively to establish this network called RRM, that's been going on for longer than since 2018, I take it, in your assessment?
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's, disinformation is a longstanding tool of governments well before the social media age. I think social media has created an entirely new tool. And so the RRM Canada is specifically focused on that social media environment and understanding it and understanding how disinformation plays in that environment and what its impact is on democratic states like Canada.
Okay, so is it fair to conclude that the RRM analyses, if we see RRM say it hasn't seen evidence of significant foreign state involvement relative to the convoy, that isn't to suggest that there's a complete lack of connection between the disinformation environment in the broader sense and those events. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, some analysts have suggested that there really wasn't much of a need for foreign state actors to engage significantly in the convoy information environment because there was already such a high level of disinformation surrounding it.
What about, you've focused on the online environment, but do these, at least as Global Affairs assesses it, do these operations, objectives, whatever you want to call them, on behalf of malign actors in the information space include the discrediting of media and the reliability of the traditional media in reporting the truth?
Absolutely.
Could we go to pb.can.401800? And Commissioner, I'm just going to ask to play a short clip, and I'll have one question, and that will be my time, if that's acceptable.
Okay.
When this is called up, would you play from 5:55 forward, please?
The protests now over COVID restrictions in Canada.
Workers here in Canada have brought part of the country's capital to a standstill right outside the National Parliament.
I was hired on at a job not too long ago for a transport company out of Whitby, Ontario, and I was let go due to not willing to get the vaccines for my job. And I mean, that's not right for companies to be able to decide that and take away our right to earn money and support our livelihood.
And for you, why is it important for you to be here today?
Well, because fake news. Sorry. Because like you're don't talk to them. This is fake news.
But despite the fact that these people may be part of a minority in Canada, they are receiving a lot of support from Conservatives and other right-wing figures in the United States.
We are now aware of a significant element from the United States that have been involved in the funding, the organizing, and the demonstrating.
The Canadian truckers are heroes. They are patriots, and they are marching for your freedom and for my freedom.
This is very much a 21st century protest, playing out as much on the internet as it is on the street. Viral memes and sometimes false and highly offensive historical comparisons that circulate online are being repeated verbatim here, like this. And because you're not vaccinated, is there stuff you can't do in Canada now?
Yeah, I'm like, well, basically, if you want to compare Canada to anything, it's like Hitler's Germany, and we're like the Jews, eh? One of the goals is to get a group of people that you can get everybody angry with, and in this case, it's the unvaccinated.
There's a lot of people here streaming live online.
I'm just going to follow you guys and make sure you tell the truth.
That's all right. Good. documenting every moment on social media.
You take those cans off of that truck. Is that your property?
In an effort to clear the protesters, police have begun confiscating gas canisters, resulting in encounters like this that clock up thousands of views online.
My name's Jim Kerr, and I give a shit about Canadians. How do you feel? Hi, my name's Jim Kerr, and I care about human beings, especially ones that are trying to keep themselves warm in a truck while fighting for the freedoms of Canadians. How you feel?
The main problem I have is all the censorship that's going on. That's the main problem that I have. There's censorship everywhere, yeah. People's accounts get taken down, even Facebook, if you don't say the right thing. Even this convoy, a lot of groups started, and people are even live streaming, and all of a sudden, I heard yesterday in the restaurant, my feed was cut. My feed was cut.
Facebook shut down some groups on its platform supporting the truckers after the online outlet Grid News found that they were being administered by a hacked account that had belonged to a woman in Missouri. So whoever was really running the groups wanted to hide their identity. And GoFundMe shut down a fundraiser for the truckers after police told them the protest had become an occupation. But organizers here have still been able to raise millions of dollars through an alternative service, a self-described Christian fundraising platform. Organizers say the money will help keep the truckers on the street.
Dernière fois j'ai vu ma femme, c'est le 28 janvier que j'ai pas pu la revoir. Puis je suis ici, elle m'appuie à 100%. Il y a quelques groupes sur des réseaux là, qui essaient de nous aider, nous envoyer de l'argent pour essayer de nous aider pour pas qu'on soit obligé de faire faillite.
We want those great Canadian truckers to know that we are with them all the way.
Trump indicating he is supportive of truckers descending on Washington, D.C., other American right-wing figures goading their audiences to act.
The question is, how long before protests like this come here?
Will we need our own trucker rally to end all of this insanity once and for all?
What is the main goal, the main objective of the truckers here?
Freedom.
Ms. Termershausen, do these interactions what we saw on the screen between the CNN reporter, Mr. Sullivan, and convoy protesters in Ottawa illustrate the concerns that led to the establishment of RRM by the G7?
Well, I think when the RRM was established, of course, it was well before these protests took place. But I think the RRM was broadly set up to ensure that we were vigilant about any kind of foreign interference in our democracies.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, any re-examination?
No re-examination.
Okay, well, thank you for coming and testifying. We appreciate you taking the time to do so out of your schedules, and you're now free to go.
Thank you.
Sir, before we end for the day, I just wanted to raise a point, if I may.
You absolutely may, but maybe, do we need the witness? Can the witnesses leave?
No, we do not need the witnesses,
okay,
sir.
So you're free to go, and we'll deal with, I can deal with the issue. Okay, yes.
So, sir, for the record, Brendan Miller appearing as counsel for Freedom Corp. Sir, there's been an issue with respect to disclosure from the Department of Justice for some time, and I just wanted to point out some things. As per relativity, I've been told how to organize it with respect to uploads and when they were uploaded. I can advise the Commission that since November 6th, the Department of Justice has dumped in about 1,299 new records, and over the weekend alone, since we adjourned, 409. Some of these documents are extraordinarily relevant, including entire team message chats with Brenda Lucky and the RCMP during the IRG meetings, commenting on what's going on. They're not even in the Commission's list of documents for tomorrow because they probably don't know about them. They're not labeled. I found them by accident. There is an issue at this juncture in my submission with a dump truck approach in my submission on behalf of the DOJ in order to providing disclosure late that is relevant material and should have been provided quite some time ago, and it's not even properly labeled. For example, all of those, there's Teams meetings with all the executive of the RCMP about what's happening. It's very interesting. I'm just finding it now. But nobody seems to know about it because of late disclosure and because it's not properly labeled and because it's coming in mass quantities. So, sir, I wanted to raise that with you. I would submit that this commission has jurisdiction to compel the DOJ to outline and properly label materials and provide them properly, outline what they are, and not simply name them random letters and numbers so that people don't see them. I only spotted them today, a couple hours ago, because I got lucky.
It's a rather non-specific complaint, and I don't take it my friend is seeking relief. I can assure you, Commissioner, that a large number of people are working incredible hours and have been doing so for many months to assemble documents. The Government of Canada is a large institution with many document sources, and the items that are of keen relevance accordingly take a great deal of time to identify, process, and code. If there's a specific complaint about a specific item that I can be of assistance in addressing, I think we would be more efficient to address that offline with my friend in terms of the concern, or through Commission Counsel would be the appropriate route. But in the absence of a specific request or a specific complaint, I don't think there's more I can say sitting here now. I'm not prepared to speak to the issue at the moment in more particularity.
Sir, I'm simply asking if the Commission can direct the DOJ to properly label what the items are in relativity, who the parties are discussing matters in there with the proper date, as opposed to just it being dumped in with random numbers. And then, we're dealing with literally 1,299 documents, records, not pages, records, that have been dumped in since November 6th, and we're all here all day, and then trying to find this stuff is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. And it's not something, for example, in a civil case, we call them affidavits of records back home. I believe in Ontario, they're called a statement of records. I apologize, I'm not from here, but you're required to label the date, the actual record, and et cetera, and that's how relativity is set up. But I'm finding these extraordinarily compelling documents that not even the Commission has in their list of documents for tomorrow. And we're talking about text messages and an iMessage system of sorts between Commissioner Lucky and all the executive of the RCMP during the IRG meetings and other things about what's going to be done. And they're not labeled, and I found them by luck. And in my submission, that's just not appropriate. These things need to be labeled. They need to actually say what they are. They can't just be dumped into this system last minute in the hopes that one of us luckily finds them. I don't know what else is in there, in those 1,299 documents. I'm trying to get through them, but it's impossible to assess it by just looking at the labels, et cetera, in relativity when they're not actually labeled at all as to what they are.
So if I understand correctly, you'd like to have some sort of an index or some sort of an indication of what the documents are. Okay, at this stage, I'm not in a position to respond. I don't know if the Government of Canada can respond, but it's maybe you can provide information.
I think what I can say is if it's a complaint about the adequacy of the coding, we are all in the council table here in the same boat. If the Commission Council has a concern about the adequacy of the coding, we'll be happy to do our best to remedy that. Obviously, these things take time, and if they take time, then that slows the process of getting things into the database, which is the whole purpose of the inquiry, so that they can be put into the public record as appropriate.
Commissioner, I think this is a concern that's probably best addressed offline.
Okay, well, I think at this stage, certainly, as I did at the outset, the council are encouraged to raise issues with Commission Council as soon as they arise, and to the degree possible, they can be addressed that way. If they can't be addressed and some relief is necessary, then you bring it to me. I think your concern has been raised. I think Commission Council will look into it. I do want to cycle back and point out that I have acknowledged and continue to acknowledge that it is challenging for council, and certainly for council for the Government of Canada, but also council for all the parties. And I think to the degree that you have frustration, I understand it. And I think at one level it is totally understandable because of the way the compressed timeline that the Commission has to operate under. So if it is possible to provide some relief in the way you describe, I think it is highly desirable, but not if it's going to mean that we won't get access to documents. And I know that's been a concern of mine, to make sure the record is as complete as possible. If there is a real unfairness, that's something I will certainly entertain, because ultimately the objective of this commission is to be fair and as open in the context of the constraints we're operating under. So I'd encourage you to speak to Commission Counsel if there's some way to alleviate, because I know the Government of Canada obviously is a very significant player in this, as are their witnesses. So I want to be sure we do what we can to ensure the best possible analysis of their documents and listening to their witnesses. So with that, I apologize for being a little preachy, but I do understand, and we'll see what we can do. So we'll adjourn till 9:30, and again, I expect it'll be a similar day tomorrow, and probably similar days this week that'll be fairly long.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.